Good morning. Good morning and welcome to Hudson Institute. I am Joel Scanlon, Executive Vice President here at Hudson. Israel was not intended to be the focus of today's conference, but Sarah Lynn Milgram and Doran murdered last night in a terrorist attack right here in Washington, had planned to be participants with all of us in today's conversations. Sitting in a think tank, attending conferences and briefings, it is too easy to get caught up in the abstractions of how we think about the world: national interest, global order, geopolitics. Their murders are another reminder that we should not lose sight of the ideological and moral component of our purpose as well. The cost of failure in the face of the evil of anti-Semitism, and more directly relevant for today's discussion, communism, is counted in human lives, including the lives of people we know personally. We miss Doran and Sarah and mourn with their family, their friends and colleagues, including those in the room today. It's my privilege to open today's conference and to welcome so many of you who have long engaged with complex dynamics of the Middle East and America's role in it. For decades, the Middle East has been at the intersection of global energy markets, geopolitical rivalries, and fragile alliances. That hasn't changed. Today, Beijing in particular does not see the Middle East in isolation. It sees it as a linchpin, indispensably linking energy markets, trade routes, and political influence across Africa, South Asia, and beyond. China's appetite for energy, its investment in infrastructure, and its growing diplomatic presence are not episodic nor merely transactional. They are structural and deliberate. As a consequence, what was once a largely Western-led security order is now being contested, not through confrontation, but through presence. Port by port, wire by wire, agreement by agreement, Beijing is positioning itself not simply as a partner, but as an alternative. It is laying down physical and political infrastructure of long-term influence in ways that steadily shift the balance of leverage. That shift does not signal the end of American leadership in the region, but it does challenge our assumptions about what that leadership now must entail. It calls for a coherent strategy about how and on what terms the U.S. engages, rooted in recognition that influence today is secured not only through power, but through presence, persistence, and persuasion. Navigating this reality and identifying how American policy can meet the challenge without illusions and nostalgia is the purpose of today's conference. Thanks to my colleagues in the Hudson Center for Peace and Security in the Middle East for convening such a remarkable group of expertise for today's discussions. Before I turn it over, let me also thank the Public Interest Fellowship for its generous support in making this event possible. Thank you again to all of you for taking part. Now my pleasure to turn it over to Mike Doran.
Thank you, Joel, and thanks to all of you for coming. And also let me extend my thanks to the Public Interest Fellowship. A special thanks to Zeneb Rabua. Oh, there she is, Zeneb Rabua, who this is really her conference from beginning to end. This would be a moment to really rejoice in all that Zeneb has done, but of course, overshadowing our proceedings is the death of Doran and his fiancée, Sarah Lynn Milgram. Doran was a personal friend of mine, really a work friend, but a very close personal friend of Zeneb. And as Joel mentioned, wasn't expecting that. As Joel mentioned, we're all feeling it personally. Anyway, let me move on. Good morning, and thanks to all of you for being here. I'm especially grateful to those of you who have flown in to join us for what I believe is one of the most important conversations that we can be having in Washington. At Hudson's Middle East Center, sorry, the emotion snuck up on me. At Hudson's Middle East Center, we exist to cut through the noise and develop a clear strategic picture. And the fact is, we're living through a major geopolitical rupture, one that few in the policy establishment are willing to acknowledge fully. October 7th marked a rupture. The belief that the region was moving toward a manageable, American-led equilibrium no longer holds. What we see instead is fragmentation, recalibration, and strategic ambiguity. The Middle East is no longer a theater governed by a single power. The United States remains the dominant actor, to be sure, but we are no longer the undisputed strategic actor. Our primacy is now being contested on multiple levels simultaneously. Beijing views the Middle East as central to its global objective of undermining the American-led order. Energy security, market access, port infrastructure, digital expansion, and regional political influence are all aligning with the core goal of the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping. The Belt and Road Initiative, Huawei networks, renminbi settled oil trades, and China's mediation efforts are not disconnected projects. They are instruments of long-term influence. Too often, we continue to treat the Middle East as a secondary arena. That view no longer reflects reality. You can't play chess and leave one quadrant of the board empty. You have to play on all quadrants simultaneously. Beijing understands this fact. So do our regional partners. If Washington does not reassert a credible strategy, it should expect to be displaced. Regional orders collapse like economies and mansions in Malibu, very slowly and then all at once. That's why we are gathered here, to define the terms of serious competition. Thank you again for being with us. Let us begin, and I'll call Liel Leibovitz up to lead this panel on which I am going to participate. So I'll move to here. Thank you.
Ray Elliott, do you wish to join us? I'll take my place on extreme stage right, as always. Thank you so much. What a pleasure. And yeah, I was going to kick things off by making some kind of joke that we have 45 minutes to discuss not just Washington's Middle East policy, but also Beijing's, which would be plenty of time. But I can't begin the conversation without addressing what happened a few blocks away a few hours ago as the Intifada indeed was globalized and terror arrived here in Washington. We're talking here about Washington's policy in the Middle East, meaning Washington is a synecdoche, but here is the actual Washington, D.C., the actual city struck by terror. Give us, if you will, a brief note about what it is you think we need to start thinking about or change in the way that we're thinking as occurrences like this catch us by surprise.
I actually think that what the Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar said was right. That is, all of this talk about killing babies, for example, and about genocide has an impact. It's not, it's just politics. It doesn't really matter. No, it actually motivates people to do things. And some of the things that they do are political, and some of them consist of murder. And the guilty parties in this are all over. We just saw the head of a political party in Israel say it became a hobby to kill babies. That guy should never be allowed in political life again. Ehud Olmert, a former prime minister, said a similarly despicable and extreme and unforgivable thing about Israel's efforts in Gaza. These things should not be forgotten, in my opinion, and should not be forgiven, and they lead to violence.
I'll just say a few things before turning it over to Mike. I did not know the individuals personally, but terrorism is now beginning to take many shapes, and terrorism is always predicated on some ideology of hate. And you've seen today a sort of a pervasive anti-Semitism that is engulfing many institutions, many establishmentarian institutions, the American university system at its most elite level. The term settler colonialism, which I'm kind of hearing over and over again. Words have impact, particularly when they're infused with hate. And hate becomes a legitimized for people to the act of terrorism. It is often said terrorism is a weapon of weak. It is not. It's a weapon of cruelty, and it's a weapon of mass casualty, and it's a weapon of human tragedy. And I do think there is this, for reasons that Elliot has suggested, but even predating that, we are living in a time when a certain culture of hate is permeating the global system and some of the institutions where it should be eradicated. I don't have the answers about how to do this, but you're seeing it in many quarters, and you're seeing it in a surge of anti-Semitism in the United States if you look at crime statistics. So we're in a very difficult moment in the country, in the global order, because of and I'll stop at this, because we have essentially made hateful terms like colonial settlerism an acceptable academic lexicon. I'm a book review editor of the Middle East books. I see it all the time. I see it every day. And there are those who actually sanction and justify violence against a colonial power for purposes of emancipation. And so this, for some people, I don't want to pick up college professors, this would be the way Algerians resisted the French. This would be the way, apartheid was conflicted. Violence is permissible if it's waged against a superior power engaging in occupational behavior. This misreading of history produces this kind of an act. This distortion of history produces this kind of vengeance. And so when historical analysis is infused with cultural hate, I think this is what you see. Tragedy was bound to happen.
I don't know if you saw the Shooter's Manifesto, which was published late last night, which really took what you're saying to the next level. It's not just that the argument was that violence was permissible. It's the argument in what read like a very clear, echo of grad school seminar room. Violence isn't even violence.
Mm-hmm.
If
it's resistance.
It's not even resistance. It's this semiotic act or some such sophistry. Mike Doran.
Let me connect it to
a former college professor.
A former college professor, yeah, a refugee. Elliot actually gave me refuge from academia, gave me a job in the White House. So let me connect it to what we're doing here today. There's been an enormous, I'll make 3 points. One, there's been an enormous increase in anti-Semitism in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa since October 7th. And this is striking because these are places where you have anti-Semitism without Jews. So what's going on there? I would submit that a lot of that is fueled by Chinese, Russian, and Iranian propaganda. And that leads me to point number 2. Anti-Semitism is anti-Americanism. What we are presented with on college campuses in Tucker Carlson's TV show is the idea that Israel is entangling the United States in conflicts with other powers like Iran that it wouldn't be entangled with if it wasn't close to Israel. The exact opposite is true. Iran is a weaker power than the United States, and so it is attacking the United States asymmetrically by focusing on Israel. And because of the valence of the Palestine question in European domestic politics, American domestic politics, Middle Eastern politics, it's a great wedge issue for driving a wedge between the United States and its allies. The Israelis recently uncovered documents in Gaza that showed that Hamas launched October 7th in order, among other things, to frustrate Saudi-Israeli normalization, which would strengthen the United States and its bloc against Iran. And that leads me to the third point, which is we need to wake up to this, that this is part of this use of anti-Semitism as an anti-American tool is part of a global ideological struggle between China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and the American-led order. But we have a significant segment in our society, led by our universities, that is reinforcing the ideology of our enemy. We need to see it in that frame, and we need to see that our universities are a fifth column for the enemy, wittingly or unwittingly.
Can I just say one thing about this, and I'll be very brief. Ali Khamenei constantly talks about American university in his speeches. And his statement is that the best and the brightest in America see things our way. And I can cite, I mean, you know, you can look up his speeches. They're actually translated in English. What's happening in American universities is actually talked about by him in his podium. He has become their Che Guevara of what he was in the 1960s. So what Mike said about that echoing is actually taking place, and you see it. I'm sure you see it on other platforms in the Middle East and China and elsewhere that I'm unaware of.
Look, I hear that Columbia University is looking for a new president, so.
Well, they have to make him a supreme leader of the supreme
That's
president.
no problem. They're looking for that. Let us now turn to the region itself and the task at hand, which is massive. And I'd like to begin with a supremely unfair question/request, which is to look back at the last 2 weeks or so at the president's trip to the region, where many speeches were given, many occurrences unfurled, and give us in 5 or 6 minutes each, if you can, a sort of assessment of what did we see, what should have happened, and what of the constant chatter that we're hearing in the media is, as always, missing the mark. Mike, we'll start with you.
President Trump wanted, in his trip to the Middle East, he wanted wins. He wanted to come back with a story of economic victory for the United States. And I think that he absolutely achieved that. I think he does understand that there's a serious competition going on between the United States and China in the Gulf. The good news in all of this is that all of those voices on the restraintist right that are inside the administration and around the administration who are saying that the Middle East no longer matters, they clearly do not reflect the view of the President of the United States or Steve Witkoff, the man in the administration that is clearly closest to the President. We are in the Middle East to stay. It's very much an important part of the competition. But at the same time, we have to recognize that China has made great inroads in the last decade. There's a dominant view. When I first became interested in this subject, there was a dominant view that said China only wants to extract resources from the region. It's not actually competing with us militarily or in terms of political dominance or trying to topple us from our position as the sole strategic actor. I think that at every stage in the debate, the consensus establishment position starts to acknowledge that there's more competition going on than meets the eye. But the emphasis is always on the fact that we have more cards than the Chinese have, and that we don't really have to worry about it. The Chinese focus is really on East Asia and not on the Middle East. But I think if you look at the arenas in which the Chinese are competing with us, and the rise of their influence in those arenas, including with regard to arms sales, and we know just a couple of years ago they wanted to build a base in the UAE. We twisted the arm of the UAE up behind its back and slammed its head down on the table and said, "You will not do this." And so it didn't happen. But the UAE was willing to make it happen. We had a $22 billion F-35 sale to the UAE of F-35s, and we're going to put them in our premier fighter program, the only Arab ally that would have been in it, and that was foiled because the UAE chose to go with Huawei over the F-35 program. Because we said if you go with Huawei, then if you buy your 5G network from China, then you cannot be in the F-35 program. We decided to code that as an economic decision rather than strategic hedging. It was clearly strategic hedging. Now we find out, in the last few months, that a Chinese company is targeting information to the Houthis as they target American ships. So a kind of actual, it's one step removed because it's a Chinese company, not the PLA actually targeting American ships, and through an Iranian proxy. But now we see that there's actual entry into the military contest against the United States. Far enough removed that the Chinese can slip away if they want and say that they're not part of it at all. But this is all happening, and I think we need to think of it. They have an integrated strategy that pulls together economics, military, diplomacy, and I don't think we have such a thing, and that's what we need to be thinking about here.
We'll get to China in a sec. Ray, I want to pass the baton over to you and
Sure.
specifically focus on this moment in which the president was sitting at a state dinner in Doha and saying in his characteristic fashion to the Qataris, you guys are such great neighbors. I hope the Iranians understand what a great favor you're doing them. They should really send you flowers or some notion to that sort. How do you see that interaction?
These days, it's actually harder to read the Americans than the Iranians. It's just, the Americans are the more perplexing actors here. Mike talks about the business deals, and I think there's a struggle in terms of the primacy of the Middle East between the restrainers and the business deal of the Trump administration. And a lot of these business deals that were signed, I don't know if they're going to come to fruition. There's always MOUs, agreements, or previous deals that are essentially conjured up. Some of them don't come. The president likes to announce deals, and hopefully they can be transacted. I'm not sure if there was a subtext to them, at least in terms of public exploration, about that this should come at the expense of the Chinese. There was no argument that that the Chinese in some way have to pay a price or have to in some way be rebuffed because of the greater degree of commercial intimacy between the United States and the region. I actually think, and maybe Elliot will go into it, the president should have gone to Israel. He did on his first trip in 2017. Because I think if you're looking at it from the other side of the Persian Gulf, from the Iranian perspective, he went and visited and endorsed allies who are at this point seeking in some way to accommodate Iran. There's a détente taking place between the Gulf Arab states, at least in terms of their approach to the Iranians, in terms of their aversion to conflict, and they're essentially trying to resolve the nuclear program in some way. And any sort of a negotiated agreement, in my view, will be disadvantageous to the United States and therefore advantageous to Iran. I have always thought that the United States policy doesn't really succeed in the region when there's a perception, whether that's real or not, perception of differences between the United States and Israel. I think that's one of those academic catechisms that has kind of penetrated the larger discourse. And I think there's a perception, at least in Tehran and perhaps other adversarial countries, that there's a difference of opinion between the United States and Israel when it comes to dealing with critical security issues in the region. I don't know if that's true, but I think to some extent that perception was granted a degree of legitimacy from adversaries looking at this issue who may have an imperfect understanding of how the American system works. So I think that was a kind of a missed opportunity for the president to stop by in Israel at this point and affirm the ally that is essentially now the most reliable American, I don't want to say proxy, but most reliable American ally in the region in terms of patrolling it even. To me, that was a missed opportunity, yeah.
Elliot, we're hearing what seems to me like a B-, C+ coming from our friends. Do you concur?
Yeah, I do. I might give an even lower grade. And I'd mention two things. One, I agree with Ray on the failure to visit Israel. But something else happened recently that I think is very striking, and it's the Houthi deal.
Yeah.
Because what the president basically said was, I take care of myself, you're on your own. That's not going to be reassuring to anybody in the Gulf. And you know, the lesson will be learned. I'm more maybe optimistic about where we stand today with respect to China. I think we all agree on how the Chinese see this situation. And one way of measuring it is to look back over 10, 15, 20 years, their relationship with Israel. They had a good relationship with Israel. They were investing in Israel. They saw it as a place where they could get some high-tech advantages. They bought the largest dairy company in Israel. They took over a piece of one of the major ports, and that's all gone. And it's gone because they made a decision that the only thing that matters is destroying America in this position in the world. And so they gave that all up and instead moved not only to a position of ending their economic engagement, but they also adopted a position of fantastic anti-Semitism. I mean, the social media in China is really amazing in a way that obviously doesn't happen if the Chinese government doesn't want it to happen. So they've really moved and now see Israel simply as an American ally and therefore an enemy. But I think, you know, if you look at the president's trip, he had a very good trip in many ways. He got what he wanted. And you know, it's a reminder of just look at the bases. I mean, the rudiments of power are still there. Just look at the American bases in and around the region compared to hard power on the part of the Chinese. I think what's missing in this picture, and here I come back to Ray's comment about analyzing Washington, which is very hard. What's missing in this picture is the United States as the leader of this Western coalition against Russia, China, Korea, Iran. You didn't see any of that in the president's trip. Well, you saw a little bit. At one point, he was very, very happy with the money that was being, maybe illusory in the end, but being showered on the United States and on him by Qatar and said, we'll protect you. That was the closest he came. The rhetoric was not the rhetoric of a grand coalition in his speeches, a grand coalition that included Israel and others. The rhetoric was financial and commercial. So I think if you were viewing this, maybe from Beijing, I think you'd have to wonder, what is the nature of the American security commitment today? Now, you know, if over the next year the United States attacks the Iranian nuclear program, or Israel does, and America helps in its defense, et cetera, one can envision things that would suggest that that military security alliance is very strong. But today, it seems to me that we have all of the rudiments of power, and the president doesn't want to use them.
I want to stay with this point for just a moment and play devil's advocate. When you speak to some of the president's more ardent supporters, they would buttress this point by saying, let's say about the Houthis specifically, look, you know, the president was very clear. The U.S. Navy has done what it was supposed to do since, you know, the end of World War II, which is protect international shipping lanes. The president got out of the way, clearing the lane for our regional allies, especially Israel, to strike and do the things that they're supposed to do. In other words, we're not kind of shirking our responsibility or stepping back from an alliance. Rather, we are creating a situation in which we expect these nations to stand with us and act in their own self-interest in a robust and decisive way. Do you buy this argument at all?
No, I mean, what does that mean? Which allies are going to do this? Okay, on the proxy front and on the question of the Iranian nuclear program, there is Israel. Now, let's talk about the Saudi Navy and the Emirati Navy and the Qatari Navy. I mean, what are we talking about here? For that matter, think of our European allies and their navies. Nobody can keep the sea lanes of communication open without an American role. And the United States began to assert that role. You know, what is the purpose of the US Navy? It's not really to defend our coasts from an amphibious invasion. Since World War II, and indeed before, we were keeping the sea lanes of communication open. And what the president has now said is, yeah, but that's hard and that's expensive, so we'll keep them open for us. And the rest of you are on your own. And it is of a piece with the message that he may be sending, or, you know, intermittently at least, on NATO and the role of the United States in defending against Russian invasions of Europe, the Baltic countries. I don't like meeting with people from Eastern Europe and the Baltic countries now, because what they seek is the reassurance that the United States will meet its NATO commitments and defend them, and I can't give them that reassurance. I don't feel sure. So I think the missing actor here really is the United States. I mean, it's not as if, you know, we've closed down all our bases and we've cut the military budget and so on. But we're not giving allies and potential allies and enemies the certainty that I think has been part of keeping the peace and protecting our security interests since 1945.
I promise we'll get to Beijing in just a moment, but we have some more American business to handle with at least two stops, and I want the first to be Syria. Mike, you wrote a piece in the journal not long ago that said something like, Syria will be America's greatest challenge in the region, and it had this, if I may, poetic description that the challenge would be maybe, you know, having Israel basically guard its land borders, having Turkey sort of enjoy sort of the aerial space over Syria, and creating this kind of three-part balance between these three nations. Describe to us what the challenges are that we're looking at in Syria, how the United States, at least for now, is meeting them, and what, if anything, might the Chinese do to destabilize this as well?
That's Elliot's favorite article.
I asked him if he wants to rebut.
He wrote
Been there, done that.
He wrote a rebuttal of it in the pages of the Wall Street Journal. I think there are. I'll answer it, but let me just one response to what Ray and Elliot said. I think that there's a view of the world that Donald Trump and Steve Witkoff have, which I don't fully disagree with, but I think they are extreme in their application of it. That view is that economics is what drives international affairs. And they are clearly, Donald Trump is clearly trying to bring our military alliances, our military commitments into alignment with our economic interests in a much more kind of direct and obvious way than it has been in the past. So that we have too much military power and military assets that are, in his view, that are put behind large international structures with abstract and open-ended commitments and so on. He's trying to make it much more, the missions much clearer and much more directly connected to economic interests. What happens, I think, this is an American businessman's view of the business of America is business. Where this worldview starts to fall down is it becomes a kind of capitalist equivalent of Marxist materialism, where things like culture, sentiment, geostrategic interest, geography, all these things, they kind of disappear into view. We can
It's
have
the Queen's doctrine, if you will.
the Queen's doctrine. So we can have negotiations today between Iran and the United States. I mean, we can bring Iran to the table in a way that the Biden administration couldn't, not because of the personality of Donald Trump, but because Israel gutted the Iranian alliance system and showed Iran's air defense system to be completely useless to it. And so there's a credible military threat against Iran provided by Israel, of course backed by the United States. I mean, the United States is part of that. But when I listen to Steve Witkoff talking about it, they seem to be saying, like Obama did, Iran, we really want you to follow your economic interest, and we want you to be really successful like everyone else. And they think that Ali Khamenei is going to say, oh yeah, I can increase my bottom line if I get rid of this nasty nuclear program, because this nasty nuclear program is really a weight on my bottom line. You know, I got to get rid of it in a way that a businessman would. And that is not how Ali Khamenei is ever going to make that decision. Now, with that long preamble, I forgot what your question was.
Trying to set up a fight between you and Elliot here. That's the whole goal of
the whole
this
thing is to have a fight with you.
We're talking about Syria, Turkey, and
a fight
Israel.
between me and Elliot.
Yes.
No, who wants to
These
fight?
people want some entertainment, so let's give it to them.
The key, in my view, in contrast to that view, in my view, the military balance is the primary driver of international politics. I wouldn't say it's the sole, but it's the number one thing. And in the Middle East, the United States has only two allies who can project military power beyond their borders, and that is Turkey and Israel. So the key thing, what I think the number one and number two goals of American foreign policy today should be, with respect to the contest for regional primacy and the contest with China, should be two parts. Number one, get rid of the Iranian nuclear program. We can do it. It's within our capability. We don't even when I say we can do it, our alliance can do it, with Israel doing most of the work. The United States has to do some of it, but Israel will do most of it, and they're willing to do it. And the second thing then is to keep Turkey and Israel from butting up against each other in Syria. We have to turn Syria into a buffer between the Turks and the Israelis. And the simple answer is, I think that the administration, I think Donald Trump clearly sees that. I think Tom Barrack, and the new ambassador in Ankara, who's also been designated the Syria coordinator, I think he understands that, and I think they're moving toward it. In the news, I saw it this morning, I don't know if it came out yesterday, is that a hotline has now, thanks to the mediation of the Azerbaijanis, there's now a military hotline between the Turks and the Israelis, much like the hotline that existed between the Israelis and the Russians before, so that they don't militarily butt up against each other. If we're going to have a coherent American military alliance against the coalition that seeks to undermine us, then we have to keep our two major military allies from fighting each other.
Elliot, Mike Doran has fired his shot, please.
He agrees with all that.
I guess I just have a small disagreement, which is I'm not sure Turkey's an ally.
That's a big one.
Allied in what? What is it that we are allied with, or they're allied with us with respect to? I mean, they're really, in many ways, terrible allies. What can we rely on them for? I am struck by one thing about Syria. You talk about Syria and Turkey, Israel. We could also talk about Lebanon and how Syria and Lebanon are going, we hope, to develop. I am struck that then when we talk about Gaza, and we can talk about Jordan and Egypt, and China has no influence in any of this. This is, again, why I think sometimes, not China's ambitions, but China's capacity now is exaggerated. Same in the Gulf. I mean, they have no military capability. They buy 95% of Iran's oil at a good discount, but it only accounts for, I don't know, something like 10% of the actual total imports of oil by China, and it could be replaced. People always refer back to one thing that China did, which was to broker an arrangement or agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Others could have done that, and had it not happened, so what? I mean, what, they would have gone to war? They would not have gone to war. So again, I think they're seen from all of these capitals in the region. The role of the United States is pretty clear, and potential role of the United States is pretty clear. But what are they going to get from China? China is not now investing large amounts of money in the region because it doesn't have those large amounts. It had 10, 20 years ago, much less now as its own economy faces problems. You see a slowdown, big slowdown in the Belt and Road Initiative. I think seen from Middle Eastern capitals, the role of China, which maybe 20 years ago looked like it would today be huge and rival the US, I think that has not happened.
There's another point of disagreement with Elliot.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You disagree?
Yeah, I do. I disagree in emphasis. But before we disagree, can we just agree that Liel is really a very nefarious person for stirring this up?
Absolutely correct. Do you want to take this?
I don't know.
I do want to, I mean, I would, China is a fantastic customer for Iranian oil. What else? I mean, from the Iranian point of view, it's not a really important ally, is it? What are they going to do for Iran? They're going to defend Iran against the United States or Israel?
So let me push back and ask, and this is for the panel, just because you brought it up, I was sort of easing into it by way of the JCPOA, which we will revisit hopefully in a second. But I was going to ask about the trilateral agreement of 2023. If indeed this is just a sort of like, hey, nice, I bought two countries that have been, severed diplomatic relationship like what, 6-7 years before, and had this nice conference, which really didn't have any impact or any follow-up. And it is true that we have not heard much about, China's stirrings with the Saudis ever since. And so, is there anyone on this panel who thinks that this is indeed a big deal, and that with doing that, China indeed kind of put a foot forward?
I do, but go ahead, Ray. And then,
the agreement that actually the negotiations had began in Iraq for a long time, and other actors have been trying to mediate it. What the Chinese tried to do in that agreement was one thing, to stop the Iranians from attacking Saudi oil installations. That's what they were trying to get from the Iranians. And they seem to have gotten that. The Saudis wanted some kind of an agreement with Iran, not to attack their oil facilities, but also to perhaps lessen their aid for Houthis and others, which did not happen. What is unclear is, what did the Iranians get out of that agreement? Not much. And the only reason the Iranians agreed to that mediation and eventually that agreement, which they have thus far held their part to it, is the price they had to pay for great power patronage that we're getting from China, particularly in terms of economic cushion that they provide them. The price they had to pay for a great power alignment with Russia was to participate in a war in Central Europe. Iran today is implicitly at war with NATO. That is not in its practical interest, strategic interest, ideological interests. But these are the price that Ali Khamenei had to pay for this axis that he's trying to cultivate. The Iranians, since 1989, have been asking for Chinese and the Russians to participate in this great anti-American alliance. They had been rebuffed by both actors until now. So the price that the Iranians paid was not necessarily for the individual agreement, but for maintaining the larger alignment with China. I would say one more thing, and I'll turn it to Mike, is China's involvement in Iran is actually quite paradoxical, because it supports and sustains the regime. But actually, it has the Iranian people deeply resent what the Chinese have done. in terms of surveillance technology, in terms of face recognition technology, in terms of essentially sustaining the regime. So in essence, the Chinese have turned the Iranian public against them while they're gaining the approbation and the support of the regime. Now, you might not care about that because their idea is commerce without judgment, sort of like ours. Sort of like us
I
today.
mean, we may end up, if there is a deal between the United States soon and Iran, we may end up in the same situation where we're making a deal with the Ayatollah and abandoning the people of Iran.
And also, one of the things, Mike correctly said that Ali Khamenei doesn't look at his balance sheet. He doesn't say, well, you know, my account payables are in. But when the Iranians, at least at foreign ministry level, talking to the Americans, they're actually saying, you can invest in Iran. They're speaking the language that they think appeals to the business wing of the Trump administration. Maybe Witkoff is from that. Namely, you can make money here. You can invest in our hotels, in our nuclear facilities. So they're actually trying to speak the language of commerce, even though I think you're absolutely correct. Ali Khamenei doesn't care about commerce. He never has. He never cares about the balance sheet of his economic performance unless it becomes endangering to the regime.
So here's where another area where I disagree with Elliot.
But not me.
But not you.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I think
You're
it's
perfectly located in the center. Such us.
I bring people together.
I think it's a mistake.
I'm like China.
I think it's a mistake to look at the Middle East and tot up the American assets here in the Middle East and the Chinese assets here, because the contest for the Chinese is focused primarily on East Asia, but they are reading the Middle East in that context. So the question isn't, can we topple the United States from its throne as the dominant military power in the Middle East today or next week or next year, but how can we develop positions of power and influence in the Middle East today that will help us when we have a war over Taiwan? And the dynamic that they are exploiting is the Iranian threat to everyone. The strategic prize for the Chinese is not Iran. The strategic prize is Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf, the Arab Gulf allies of the United States. The Chinese want to create a global economic, a Sino-centric global economic subsystem. They know they can't topple the United States from its throne as the leader of the global economic system. They're thinking, what happens if there are sanctions put on them in the event of a war over Taiwan? They still need dollars. They still need dollars. So where are there large piles of dollars that could be transferred into the Chinese economic subsystem without being stopped by American sanctions? And they're looking at the Gulf.
I don't disagree with that, and I would just say I think there's another thing they're trying to do, which is make trouble in the region. And for example, when they get, I shouldn't say they get, when the Houthis get active, what happens? We have two carrier
groups
in the Middle East rather than in the Pacific. That's excellent. And we're not reacting to that.
I agree.
I mean, we do agree. The way to react to that is to eliminate that threat, not by saying to the Houthis, just don't attack American ships, and letting Iran develop a nuclear weapon. It's by ending that set of problems.
Exactly. So we're in agreement now. And
I'm glad I persuaded you.
the thing is that I believe that we have all the assets in the Middle East that we need in order to defeat Russia, China, and Iran in the Middle East. What's missing is we don't have a strategy designed to do that. And the key is, the number one thing is to emasculate the regime by taking the nuclear program away from it and being seen, not sitting down and having a negotiation and coming up with some sort of murky formula like the JCPOA and claim that it's some kind of victory while Ali Khamenei says they're lying and so on. It's to actually, the whole world needs to see, just as the Israelis showed the whole world, they cut them down 3 pegs. We cut them down again. And we need to hold the Houthis responsible for what they have done precisely because of what Elliot said. The problem is not simply that they're attacking our ally Israel. That is a problem, because you shouldn't be able to attack an American ally with impunity. But they're also diverting very important resources military resources that we need to use against China in the event of war with Taiwan. We need to take away from Iran the argument to Beijing that, hey, I can help you divert American resources from your struggle.
But also, I just say, the Houthi agreement didn't actually revitalize maritime traffic through the Gulf. Because if you say, those two ships you can't attack, but you can attack all the others,
Right.
that doesn't actually help you to relieve pressure on what is often called the global commons. So the Houthi, the reason why its selectivity undermined its own claim of seeking to essentially relieve a waterway.
I suspect the calculation was, I don't want my trip to Saudi Arabia and all the deals I'm signing to be overshadowed by this conflict with these with the Houthis. So we're gonna get a chance to make this argument again, because the conflict with the Houthis is not going away.
Yeah.
Ray, about 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
there was an editorial in the Washington Post, the headline of which read something like, Trump's Iran deal is looking a lot like Obama's.
Well, I didn't read the editorial because I don't read the failing Washington Post. So well, I'll just say one thing about that. I'm actually skeptical that you can get a JCPOA type final agreement, because that requires time, discipline, and a lot of activity. But I do think something is possible, namely an interim agreement on the 60% in exchange for economic dividends that Iran will get and financial sanctions relief. I do think that's possible. And the question is, why are the Iranians engaging in these negotiations at an accelerated pace? I think there's a meeting again this Saturday or Sunday in Rome. They're engaging in these negotiations not really for the purposes of sanctions relief, because they're skeptical of the fact that international community and international commerce is going to come back to the country. Deutsche Bank isn't going to return to Iran. So, and they already have some kind of a commercial cushion with the Chinese. They're selling 2 million barrels, almost as much oil they're selling to Chinese today as they did during the Biden administration. I think they're looking because in their position of vulnerability, and the negotiations shield their program from any sort of retribution. And the longer that lasts, the more difficult that becomes. And an agreement on 60% enriched uranium doesn't change the complexion or the trajectory of the Iranian nuclear program, but it gives the Americans shining objects. They can go, this is a deal that Biden couldn't get because he's weak, Obama couldn't get because they did it after Obama's presidency, but we could get that deal. And that begins the process of serious, maybe interim and inconsequential deals until the Iranian regime recovers its bearing. That's where the second danger of this situation is that the administration is doing crisis shopping. It's looking for a crisis to solve. So at first it was Gaza, so they made video of themselves in Gaza and all that. That didn't work. Okay, you move off to Ukraine. Oh, that doesn't work. We move off to Iran. That doesn't work. Sudan, Mali's border. I mean, they're looking for some kind of, it's almost a real estate transaction. I want to buy a house. Mike isn't selling, I go to Elliot. Elliot isn't selling, I go to Bernie. Bernie isn't selling, I go, somebody sell me something so I can have some sort of international success. That, and everybody sort of goes away. And we're left with a status quo that's changing in an unpredictable way. Those are the two possible. Is it possible they can get to the JCPOA type comprehensive agreement? Not anytime soon. I don't see that agreement as being possible, but I see a lot of interim agreements and the possibility of impasse as people go crisis shopping.
You forgot to mention Armenia, Azerbaijan.
I leave that to you.
And then Armenia and Azerbaijan joining the Abraham Accords. So Christians, Muslims, and Jews all having combined. It's coming. It's coming.
To bring things down even a notch further, now that you brought Armenia and Azerbaijan, let's look at Gaza. I might have missed something, but following the Chinese reaction to the conflict since October 7th, saw voices that sounded, kind of very subdued, somewhat opaque. Foreign ministers saying things like, well, the Israeli response is not the best, not proportional, etc. But no, kind of stentorian, thundering speeches, the likes of which we've seen out of Europe. And on the other hand, we saw the Trump administration come up with a modest proposal, if you will, to clear Gaza of Palestinians, and then sort of take a step or two back and take some kind of attitude that is frankly baffling to many, not just here, but in Israel, saying like, well, is he indeed just crisis shopping, and now that he couldn't get the solution, he's stepping away? Is he stepping back to let Israel do its thing? If we look at the sort of last, say, 18 months in Gaza as a microcosm of this tension between Washington and Beijing, what are we looking at? I'd like each of you, if you don't mind, to opine. Elliot, would you care to start?
The Chinese don't need to make strong speeches denouncing the Israelis, because everybody's doing that. And they'd be drowned out in the cacophony of denunciation, the latest being the UK's hopeless foreign minister. So they don't gain anything by doing that. I think what is more striking is the promotion of anti-Semitism, which, as Mike said, has a strategic goal. And they're doing that, and they're doing that in a very substantial way on social media in China and outside of China. So I don't think they see a role for them except to make trouble. And they're making trouble by denouncing us and denouncing the Israelis using terms like genocide. But again, they're just one of many voices who are engaged in that activity.
I don't have much to add to that. I would say that Israel's operations in Gaza, I have talked to a lot of the military fellows at the CFR, because we have, at least we used to, have military fellows coming. And I have asked all of them, could this operation have been done differently and with less civilian casualties? And without exception, they have told me no. That actually this operation was done with great concern for civilian casualties, given the nature of the topography, given the nature of the environment, and given the fact that you had an enemy that was using human shields. That this was done as selectively and responsibly as it could have done. And I have talked to now 2-3 different groups of American military officers from all branches, Coast Guard, Air Force, and they have all told me the same thing. A lot of the American, particularly Army officers, have had experience working with IDF. So that story doesn't get out. And what I would say is that for the Chinese, for the Russians, for the Iranians, and for all the critics of Israel, this operation, the developments in Gaza have had one use, and namely, and the Iranians actually talk about it. I'm not as familiar with the Chinese media. They may have done so as well. Namely, essentially trying to suggest terms like genocide, terms like indiscriminate bombing, terms like civilian casualties, and so forth, as a two aspect of it. One is strategic, one is more ideological. Strategic is to essentially bog down Israel in a conflict that in some way maybe divides its own society, maybe drains its own military resources, in some way makes it preoccupied with its near abroad to the expense of its larger abroad. The second one is, of course, the fueling the culture of hate and anti-Semitism, which is happening with the, and what I have seen to some extent is the legitimization of the anti-Semitic trope, and have that have injected our lexicon in the press. You see it in sort of establishment media. You certainly see it in universities, but you see it in a lot of other places where the terms ethnic cleansing is coming into equation. Ethnic cleansing has a very specific thing, namely that is a state trying to eliminate a certain ethnic group for some purposes of genocidal rage. That term has actually become almost respectable in terms of its use in some of the things that I have seen. That is essentially a long-term victory, or a victory at least for now, for critics of Israel and for the Iranians and the sort of a very crass anti-Semitic language that the Chinese have absorbed.
I don't have anything more to add, much to add to what Elliot and Ray have said. I do kind of have a question, though. I wonder if there's any reconsideration going on in Beijing. I don't know, but Elliot mentioned that the Chinese don't really have a position of influence in Syria. They don't have a position of influence, serious influence in the conflict between Hamas and Israel, and they're harming their relations with Israel significantly. It reminds me of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, when it broke relations with Israel back in '67, they didn't have any role in the diplomacy afterwards. Now, maybe the Chinese don't care because historically, playing a role, they've always taken a backseat to the Russians with regard to the diplomacy. In recent years, they've started to make initiatives that haven't had much influence, but they are at least having, at least on paper, policies toward mediation between Israelis and Palestinians and so on. So maybe they don't care, and they feel that their interests are best served by driving a wedge between helping to drive a wedge between the Arab powers and the U.S. and so on. I don't know, but it is interesting that everyone who calculated after October 7th that Israel was going to be severely diminished by this war, and that Iran, for a while, it looked like Iran was really going to come out in an improved position. No one can look at the regional balance anymore and see that that's true. And this conflict hasn't played itself out yet. I'd be willing to make a big bet that when the dust settles, Iran is going to be significantly diminished, and Israel is going to be much more powerful.
I really want to open this up to the audience for some questions. But before we do, one final question I'm going to ask you to keep. It's a ridiculously unfair big one, and I'm going to, of course, be even more unfair and ask you to be very brief.
I don't do brief.
That's for sure.
I don't do nuanced, and I don't do brief.
That's for sure.
We're working on it. If either of you were to cross the street and take your seat in the Oval Office as the Commander-in-Chief, what would be the doctrine that would assert America's dominance in the region and globally vis-a-vis specifically the Chinese threat? I promised unfair. I think I delivered. Elliot, please.
I think it's just a return to what has been basically American foreign policy since 1945, which is to say there is a system of alliances that we lead. We have a lot of allies in the Middle East and in Europe and in Asia. And we have a system that is financial, economic, commercial, and military, and we lead it. I mean, we've done that under a series of presidents of both parties, sometimes with a lot less enthusiasm, Carter, Obama. But I think we're not trying to invent anything new here. We're trying to sustain a system that has protected our security and prosperity for decades.
Wonderful. You see, Mike, brief.
I would say the following. The United States, in my opinion, won the Cold War against the Soviet Union because of the superiority of its ideals, because of the superiority of its model of government, not just because it was economically more prosperous and militarily perhaps more powerful, but the appeal of America ideals and democratic and liberal aspirations were essentially undermined the Soviet Union. It is my opinion that all autocratic states are uneasy states. They're ruling over a population that they don't trust and they cannot depend on. And therefore, I would say to anybody who wants to listen, that saying to people, we don't care how you govern yourself and all that, the dismissal of that idealism is actually undermines a certain strategic perspective.
Somebody here had to give the neocon view.
I was,
I left it to Ray.
I was going to say that.
And a globalist,
for those who-
and
for
maybe a
those who-
warmonger.
For the uninitiated, Ray just siding with Elliot against me. This is he was being a mediator until then, but the final party shot. I think the important thing is no daylight between the U.S. and Israel. All the things that we said. The Iranian nuclear program has to be destroyed, and Hamas has to be destroyed. And what I would love to hear coming from American leaders is that Hamas, the unconditional surrender of Hamas is an American national interest. We almost heard that from Marco Rubio the other day. He kind of looked forward to the defeat of Hamas. I can't remember his exact words. But Hamas is the enemy of America. Iranian's nuclear program is the enemy of America. We want to work with Israel to do it, not because it's good for Israel. Yes, because it's good for Israel, but more because it's good for the United States. And all those people on American campuses who are singing Hamas's tune and calling for not allowing Israel to entangle us with Iran are the either witting or unwitting allies of Russia, China, and Iran against the United States.
As we say in Yiddish, inshallah. We have time for 2 questions or so. Yes, sir.
Can you say anything about the contest for AI?
Yeah, intelligence, artificial or not, doesn't really apply to me. So I'll yield to my colleagues on this.
But the Chinese have clearly given up the opportunity to engage with Israel on this. I mean, Israel's now going to be part of the Western or American-led system. And I think there's one good thing that came out of the president's trip. It looks as if so are the Gulf countries, and they want to be. So that's an important division, I think. The Chinese, looking at this from an AI point of view, I would think the Chinese would be unhappy where things stand in May 2025.
Clearly, AI competition, that when I was talking before about why the Chinese, why the Gulf is the most important strategic target for them, I would add AI competition in there. I'm not technically proficient enough to say where to assess where the U.S.-Chinese competition over the AI in the Gulf stands. When I talk to people who are technologically proficient, they tell me that they see the UAE as a potential backdoor to the Chinese. I can't assess that at all. But what I can say is, like I said in my first remark, the fact that the president went there and made all of these commitments, and received all of these commitments, even if it wasn't explicitly stated as a move against China, it's got to be a good sign. We're clearly in the game, and we're talking to all of the major partners about that. But this AI competition in the next 5 to 9 years is going to be crucial for economic advancement globally, for determining economic advancement, but also determining the military balance. So it's another reason why the Middle East has to be of major concern to us.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Interesting question that kind of summarizes a little bit of what you guys have talked about. Thank you. And that's looking ahead, kind of both the shiny objects, getting more involved around the world in different affairs. The public the voters voted for Trump, I think, in some of the ways because he rejected a lot of the past conflicts, international affairs, and everything that they were doing. Do you think that we will go back to some of the things that you guys might have suggested because the public just is not there right now? And this is not about the Israel-U.S. relationship. This is more broader Middle East, more in Iran. have we moved on beyond that? And it's going to take another generation that might value those relationships again, because the public just does not seem to care about these issues as much as they, did in the past, or were willing to go and fight a war in foreign countries, at this point.
I'll just say, after every controversial conflict, there is some kind of a syndrome. People talk about the Vietnam syndrome, and there's maybe an Iraq syndrome. And the problem with those syndromes is when they evolve, people essentially overlearn the lesson and in some ways learn the wrong lessons. In the realm of foreign policy, I think the presidents have a lot of leeway in terms of defining the direction that the country can go. During the George Bush presidency, it was essentially a nation building that the president talked about, and the country largely supported that. Now you have another president that talks about different, and the vice president who talks about things differently. And they can shape opinion and move in that direction. I would say in general, the American people may not, one of the things American people don't want, there's a lot of contradiction, I think, in voter behavior. One of the things they don't like is the possibility of losing conflict and being humiliated. Joe Biden's numbers, poll numbers, went down after Afghanistan. And there were some people in his administration, I'm not going to say who, Tony Blinken, who essentially were saying that this is not going to hurt us politically at home, because it's a conflict that both parties have agreed that they want to abandon, and we're implementing the agreement of the Trump administration. But once that chaotic scene took place, Joe Biden's poll numbers never recovered. Jimmy Carter's numbers never recovered because of the hostage crisis, simply because, not just because of the hostage crisis, or not just because of Afghanistan, but both Biden and Carter, in aftermath of those two events, were viewed as weak. They can't handle inflation, they can't handle the Taliban, they can't handle, so a certain narrative congealed against both men, and neither of them ever recovered from that. If there's a perception of American weakness with an Iranian detonation, there's going to be all kinds of strategists and political scientists will say that this is a deterrable conflict. But it will lead to a perception of weakness from which a presidency will not recover.
Wonderful. One more question? Sir.
Thank you very much. I wanted to return to Elliot's point about Turkey, because I think it's illuminating on a number of... Yeah, so I should have used the updated
You got to say it, Turkey.
State Department spelling. But it seems the question of whether they are or not an ally is revealing, right? Because if being an ally means simply having a common enemy and being nominally signed on against that common enemy, they're NATO members and they're anti-Russian. But if it means some kind of deeper civilizational, cultural, values-laden alignment, they sponsor the gray wolves all over Europe. They're saber-rattling with Greece, or in danger every day of going to naval war with another NATO ally. So if that's the kind of the spectrum of alternatives, are there any good, reliable allies other than Israel that are possible to have in the Middle East? I mean, it seems most of the Gulf states are going to be similarly, at best, allies of convenience with a common enemy for a short time.
I think that there's a sense in which there are other countries who, first of all, are part of our system and rely on us in a way that Turkey used to, but doesn't now. During the height of the Cold War, the ideological dimension was in an odd way blunted, in the sense that it was an ideological war with communism, but if you were on our side, you could be a dictatorship. Certainly that was true of most all of Latin America. But it created a difficulty ideologically that ultimately under Carter, Reagan, George H.W. Bush was solved as we began to push all those countries, Taiwan, South Korea, Philippines, Latin American countries, to comply ideologically with the ideals of our camp. And this happened to the Portuguese, it happened to the Spanish. So there is a possibility now that in the great conflict of the 21st century with China, we'll be moving toward that view that it doesn't matter what your internal affairs are as long as you're on our side. The problem with this is, and this is the Kissingerian view of world politics, every state is a black box with a guy on top, king, emir, sultan, president, whatever he is, and that's who you deal with, and that's all that matters. The fallacy, though, is that this realpolitik is not very realistic, because each of those black boxes has a population in it, and Iran is the best example, a population that loathes the regime and is on our side. Do we care about this? You know, I'd argue that as Ray was suggesting, that in the medium and long run, we ought to care about it because it's critically important with respect to the evolution of those regimes, including Turkey. I mean, if they have not had a free election for president in a while, I think you can make a very good argument that Erdogan lost the last presidential election. He certainly has lost lots of local elections, including in Istanbul. And if you think you have the people on your side, you do not jail the guy who's going to run against you. You do that when you think you're doomed in a free election. So why are we on that side and not the side of the people?
You want to rebut?
Mike Doran, famous last words.
Just a couple points. I support Ronald Reagan's approach to the Middle East.
He worked in Reagan.
Why do you think I said it? I support Ronald Reagan's approach to the Middle East. Ronald Reagan worked with the Saudis to bring down the Soviet economy. Ronald Reagan did not democracy promote in the Middle East, not one bit. I worked for Elliot in the White House, and Elliot is a genius, and Elliot can marry values and realpolitik in a way that others cannot. I wouldn't have time to go into it, but he can do it. But I noticed that there were tons of other people who had the same view of the values-based foreign policy, who were incapable of incorporating any realpolitik ideas that are essential to foreign policy. Foreign policy at its base is really simple. It is support friends and screw enemies. That's what you do. Now, I would love to democracy promote the hell out of Iran, but I don't want to democracy promote the hell out of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, or any other ally. If you destabilize Turkey, there is no NATO. If you go to UCOM and say, what is NATO? NATO is Turkey and Poland, right? Maybe you might add Romania and the UK. But if you take Turkey, they have the second largest military. They are a natural counterbalance, regardless of who's at the top of the black box.
Why do you think that a free Turkey, a democratic Turkey, would not be an ally? It used to be.
They are a natural counterbalance to the Russians.
They were a better ally when they were democratic.
Because you can push. The Turkish state is a great balancing machine between the Balkans, the Middle East, and the South Caucasus. And if you push them, they can move in the direction of Russia, China, and Iran. And that would be devastating to us. If the Turks decided tomorrow that they wanted to drive the United States from the Middle East, they could do it. They're the only power in the region that could.
You think Turkey is incapable of sustaining democracy?
I'm not saying that.
Then why are we?
I'm not saying.
We can go on for hours.
There is no. Let me add one Israeli component here. One of the greatest allies that Israel has is Azerbaijan. I also think it's a natural ally of the United States. Many Americans in the national security elite cannot recognize Azerbaijan as an ally of the United States for many, many reasons. I won't go into all the reasons why it is, but it should be. It's a natural ally. If you cannot recognize Azerbaijan as an ally of the United States or as what a natural ally of America, then you're not reading the map correctly. If we go hard after Turkey, we lose Azerbaijan as our ally and as Israel's ally. And there's a lot of second and third order consequences that follow from this that people haven't thought through.
The fight will continue
Oluta
behind
continua.
behind the
It's very
stage.
nasty of you to have done this.
Mike, Ray, Elliot, thank you so much for your wisdom.
Thank you.
I didn't do it.
You know, he did it.
Oh,
He did it.
of course.
Of course.
It's all part of the plan.
Hello, everyone. Please enjoy a coffee break, and then we will convene at 11:15. Hello. We are going to start now our next panel. Panel discussion on markets and power, US-China competition in the Middle East. Please welcome Senior Fellow Dusterberg, Thomas Dusterberg, non-resident Senior Fellow at Hudson, Mary Kissel, Senior Fellow at the Center for Peace and Security in the Middle East, Bernard Haeckel, and of course, moderator Daniel Samed. Please join them now.
Mary and Bernard. Okay. Morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us for our next panel. My name is Daniel Samet. I am the George P. Schultz Fellow at the Ronald Reagan Institute. I am delighted to welcome you to our panel this morning titled Markets and Power, US-China Competition in the Middle East. With me are three august panelists who are going to help explain this complicated question. On my left is Mr. Thomas Dusterberg. He is a distinguished political economist. He is a senior fellow here at Hudson Institute. He was Assistant Secretary of Commerce under Bush 41. Before that, he was Chief of Staff to Senator Dan Quayle before he was US Vice President. On Tom's left is Mary Kissel. She is a non-resident senior fellow here at Hudson. She is Executive Vice President and Senior Policy Advisor at Stevens. She was formerly Senior Advisor to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and she was also a longtime member of the Wall Street Journal editorial board. On Mary's left, we have Bernard Haeckel. Bernard is one of the foremost authorities on Saudi Arabia and the wider Gulf. He is a non-resident senior fellow at Hudson. He is also professor of Near Eastern Studies at Princeton, where he formerly directed the Institute for the Transregional Study of the Contemporary Middle East. Let's get to it. Tom, this first question is for you. You've had a lot to say in your written and oral commentary on the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. How would you assess the state of the BRI in the Middle East? And what would you have to say about the US response, or lack thereof, to the BRI?
Well, the BRI, as I think Elliot earlier noted, got off to a fast start. The goals of the BRI, in as much as they're visible to outside observers, are to redistribute the dollars that they gain through their mercantilist policies, to win friends and enemies, well, win friends for their geopolitical project. And their geopolitical project is really to create a new Bretton Woods system, if you will, under their leadership, and it's part and parcel of the overall attempt to displace the United States as the leader of at least the global economic system. So it was in the early part of this century, they had lots of dollars to redistribute. Most of the BRI projects that they have supported are loans of one sort or another, or assistance or direct investment. Most of them are denominated in dollars. And their projects, to answer your question more specifically, are less and less successful from an economic point of view, and less successful, I think, from a political point of view, because a lot of their projects have been failures in terms of their engineering, but also in the way they implement them. They buy off elites. They try to exhibit political influence. They bring Chinese citizens in to operate and build the projects. So it's starting to have a negative impact on both their economy and their political standing. Since China is, the way they've structured their economy depends more and more on exports and overproduction. The BRI taken on some new importance, let's say, as trying to find outlets for their excess production, and that in turn is generating opposition led by the United States, starting with the first Trump administration. So at the present moment, and for the last 10 years or so, China's economy has been slowly weakening. The sources of growth, such as investment in the manufacturing sector, investment in housing, which has created a bubble and is now a negative for the Chinese economy, puts more and more pressure on their export-led sector, which in turn harms their larger overall interests. At the same time, China is deeply indebted. BRI is part and parcel of that. Many of the projects are losing money. They're having to bail out their banks. They wanted to reduce their dependence on the US dollar, but they're not being very successful in that. The first panel talked a little bit about the Gulf states. They're not successful in getting nations, not only in the Gulf, but around the world, to take payment in their own currency. So all in all, I think the BRI is now a net negative for China. It's a drain on their economy. It saps up their dollars, which they need for further investment, but also to pay off some of their failing international finances.
If it's a net negative, does that mean there doesn't have to be a robust U.S. response to it?
Well, the U.S. response I would characterize as, to use a sports metaphor, we're not on the same playing field. You can look at things like some of the challenges that are geopolitical and strategic to us, like when AI came up, and the Chinese champion of AI is Huawei. We've tried, at least in the first Trump administration, there was a lot of pushback on the part of the United States to Huawei. We don't have an alternative to Huawei. We're dependent on China for critical minerals, and I will credit the Chinese BRI project for being directed towards dominating things like the mining and processing of critical minerals, which is a real problem for the United States. We're just not on the playing field. I read yesterday that even one of our sort of pilot projects to do critical mineral processing in Australia, it was a smaller company, was sold off to the Chinese this week. We were not on the playing field in Israel when they wanted to sell the operating rights to the Haifa port, and BRI has built dozens and dozens of ports around the world to support their military and support their exports. The Israelis wanted the United States to be a participant in that, and it was a failure of our government to even respond to the Israeli attempts to get us interested in it, and our private sector was not on the playing field either.
Mary, why don't you take a step back and help us understand the nature of the Chinese regime? Why do you think Beijing has been so motivated in recent decades to expand its footprint in the Middle East? What exactly are they after in the region?
Well, first, I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. This is actually my first in-person event at Hudson, so I'm just delighted to be with you all today. And I'm glad that you raised that question, Daniel, because I think it's important to say every time we talk about the regime in Beijing, because when you talk about Chinese investment, we're always using terms that are familiar to Western investors, right? That they're taking capital, they're deploying capital, they're looking for some sort of return, and that's really not what it is. This is a totalitarian regime that is deploying its resources, be it military, diplomatic, economic, et cetera, in service of the party and the party's goals. And I was very happy to see that Mike was convening this conference on the Middle East. He's really the first person that drew attention to the competition and, hopefully not conflict in this very important part of the world. And he did so years ago when no one was really paying attention. And I also just want to briefly say something about what Tom said, because he raised two projects in states that are allied or share great interests with us here in the United States. One, the Haifa port in Israel, and two, Huawei's investments in Saudi Arabia. Now, during Trump 1, we tried very hard, as you said, to get nations to move away from China, including close allies like Israel and partners like Saudi Arabia, to no avail. Number one, because as Tom said, we didn't have a competitive bid. But number two, because even close allies and friends hedge. Unless they're certain of our involvement and our commitment to the region, they're going to pursue their own interests. Now, BRI, what's the purpose of BRI? As Tom said correctly, it's to create an alternative economic system to support China and China's interests in opposition to us. And they have made inroads, great inroads into the Middle East. And I was happy to see the president go there last week and try to counter really what has been an open playing field for China for many, many years. We don't need to counter China with a state-led effort. US capital is already very deeply interested in the Middle East, the Gulf states, and Saudi for several reasons, but mostly because they have an enormous amount of capital and there's an enormous amount of investment opportunity for all manner, not just of US financial investors, but US corporates. So the interest is already there to counter China. What's necessary is that we need a US government-led effort to set the rules of engagement and to set the terms and the goals of US foreign policy and our strategy in the region. And we just, we don't have that yet. I hope it's something that the administration will start to formulate, but as of right now, it just looks like deal making to me without that strategic framework. And I think that's a miss, because if you look at what we did with China in the last 40 years, what did we do? We encouraged US investment without recognizing US strategic interests and who our friends and enemies were. And it didn't result in the kind of change that we wanted and the outcomes that we wanted, and now we're seeing US capital retreat. So I think there are good lessons there, and maybe we can talk about that later in the panel.
Bernard, let's bring you in on the subject of energy, which figures very prominently in discussions about China in the Middle East. First of all, how dependent is China on gas and oil imports from the Middle East, and how can the United States exploit that dependence?
Well, thank you. And I, too, want to echo what was just said, in that this is my first in-person event at Hudson, and as a senior fellow, or a senior scholar, I think. So I'm thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to be with my panelists. So to understand the relationship between the Gulf countries and China, energy is key. So the Chinese, I think, consume about 14 million barrels of oil a day. They need to import about 10. Most of that comes from the Middle East. And this is true also, by the way, for South Korea and for Japan. So it's not just in the Far East, it's not just a Chinese issue. And most of it, or all of it, comes from the Gulf. So they need to secure those supplies. And the way countries in the Gulf are oriented is interesting. So if you take the case of Saudi Arabia, so their elites are oriented towards the West and towards the United States, because they're all educated here. Their finance is all Western, and in terms of its orientation. Culturally also, they're much more oriented to America and to the West. The only thing they're interested in when it comes to the Far East is sort of manga from Japan and K-pop from South Korea. Not much Chinese is of interest to the young in places like Saudi Arabia. And then, of course, militarily, they're oriented towards the United States. But when it comes to the sale of their oil and their petrochemicals, it's almost entirely towards the Far East. So they're caught in this sort of relationship with these two areas. And as the world becomes more polarized in the U.S. versus China, they're trying to kind of hedge, as was just mentioned, and try to maintain that relationship with China that's economic, but they're desperately keen on a stronger strategic military alliance with the West. And also, when it comes to critical minerals, they're interested also to be decoupled from China and to be much more in the Western supply chain, and also on AI. And so their gut instinct, the gut instinct of the ruler in Saudi Arabia, is to be sort of with America, but he wants America to treat him like Israel, like a strategic ally, and offer him protection and all the rest of it. And so that's how we have to deal with him and deal with these countries. And the hedging is part of the game. Some of it is is theater. It's not real. Like, for instance, the Saudis were invited to join the BRICS. They're not really interested in the BRICS. But they know that if they show an interest, the Americans will pay attention and will offer them something, right? But they're very much in the dollar universe, not in an alternative universe, because they can't buy much with the renminbi other than what they buy already from the Chinese, but there's a lot more they want to buy that they can't use that currency for.
Follow-up question for you, Bernard, on the security realm. This panel is titled Markets in Power. After all, how alarmed should the United States be about what China is doing militarily in the region, from arms sales to intelligence sharing to joint military exercises to other forms of security cooperation? Is there anything going on that we should be especially concerned about in the region?
Is it direct to you? Yeah, of course. I mean, look, when the Saudis wanted the Predator drone and it was blocked, at least in its military configuration, they turned to the Chinese. They're turning to also the Turks, but their preference is to buy from America. So they have this super opportunistic, pragmatic relationship with the Chinese, which is that they turn to them when they can't get the kit from us. And what we say to them, and I think this is correct, is that if you buy our kit, you can't have Chinese kit and you can't have Huawei. But then they come back and say, well, you don't have the equivalent of Huawei, so what are we to do? Because we're building out our economy and infrastructure and all that. So, we have to engage them in a way that I think makes it very clear that, all their eggs, or most of their eggs, have to be in our basket, not and you can keep a couple of eggs in the Chinese basket, but only so much.
Could I weigh
yes.
in just on a slightly different angle? I mean, we haven't mentioned Iran yet.
Yes.
And, China benefits enormously from this relationship with Iran. I mean, they get a lot of oil. They get about 1 million barrels a day, as far as I can tell, from Iran, maybe more, at a significant discount. They also get discounted oil from Russia and Venezuela, for that matter, in contravention of our sanctions. Amongst other things, that allows them to put some rocket fuel behind their manufacturing sector. And it's cheaper energy. And amongst other things, the Chinese have built up a fairly large petrochemical industry. And they're now one of the largest, if not the largest, exporter of products derived from, basic crude oil and some on gas. So refined oil products, they're an exporter of that. We have an opportunity, I think, to affect that, because with stronger enforcement of our sanctions, and my read of China is that they don't want to go totally in the direction of alienating the United States by avoiding the sanctions on oil, but other things that they avoid. For instance, giving weapons-related stuff to the Russians. so that we could have an impact on this by tightening up our sanctions on acquisition of Iranian oil and Russian oil, but also they're worried, the Chinese are desperately worried about us sanctioning their banks, which facilitate this trade. So we have an opportunity, I think, to be more influential than we are in this regard.
Mary, this next one is for you. Let's go from Iran across the Gulf to the GCC. No doubt you saw the White House put out a statement on the heels of the president's trip to the region. I assume most, if not all of you in this room are familiar with this, that there had been some $2 trillion in investment from the Saudis, the Emiratis, and the Qataris pledged to the United States. What do you make of that announcement, and how significant is it?
Well, we'll see if Boeing can actually deliver the airplanes that Qatar said that it was going to buy. I don't know about that. So, I mean, yeah, there are a lot of big numbers thrown around, but how much will eventually come to us is something that we'll have to see. I alluded earlier to lessons that we should have learned over the last 40 years of U.S. investment in China and vice versa. This isn't exactly the same situation. China is a regime that is an adversary. The Gulf states and Saudi are authoritarian regimes, but ones that share our strategic interests and want to cooperate with us, and that can be induced to reform and move in the direction of the West. Look at what's happened in, for instance, Saudi Arabia with women's rights. It's still nowhere near, I'm sure, what we would all like it to be, but it's at least moving in the right direction. The last time I was in Riyadh, I had a roundtable with young women who were working for large U.S. financial institutions, places like Morgan Stanley, et cetera. I felt like I was sitting in the middle of New York. It was absolutely incredible. So they're not entirely the same, but I think the president currently is adopting a very similar approach that we did to communist China, where he's saying, if we can only invest together, it'll be a win-win situation, and you all will do what we want and move in our direction if we can only do transactions and do deals. And I actually don't think that's true. I think there needs to be a larger strategic framework for how we approach these countries. And by the way, this closeness that we've seen and the investment capital that has come into places like the GCC was the result of the strong U.S. opposition to the designs of Iran during the first Trump administration. That's what facilitated this. That's why you see guys like Larry Fink and David Solomon and other Wall Street guys going over to Riyadh for the investment conference, because those countries got comfortable with the idea that they had a friend in the United States who understood the threat in the region, and that they would all benefit from doing business together. But it wasn't purely transactional. There was a strategic element there that we recognized the enemy in Tehran. Now the president is trying something very different. He's trying an Obama-like approach, not entirely. He does say that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, and we have seen a change of tone out of Steve Witkoff in terms of enrichment. But he's inching in that direction, and I think that that's a mistake. I think he should do what he did in the first term, clearly identify what our interests are in the region, then encourage the deals and the capital investment. And again, the interest is obviously there. I'll just give you one example why. Look at the gyrations on the U.S. stock market over the last couple of months. U.S. companies, and I serve on the board of 2 public New York Stock Exchange listed companies, they're looking for stable, long-term sources of capital, long-term holders, long-only holders. They don't want hedge fund money. Well, guess what? The Middle East is full of that kind of capital. I mean, essentially, it's an agglomeration of big family offices. That's what, PIF and QIA and KIA, that's what they all are. They're sources of long-term patient capital. So there's a nice fit there. But in order for this to be successful, we need to identify why we're there, what sort of investment we want to encourage, and what's really going to bring long-term stability and prosperity to the region. And that's recognizing that the enemy is Tehran, the friends are in Saudi and the Gulf, and we have a lot of tools that we can deploy to pull them into our orbit. Bernard, you're nodding. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, absolutely, I do. I mean, I just wanted to say a couple of things, one on Iran. So during the first Trump administration, and even during the Obama administration, Israel and the Gulf countries were on the same page when it came to, with respect to Iran. They just did not want a deal with the Iranians. They saw it as a really bad actor, and they still do, by the way. But the Saudis and the Gulf Arabs have changed their view on Iran in one respect, and this is that while the Israelis have crushed the Iranian-backed non-state actors across the northern sort of arc of the Middle East, in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and also Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Iranians in the Persian Gulf remain very powerful. And also because the distances are very short between Iran and the Arab side of the Gulf, the Iranians, in an existential conflict with the United States and Israel, essentially told the Gulf Arabs, we will destroy your oil fields, we will knock out buildings in Dubai, we will attack you, as a way of punishing the West and punishing the world and so on. This is kind of the doomsday scenario. And the Gulf Arabs essentially are terrified of this because they don't have the wherewithal to defend against a ballistic, cruise, and drone attack from Iran, especially swarms of them, which Iran still has, despite all that Israel has done to them. So this is where the Saudis are saying to the Trump administration, look, cut a deal with these guys because we don't want them to attack us. Whereas the Israelis are saying, no, this is the moment. They're the weakest ever. We should hit them hard right now. And so you see daylight emerging between the allies of the United States with respect to Iran. On the second point, which is the kind of more strategic vision of the United States with the Gulf Arabs, here I think kind of practical matters really are important. So on AI, for instance, I don't buy that all the promises of the money that's going to come from there is going to ever kind of show up here, frankly. I mean, certainly not from the Saudis, maybe from the UAE and from Qatar because and the Kuwaitis are flush. Saudis need all the money that they have to invest in their own country because they're building it out and diversifying their economy. But on AI, this is where the Saudis have said something very interesting. They've said, look, your American companies have almost no land. There's not a lot of regulation on AI in the United States, and there's a lot of expensive energy. We will give you free energy, we will give you land, and we'll give you no regulation, which means that you can compete with the Chinese because the Chinese have no regulation on AI. So use us to partner with us, use us as a kind of way of competing with the Chinese, especially on the issue of energy and regulation. And that's a kind of interesting pitch. And I think it's one that people in the Trump administration have heard. And that's why we see these deals now shaping up with data centers and being deployed in the Gulf. And let's see whether that actually ends up happening, because that is a strategic alliance. If you cut the Gulf off from the Chinese on AI and on tech and on communications, then you really have them as your allies in this super important and critical domain in the battle with China.
Of course, that's also happening in the northern part of Texas because they're building data centers right on top of the natural gas and pulling it up out of the ground. So I agree with Bernard. I think that this is it's an excellent idea, but there is a risk there that the Chinese do get the technology anyway, given the Chinese presence in the Gulf. But you know what? They're going to get it, whether it's their infiltration here within the United States or over in the Gulf. I think it's just a risk that we have to take.
Could I ask?
Yes.
Returning to energy, something that flummoxes me a bit about what's going on right now is the Saudis are complicit and very explicit about it in keeping the price of oil pretty low. And that has a number of effects. It actually hurts the United States, puts a lid on what's going on in Texas, I think, at least in terms of fracking. But it also hurts the Russians, and it hurts the Iranians, I think. They're both in cahoots with each other, in cahoots with China. China benefits from lower than Brent prices on its oil. So if the Saudis come in and say, and they made another announcement today or yesterday that, yeah, they're going to up production more. What is the geopolitics of that? Do they want to knock out the Permian Basin? Do they want to hurt the Russians and the Iranians more than that? And how does that affect the Chinese? I know it's a complicated question, but I can't figure it out.
I mean, isn't the solution for the United States to liberalize our energy market and again become the marginal price setter, Tom? I mean, isn't that, I mean, and that was, again, what we did in Trump 1, and that was what, you know, pulled the rug out under Putin, because as you said, we took away his source of capital.
It does contribute to lowering inflation in the United States.
Which we need.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can try to address your question. So I think that when it comes to oil, the Saudis make their decisions principally on economic, sort of determinants. And they definitely want to fight American shale and other producers around the world for market share. And they see that there's a decline in demand, partly because of the global economy, also because China is moving away from oil with all its EVs. I mean, the Chinese play on EVs is essentially to use coal to charge their transportation fleet and to use less oil from the Middle East. So the Saudis want to drive out more expensive oil, certainly, but they also want to please President Trump, because President Trump has been saying he wants lower oil, because, you know, for him, you know, he's still stuck in the 1970s with OPEC, you know, being a kind of evil actor, and lower prices is good domestically, not for the oil industry, but for the others. So I think the Saudis are playing that game. They have a buffer because they have about $400 billion of reserves, and they feel they can play this game for a couple of years and drive out more expensive oil, and then bring demand back, and then be the beneficiaries of that by ramping up production and selling most of their oil that way. I think that's the game.
This will likely be the last question from me before we turn to the audience for your questions. I'm going to address this to Mary, and perhaps you, Tom, and you, Bernard, would like to weigh in as well. Trade really has not come up yet, and it's obviously a priority for this administration. The United States has free trade agreements with Israel, Bahrain, and Morocco. Those three countries come to mind in the region. Mary, do you think the administration is going to make the Middle East a priority as it seeks to negotiate these trade agreements that it says it really wants to conclude with countries around the world? Where does the region fit in with its strategy as it negotiates?
The fact that the president's first trip abroad as a state visit was to the Middle East makes very clear that this is a priority for the administration, not to mention, as we've just discussed, all the announcements that he made. But you know, you don't need U.S. trade deals to bring U.S. investment and capital over there. As I've just explained, there is an enormous interest from the financial community, whether it's, you know, U.S. banks or investment funds or U.S. corporates for going over there, not just because they feel that they can bring Middle East capital into their operations here, but because also places like Saudi Arabia are becoming a lot savvier about saying, well, you want our money, then you have to open up a branch here in Saudi. You know, you go build your manufacturing facility here, and then maybe PIF will consider giving you money. And I think we're only going to see more of that. It's kind of like the Walmart technique, right? You want to sell your goods at Walmart? Well, you have to come to Northwest Arkansas and set up a shop here. It's a very similar idea. So the answer is it a strategic priority to do more trade? Yes, it is. Do we need U.S. trade agreements to induce U.S. investors to go there? No, they're already there in force. And you know, as I said earlier, I think that needs to be accompanied with a larger strategy for the region, which we don't seem to have yet.
Yeah, I think
Tom?
I think the play with the Middle East is more attracting investment than it is opening up markets. The consumer markets are just not that big. I mean, we could compete more with China on their BRI stuff, building ports, building transportation networks, infrastructure in general in the region, and that may be a play as well. But I think the larger question on trade policy is, it came up several times in the first panel, is assuring that American policy has some consistency and persistence in the long run, including working more closely with allies and assuring allies. And this affects your world much more than it does the trade world, which is you got to have the certainty and confidence in the future policy to commit money, more than 30 days. So all these investments are going to require a different approach, I think, to trade policy, which is, the blunderbuss approach that the president has taken out of the box here in the first 6 months of his presidency, towards a more nuanced view of working more closely with our friends and working to assure the business community that, we're in it for the long run.
Bernard, do you want to come in? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Gulf states, what bothers them most about the United States is the kind of erratic volatility with different administrations as to what the priorities are. And this is both with Republican as well as with Democrat administrations. So whether it's the war on Iraq, which they were against, the invasion that is in 2003, or the opening to the Muslim Brotherhood with Obama, and then to Iran, that bothered them. Then they were bothered by even President Trump in his first term, when they were attacked by Iran and the president didn't respond immediately. So a country like Saudi Arabia seems to want 5 things from the U.S. It wants a free trade agreement, yes, but that's more symbolic because there are no tariffs on oil. They want a mutual defense treaty that is ratified by the Senate, so kind of a South Korea, Japan type scenario. They want an AI agreement. They want a more streamlined and faster way of buying weapons from us that doesn't get constantly blocked and hindered by Congress. And lastly, but not least important, is a nuclear agreement for civilian nuclear power, including enrichment, because they're convinced that they have lots of uranium and they want to mine it and export it.
Thank you. Let's turn to the audience for some questions now. Gentleman in the red tie in the back.
I have a question, actually. To Barney, with regard to the full fuel cycle, the latter point that you made, with regard to the entire fuel cycle of the nuclear program that Saudi wants, naturally, there was always the equation of if the Saudis get it or don't get it, they ask, okay, but the Iranians got it under the JCPOA with the 3.67%, and why don't we get it? Now, basically, the Trump administration wants to revoke the whole aspect of the Iranian fuel cycle. How does that play in? And do the Saudis right now, in the current discussions, I understood that there was a certain understanding that a full fuel cycle won't be part of the discussion?
So my understanding is that what the Saudis, certainly if the Iranians are enriching, they want to be able to enrich. But the Saudis are willing to sign on to what is called the 123 or 123 agreement with the United States, which would allow enrichment, but under under international sort of monitoring and supervision of the IAEA. What the Saudis refuse to do is what the UAE agreed to when they developed their civilian nuclear power, which is to not only adopt the 123 agreement, but also to adopt what is called the golden rule, or which is that they will never enrich, and they will always buy their product and then export it. after it's been used. So that's the main difference between the Saudis and the UAE. They're willing to have a very intrusive monitoring system, but they do want to enrich.
Gentleman in the front over here.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Robert Bloom. I'm an economist. I want to propose two interpretations. One, that China has sort of locked itself into a sort of exporting habit. At the same time, it's locked itself into another importing habit. The exporting habit is this, BRI. So BRI was a response to the great financial crisis. China decided it's going to export its way. We're not going to reform our economy. We're going to export our way out of the problem. Unlike Japan, when Japan had to, with the United States, Japan did export substitution. They manufactured abroad. Very difficult for Chinese to do that because they have no special management expertise like the Chinese, like the Japanese had, which they had adopted just in time and so on from the United States. So that was export substitution instead of reform, economic reform as a way, export its way out of problem. What was it exporting? Construction. And it was also paying for it, namely by the loans, which provided the cash to those countries to pay for the exports. So this is what BRI is basically. It's just a classic export solution to an economic issue, a challenge of the BRI. We have the same problem today. China has elected, because it forewent reform all along, it's a state production-oriented economy, because it's easier for the state to control production production than it is to control consumption. You can't force people to consume, except maybe through tax policy, things like that. But still, people with income are free to spend it however they want. But it's easy when you own the production, you can commandeer it. So you direct it, you have overcapacity. What do? You export it. And there's still the challenge of Chinese top-down management, their whole management approach to the ability to implant that in countries is a non-starter. That's the first thing. It's locked into an export habit. Now the import habit comes with oil. And it begins with the Asian financial crisis. In '96, this is when relations with Japan deteriorated because China used to export oil to Japan. It was a great customer until '96. And now they started, both as net importers, they started competing for oil. You had the Asia financial crisis. China's policy was to subsidize production inputs. In particular, a big one is energy. So China's growth and the super growth, it went on the international, in the oil market. It became, by the time of the great financial crisis, it was responsible for half of all new oil purchases in the global market, which is a one-price market. So it was setting the price, which caused the inflation fear, which caused the, first of all, oil price went up to $150. It caused the inflation fear that triggered Bernanke's high interest rates, that triggered the mortgage crisis, which caused the GFC. It was a failure of socialism, not a failure of capitalism. What happened after that? No change.
Subsidize. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just finishing.
Sorry.
They missed the shale revolution. That's the one economic achievement under Obama, but not his response. China refused to develop its shale. The International Energy Agency said China has 50% more shale resources than the United States. I was over there. I was advising their energy industry to adopt this, and they refused. They decided when she came in, we're going to remain a net oil importer. We're going to get great deals from Russia and so on. So it by its own decision, decided to lock itself in the role of a net oil importer. So these are two problems of its own making. And just put these ideas out for your own comment. Thank you.
Should I
Please.
take a first stab? I think they are locked into a export-led model. I mean, part of it is, they tried with investing in infrastructure and capital investment, but their returns on investment, because of the sort of top-down Communist Party-led model, their returns on capital investment are very low, and they overproduced infrastructure. They can't be a consumer economy because Xi doesn't believe in anything approaching social welfare. He thinks that creates lazy people. He doesn't want to empower the private sector because that might undermine political control of the CCP. In terms of shale, I don't think they have the technology. I think they tried. They put money into it, but it failed, right, out in the Xinjiang area.
They were joint ventures, particularly Chevron, and China decided, no, we don't want to do it, develop it with the United States.
Well, they don't have the indigenous technology.
Russia, this was Xi's decision. We prefer Russia as a partner, not the United States.
Russia doesn't have that technology either.
Well, no,
And they can't.
No, not to develop shale. Putin was that's conventional oil. He hates shale, and so they just saw Russia as a resource to import from, and cheaply.
Well, it's cheap now.
Mary Bernard, anything to add on this?
No, I'm.
Gentleman in the blue blazer.
Thank you. I wanted to bring together something that was said in the previous panel with what you've said, and that's about the Middle East as a potential source of dollars for China. So what this town often talks to Europeans about is, in the event of a Taiwan contingency, we know we can't rely on you for sort of security assistance, but we really need you to match us in terms of economic and financial sanctions. And in the previous panel, it was sort of intimated that China's building of alliances in the Gulf states might create, for them, a source of dollars in the event that they're cut off from the source here. How do you think this administration is thinking about approaching allies in the Middle East, about mirroring and matching economic and financial sanctions? So where do these Gulf states sit in that contingency scenario?
Go ahead.
Well, thanks for that question, because China does have many reasons to be in the Middle East, be it source of energy, but as you say, also capital, and as the first panel said, as a way to disrupt in the United States military and to distract us and to put our resources there instead of Asia Pacific. But on the point of capital, China periodically needs to be bailed out. Because it has a system that simply doesn't work. It misallocates capital, and that's a feature, not a bug of a top-down system. And typically, it's been the United States that has come to bail out Beijing. Now they're realizing that President Trump may be willing to do that, right? He's a transactional guy. He got wrapped up in 3 years of negotiations, and Trump won to sign a Phase 1 trade deal, which China then ripped up and ignored. And they're going to try to do that again. But meanwhile, they also see these huge pools of capital in the GCC and Saudi and say, well, why not us, right? We need to be bailed out. Europe can provide some of that capital, but the Gulf certainly can as well. And so certainly that's, I would say, strategically very smart on their part. Bernard, you're
yeah. I mean, I think that I'm just looking at it from the Gulf perspective. So, Chinese markets, they have capital controls. Their markets are not deep. They're not liquid. Right. There's nothing there other than petrochemical plants and joint ventures on maybe some video gaming and so on. But there's nothing there to invest in for the Gulf in China, frankly. And also they're worried that if they invest, can they get the money back? And and in America, that's never a question.
But they can certainly buy military hardware, and they have some interest there. They may not be buying tennis shoes and.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with the military is that yes, they can buy discrete individual systems, but effectively, to switch a Saudi or UAE military from American to Chinese, that's a generational thing, and we can't do it overnight. The training, everything is just impossible to, it's not, you can't swap systems out. And you can see it even with Turkey. I mean, Turks bought the S400, they're still in boxes, right?
Time for one, maybe two more questions. The gentleman over there at the same table in the blue. Would you mind repeating that, sir, with the microphone? Thank you.
Can you say anything about the movement to renewable energy in the contest between the US? You mentioned the oil, but there is another ballpark being built just near it.
Well, I'll
Go ahead,
start.
Tom, yeah.
China has, as part of its normal playbook, taken over the production of green technologies. And you can see the playbook at work even today by the tentative efforts that we've made to produce the materials that are necessary for producing green technology, namely rare earths and some of the battery materials. China's systematically knocking the price down on those materials so that it's impossible for us, unless we subsidize heavily, to enter those markets in a meaningful way. The other side of that is we know that they're subsidizing the production of everything from solar panels and EVs of one sort or another. And we in the United States are systematically keeping Chinese products out. Europeans are starting to wake up because they're so dependent on their own auto industry that they can't afford not to keep the Chinese out. So the question then becomes, can the Chinese get the stuff in through Southeast Asia or Mexico? And we, the United States at least, is more and more attuned to how that works, and will cut that off as well. There's stories today even about these mammoth anti-dumping duties on stuff going into solar panels and batteries for Southeast Asian producers or assemblers, let's put it more precisely.
Time for one more question, very quickly. You, sir, in the front, green bow tie.
Thanks very much. I wanted to pick up on something that Bernard raised a minute ago about the kind of the possible orientations for the Gulf states. And I think as you broke it down, roughly the only interest in Chinese partnership is mercantile, commercial, whereas not only the military infrastructure, but even culture pushes towards the West.
And finance.
And finance, yes. On the culture point, though, I'm less sure. I mean, it seems to me that not only is there a kind of contempt often in the rhetoric of the Arab states for the perceived decadence of the West, its libertine social structure, et cetera, but also there is at least propagandistically, there's an effort to promote a kind of Arab high culture, right, with horse racing, with music, and certainly with religious policy. It tends to be friendly to Salafism around the world. Isn't there a sense in which the Arab world would like to be a third pole that's neither China-oriented nor Western-oriented, but would like to have its own cultural profile around the world?
I mean, I think if you speak to Islamists or if you speak to someone like President Erdogan, so more broader than Arab, so there's a kind of an Islamic alternative to China and to the West, you would get that. But if you were to speak to MBS, you don't get that at all. First of all, he's completely crushed the Islamists. Most of them are either in prison or silenced or in exile. He has reformed the school curricula. there's zero subsidy to mosque building or madrasa or promoting Salafism. That's over. That was ended roughly in 2015, 2016. Mainly for domestic reasons, because they were a threat to his rule. And it was just bad, a bad brand to be exporting. It's bad for business, bad for tourism, bad for everything. So they're out of that business. And frankly, if you look at where they've spent their money, I mean, Arab high culture, yeah, I mean, there's some camel pageants and horse stuff and so on, but it's mostly boxing, soccer, football, bringing American rappers there like 50 Cent and others. I mean, you go to what's called the Middle Beast, which is like this huge rave, 700,000 people over 3-4 days in Riyadh. You're in what's it called? The Dead Man, or whatever it's called.
Burning Man.
Burning Man. Yeah, it's like Burning Man.
Have you been?
I've been.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. I mean, it's that's where the money is going. I mean, there's no, and so it's really oriented to, you think you're in a Berlin kind of rave, warehouse, or it's just that kind of scene. And so yeah, slightly. I think it's true what you said before 2015. Certainly no longer true.
On that subject of levity, we will conclude. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Well, hello again. I would like, first of all, to thank our panelists this morning. I hope you enjoyed the conversation, and I would like to invite you to continue the conversation over lunch as we wait for Senator Ted Cruz to come. Thank you. Can you hear me well? Okay, great. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch and had wonderful conversations about the United States, China, the Middle East, and everything in between. And ladies and gentlemen, it is really with great respect and appreciation that we welcome today's keynote speaker, a statesman whose voice has been instrumental in shaping American foreign policy at a time of growing uncertainty, Senator Ted Cruz. As a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Ted Cruz has distinguished himself as a tireless defender of American interests and values on the world stage. He has constantly warned against the perils of appeasing adversarial regimes, spoken out boldly against Iran, its proxy networks, and led the charge in opposing the Nord Stream pipeline, understanding well the strategic consequences of energy dependence and authoritarian leverage. He is a man who fights for the truth and against delusions. In his current role as a chairman of the Subcommittee on Africa and Global Health, Senator Cruz continues to advance a clear and forceful vision of U.S. leadership. His work reflects a deep commitment to sovereignty, freedom, and the importance of confronting malign actors, including the rise in influence of the Chinese Communist Party across critical regions. We are honored by his presence today and grateful for his contributions to this urgent dialogue. Please join me in warmly welcoming the Honorable Senator Ted Cruz.
Good afternoon. We live in dangerous and often heartbreakingly tragic times. Last night's act of depraved terrorism took 2 young, beautiful souls from us, Sarah and Yaron. I know they were friends and colleagues of many in this room today. Yaron was one of the Israeli embassy's Middle East experts, and he might well have been here with us today. Sarah devoted her life to peace building. They were murdered by a deranged, anti-Semitic lunatic who was made more deranged by the flood of anti-Semitic incitement sweeping across the world. Day by day, and indeed minute by minute, the most outrageous lies about Israel and Jews are manufactured and amplified by a global echo chamber spanning international organizations, social media, college campuses, the media, and increasingly world leaders and far too many American lawmakers. The result is, predictably and infuriatingly, more violence. The murderer last night said, "Free, free Palestine," after shooting them both. I will tell you, those words for the better part of a year I heard every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. as I had pro-Hamas protesters in my front yard, chanting them, ringing bells, screaming curse words, waking up the children in the neighborhood. They would arrive promptly at 7 a.m. on Saturday, and they would leave promptly at 8 a.m. on Saturday. For much of last year, until one day they stopped. It was clear it was not organic. It was clear it was paid for. This was a job. They were punching in on a clock at 7. They were punching out at 8. And then one day, whoever was paying for it decided to stop paying for it. But they spread the hate and lies. And that's dangerous. For us, It's incumbent to mourn, but then to act. We should counter lies and incitement with clarity. Unapologetic, rigorous, righteous clarity. Anti-Israel lies are lies. Anti-Semitic hate is hate. And there is a virtue in clarity. In national security analysis and practice, of course, clarity is essential. Many of you have heard me talk about being on the south lawn of the White House for the signing of the Abraham Accords 5 years ago. That week, the ambassadors of both the UAE and Bahrain said the exact same thing to me. They said, we now understand that America stands unequivocally with Israel. We want to be friends with America. Therefore, we will be friends with Israel. That is the virtue of clarity. And I will say our enemies have no problem with clarity. Xi Jinping talks about, quote, world socialism, and declares that, quote, realizing communism has been the party's supreme ideal and ultimate objective because the Chinese Communist Party intends to displace the American global order and replace it with Chinese communism. They are building a military capable of global power projection and creating regional economic blocs, excluding the United States, because they intend to project power globally at the expense of core American national security interests. The Ayatollah chants death to America and death to Israel because the Ayatollah intends to do everything he can to wipe out Israel and murder Americans. Iran is enriching uranium that can be used for nuclear bombs because they intend to build nuclear bombs. They are developing missiles capable of detonating nuclear warheads above American cities because I believe if they are able, they intend to detonate nuclear warheads above American cities. And I'll add that when Vladimir Putin declares that he intends to reconstruct the Soviet empire, he means that too. You know, the political left loves to quote a line by the author Maya Angelou. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Apparently, that principle applies to everyone except America's enemies, who declare over and over again their intention to destroy us, to destroy our allies, and to murder as many of us as they can. If history teaches anything, it is that if somebody tells you they want to kill you, believe them. There is no doubt that China represents the most significant long-term strategic geopolitical threat to the United States. They are waging a 1,000-year war. There is also no doubt that the prospect of an Iranian regime acquiring nuclear weapons represents the most acute, immediate threat to America and our allies. And there is no doubt that over the last half-decade, they have coalesced into a very explicit alliance between Iran and China, along with Russia and North Korea, to help them achieve their goals. I believe that fundamentally, China is a global threat that must be confronted globally, region by region. There are those who refuse to acknowledge the threat that China poses. When I first came to Washington, to the Senate 13 years ago, I said then China is the greatest geopolitical threat facing America for the next 100 years. At the time, that was a very lonely view. Every Democrat disagreed. And most Republicans disagreed. They looked at China and they saw nothing but dollar signs as far as the eye could see. I will say, particularly in the wake of COVID, many people's eyes have been opened up as to the threat that China poses, as to the lies they carry out, as to the murder, torture, genocide they carry out. There are those who acknowledge that China is a threat, but say we must narrow our focus to the regional threat it poses in East Asia. I find that argument completely unpersuasive. One reason I find it unpersuasive is because of exactly what we're here to talk about, China's role in the Middle East. And within that region, I'll talk about one example, the China-Iran alliance, and how that alliance enables both countries' malign activities. Then we'll go to questions. The last time I was here at the Hudson Institute, in May of 2023, I talked about the Iran-Russia nexus in the war in Ukraine. At the time, Biden officials were running our foreign policy, and we were just over a year into the war in Ukraine. And I talked about how the Biden administration was funding both sides of the war simultaneously. We were spending billions of dollars to arm Ukraine, and we were allowing what would amount to a $140 billion inflow to Iran, which in turn was spent, among other things, on military infrastructure and drones and IRGC advisors sent to Russia to fight against Ukraine. And the Biden administration happily wrote checks on both sides. That money was also used to finance Hamas and the October 7th terror attack against our Israeli allies. That attack was the worst one-day massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. It triggered an ongoing war and included Hamas murdering and kidnapping over 1,200 people, including dozens of Americans. During the Biden administration, the CCP was by far and away the primary purchaser of oil from Iran. Iran and China signed a 25-year strategic partnership plan with a commitment from China to invest $400 billion in projects in Iran over that period. 4 out of every 5 barrels of oil that Iran exports go to China. Enabled by a ghost fleet that was roughly 70 ships at the beginning of the Biden administration and that grew to over 400 ships by the end of the Biden administration. The oil, metaphorically and literally, fueled China's economic and military buildup over the last 4 years. When I used to ask Biden officials why they were allowing that trade to continue, the answer they would give repeatedly in hearing after hearing was essentially, there's nothing we can do about it. Compare these debacles to the policies and successes under the first Trump administration. Under President Trump, as I said earlier, we had the Abraham Accords. American allies came together under American sponsorship and American leadership. The Biden administration, in contrast, alienated our allies and emboldened our enemies with predictable results. Our allies were pushed towards our enemies under Chinese sponsorship. In 2023, Iranian and Saudi security officials met in Beijing and signed a deal to restore full-fledged diplomatic ties and reactive security cooperation. Biden officials responded to the announcement of the deal by saying, "We welcome the development, regardless of what the interest was or who sat down at the table." They said it would lead to an end to the war in Yemen or Houthi attacks. I suppose I'm a little less sanguine about it than they are. I find deepening alliances between hostile global and regional enemies of America to be a very unwelcome development in the world. It's worth noting that in October 2023, the Houthis started firing missiles and drones at commercial ships in the Red Sea. Iran continued providing direct support, munitions, and missiles, and also sent spy ships to the Red Sea to assist. It's also worth noting that China, despite having a military base in Djibouti, did nothing other than engage the Houthis to protect their own vessels. Again, the China-Iran dynamic is just one example, just in the Middle East, of the global threat posed by the CCP and why it has to be countered globally, region by region. There are plenty of others that I'm sure we'll get into. And I want to thank all of you for being here, Hudson for hosting, John Walters for all he's doing here, and Zeneb for putting on this event. And with that, let's move to questions.
Well, Senator, thank you very much for your time and also for your strategic clarity at this time. But before we start, I would like to personally thank you for your kind words about Yaron. I don't know if you know this, but whenever I talk to Yaron, he told me that it's really thanks to you that he met his fiancée because they met at an event where you were speaking, and it was. They were big fans of yours, and it was. I wanted to tell you that.
Yes, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. So just to following up on your keynote, but also on some of the key remarks you've made about the Iran-China axis. You've also always been clear that the Chinese Communist Party is really a serious long-term. How do you assess right now the current state of U.S.-China rivalry in the Middle East, but also in Africa?
Yep. Well, look, Africa is a major contested region. You go to Africa, and right now there's a running joke that the national bird of most countries in Africa is the crane, because you have Chinese cranes everywhere. They are investing billions of dollars. Their Belt and Road Initiative is systematically designed to buy allies, to corrupt them, and to drive them away from the United States. And they are engaged in every single region of the world. They are fighting a global battle. And they're clear-eyed about it. I will say during the last 4 years, the Biden administration could not bring itself to stand up to China or anybody else. We saw 4 years of weakness and appeasement from the president. And if history teaches anything, appeasement doesn't work. I mean, there's a reason nobody here went to study at the Neville Chamberlain School of Foreign Affairs, because history demonstrated it's an abject failure. I'm glad now, very glad, President Trump is back in the White House, because we once again have a commander-in-chief that our enemies are afraid of. That is really good and healthy. When you have bad guys that want to do bad things to you, it is far better to engage in deterrence rather than having a president they didn't fear and didn't respect. You think about it, 4 years ago, Joe Biden inherited a world with peace across the globe, with the Abraham Accords just having been signed, peace flowering in the Middle East, and every single region of the world he managed to screw up. That's hard to do. I guess Antarctica didn't get markedly worse, but pretty much the rest of it did.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, you mentioned also the military base in Djibouti, and many people said, oh, it's not a big deal. There are so many other countries there. But in fact, now China has a military base in the Red Sea, very close to Saudi Arabia and other things. And how do you see this, Beijing's motives in the Middle East?
Look, their motives are very directed towards us. She wants to topple America and displace America. And I don't know that there is a country on earth that China is not pressing back on us and trying to achieve dominance over us. And far too often we're not engaging, and we're not engaging with the tools and weapons we have. One massive weapon we have is energy. America is the energy superpower on planet Earth. We're the #1 producer of oil in the world and the #1 producer of natural gas. That it is an incredibly potent tool to both benefit our allies and to use against our enemies. And look, the president just finished his tour of the Middle East. I was very gratified to see countries in the Middle East want to be friends of America. By the way, I'm going to make a prediction. The Abraham Accords will be expanded in the next 4 years. And I think they will be significantly expanded, including, most notably, I believe the Saudis will join.
It seems that all indicators are going that way, especially because Beijing invested recently massively when it comes to tech infrastructure, AI, etc. They see the Middle East as an attractive market. And it seems that the United States, through Trump, is pushing for that as well. Are there other signs that you think are making the United States posture better?
Look, I think it comes down to, #1, having a president and an administration that is willing to stand with our friends and stand up to our enemies. You look at across the globe, Israel. We've never seen a U.S. administration that is more anti-Israel, that actively undermines Israel remotely to the extent that the Biden administration did. All right, let's take Iran. Let's go back to the first Trump administration. In the first Trump administration, the two most significant foreign policy decisions were #1, moving our embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, and #2, pulling out of the disastrous Obama-Iran nuclear deal. Both of those were battles within the first Trump administration. Both of those decisions, state and defense opposed. Rex Tillerson and Jim Mattis argued vociferously, do not move the embassy to Jerusalem because the enemies of America will be angry. And I went to the White House dozens of times making the case that we should move the embassy, that clarity is valuable. And the president agreed with me, and he overruled his own Secretary of State and his own Secretary of Defense. Same thing on the Obama-Iran nuclear deal. State and defense argued do not pull out of it. I probably went 24 times on that issue. And the president, again, made the right decision and pulled out of it. And here was the effect. So after he pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, there were a series of, this is a pretty wonky and weedy group, and I say that with admiration because I admire policy wonks who actually know how to get things done. But when we pulled out of the Iran deal, we were not done then. There were a total of 7 civilian nuclear waivers that remained in place for so-called civilian nuclear research, including allowing the Iranians to do civilian nuclear research at Fordo, a facility built into the base of a mountain with Russia. Now, I don't believe Iran should have anything, any centrifuges. We should insist on complete dismantlement, and I don't think they should have civilian nuclear power. They're sitting on a sea of oil. They're not short on power. The Ayatollah ain't worried about climate change. They want nukes for one reason, to kill us. And so as far as I'm concerned, I don't want them to have anything that glows in the dark. The civilian nuclear waivers, there was a second battle that we engaged in, and the Trump administration ultimately revoked those waivers. And then the most consequential was the oil waiver. So even when we pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, there was an oil waiver in place that allowed Iran to sell. At the time, they were selling roughly 1 million barrels a day. There was again a fight within the Trump administration about whether to end the oil waivers. This time the lines were a little bit different. State argued, do not end the oil waiver. They argued that it would drive up the global price of oil, which would drive up the price of gasoline here at home. The Department of Energy, which you would think would know something about energy, said that's ridiculous. There's plenty of global supply of oil. We can cut it off without materially impacting the price of gasoline. I engaged in that one vigorously. Again, the president agreed with me. He ended the oil waiver. And we now know as a factual matter who was right and who was wrong. Energy was right and state was wrong. When the oil waiver ended, Iran's oil sales plummeted. They dropped from 1 million barrels a day to 300,000 barrels a day. And the global price of oil didn't move at all. It had no impact at the gas pump. That's what Biden inherited. When Biden came in, Iran was selling 300,000 barrels a day of oil. Their economy was in free fall. The regime was teetering. I think we had a real opportunity to see the Ayatollah and the mullahs fall. And what did Joe Biden and the Democrats do? They immediately stopped enforcing the oil sanctions. And Iran's oil sales, they had been at 1 million barrels a day. They fell to 300,000. Under Joe Biden, they rose to 2 million barrels a day. That was over $100 billion that went straight to the Ayatollah. Now, what did Iran do with that? Well, among other things, Iran provides over 90% of the money to Hamas and over 90% of the money to Hezbollah. So in a very real sense, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and every single Senate Democrat that voted with them for 4 years paid for the death squads on October 7th. Because when you send $100 billion to a theocratic lunatic who screams death to America and death to Israel, and he spends that money to pay terrorists to murder Americans and murder Israelis, then you have responsibility for the money you sent to the lunatics who are acting on what they say they're acting on.
Definitely, and there's you always.
Sorry, I went on a bit of a rant.
No, it's it's great to have this conversation because, as you know, there is this. I mean, you're talking about strategic clarity. Many people think that China is in the Middle East just out of coincidence. That it's about geography. That they're not interested in displacing U.S. allies. But as a matter of fact, they are. You've talked about the United States siding with its allies, but do you see other measures that the United States can take in that regard?
Yes, and I think the most important, look, I'm the chairman of the Africa Subcommittee on Senate Foreign Relations. I spend a lot of time right now, that's new in this Congress, but I've been meeting with numerous leaders from Africa. Every country on earth looks at the marvel of the U.S. economy, and they want to do business with us. America has a unique leadership role in the world. We have energy. Almost every country on earth would rather our energy than our enemy's energy. But under Joe Biden, they did everything they could to stifle U.S. energy production. You look at Africa that has vast critical minerals. They want to develop those critical minerals. But under Biden, we didn't lean forward and lead on that. I think the key, and when I talk to countries around the world, look, China offers free money. Belt and Road can be very enticing because they shovel billions at you. And it's a little bit like a drug dealer who goes to a junior high school and says, here, try a free sample. Being friends with China does not work out well for anyone. When they come into a country and say, we'll build your infrastructure, they, number one, don't employ workers from that country. They bring in Chinese workers. They build shit. And often they trap the companies in a debt trap because they want to exercise control. And look, they're doing it in Africa. They're doing it in the Middle East. They're certainly doing it in Asia. They're doing it in South America and Central America. They're doing it the Panama Canal. You cannot find a region of the world. They're doing it in Europe. They're doing it in the Arctic. For all I know, they're teaching penguins in Antarctica to speak Mandarin. I don't know about that, but they might. And they're doing it systematically. They're waging a long-term battle. Now, what do we do in response to that? I think we need a systematic approach to defeat the Chinese in this battle, modeled after the approach that won the Cold War against the Soviet Union. A number of y'all have been to my office, some many times. The dominant feature in my office is a gigantic painting. It's about 20 feet wide. And it is a painting of Ronald Reagan standing in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And above are the words, "Tear down this wall," in German, in the style of the graffiti on that wall. I think those are the most important words any leader has uttered in modern times. I think American leadership, we need to be a more attractive friend to countries around the world, and we need to be a more formidable enemy to countries around the world. And we are in a global contest, much like in the Cold War, the Soviet Union was doing the same damn thing. I mean, China is not inventing a new playbook, but they are using, unlike the Soviet Union, China has a much larger economic engine behind it. That makes it more dangerous, and so we need to combat the propaganda. We need to combat the espionage. We need to combat the theft of intellectual property. We need to combat the human rights abuses. And understand, just like the Soviet Union, look, no one in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. Two largest nuclear powers on Earth firing missiles at each other is really bad for the existence of Homo sapiens. Nobody wanted that. Nobody wants a shooting war between America and China because both countries have enough of an arsenal to exterminate all human life. But what we saw in the Soviet Union is you can press using all sorts of tools short of an actual shooting war, and that's what we need to be doing with China.
Absolutely. And regarding the information warfare and also all the deceptive strategies, I guess you've also seen what thanks to the Russians, the Chinese, but also the Iranians have done in Niger, where the United States had to leave a military base. How do you explain this almost a complicity of being a victim of this Chinese deception all the time? How do you explain that? It's kind of intriguing.
Well, I do think that there are politicians in Washington, primarily Democrats, who fall into the category of useful idiots. There was a fabulous poster during the Reagan administration that had quotes from the useful idiots of that era, who said over and over again, the Soviet Union is unbeatable, we cannot defeat it, we must accept. Jimmy Carter said we must accept malaise, put a sweater on. All of the enlightened foreign policy view in this town in the Cold War is that we should embrace détente, which I think was French for surrender. And Ronald Reagan, look, Reagan came in with clarity. Reagan stood up and said the Soviet Union is an evil empire. And the Washington cognoscenti were horrified at who could say such a thing. He said Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. The Harvard faculty was very confused. They asked, what's your goal in the Cold War? He said, very simple, we win, they lose. That's not nearly nuanced enough. That clarity is powerful. We need that clarity, and we need that same force of vision.
Exactly. And one last question, really, about you've mentioned how the Abraham Accords are going to expand, that there's going to be an Israel-Saudi normalization probably very soon, because as we see, the framework is being set for that, and the foundations are. Are there any other predictions you would like to make on this in this regard, or any last remarks?
As I mentioned, the most acute danger we have right now is a nuclear Iran. And just last week, I led a letter in the Senate with 52 Republican senators that made explicit that we agree strongly with President Trump's repeated red line that the only potential agreement with Iran can be complete and total dismantlement of every single centrifuge. As President Trump put it, they can dismantle them kindly or not so kindly. I think the president is absolutely right. I don't think every person in the administration agrees with that position. I think there are people in the administration who are more than happy to allow Iran to continue with centrifuges and even worse. And so I think there was value in having a completely united front in the Senate to say, we stand with President Trump. It's worth noting, and you all know this, but Donald Trump is not an isolationist. If you look at his policy in the first term, when he came into office, ISIS had a caliphate roughly the size of the state of Indiana. And he utterly and completely decimated and destroyed it. He took out General Soleimani. He took out Baghdadi. And in the second term, he's been bombing the crap out of the Houthis. Those are not the actions of an isolationist. Now, he is also not eager to get America into unnecessary wars. I agree with that as well. It is worth noting in 8 years in the White House, the biggest country Ronald Reagan ever invaded was Grenada. I believe in peace through strength. If you're strong enough, your enemies don't want to mess with you. I don't think the Ukraine war happens if Trump had still been in the White House. I don't think October 7th happens if Trump had still been in the White House. This is one thing the left doesn't understand. Appeasement and weakness is provocative. It causes war. It causes the bad guys to be emboldened. I want the bad guys to be scared as hell about what the U.S. president will do because it causes them, they will not behave well out of kindness in their heart. They will only behave well if they fear the consequences on the other side, and that's the best way to avoid war. And so, look, I think Hudson does a great job of focusing on these issues, and I thank everyone here for getting in the weeds on these issues because they matter and they're intense. It is intensely dangerous right now, but I feel a level of optimism that is worlds away from where we were just a few months ago.
Wonderful. If you don't mind, Senator, we'll take one or two questions. Yes, Asma. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Senator, always a pleasure hearing you speak. Hazem Al-Gabra, former State Department, currently with the Jerusalem Center for Foreign Affairs. I used to work assistance, and I loved what you said about the cranes in Africa. I never thought we spent less than the Chinese. They spent infinitely smarter than us. I would love to know what yourself and your colleagues at the Senate are doing to support the new assistance strategy by President Trump, the safer, stronger, more prosperous. Yeah.
Look, I think there is a role for foreign aid if it benefits America. I have long described my foreign policy as being typically the two poles in foreign policy are interventionists and isolationists. I disagree with both. I consider myself a third point on the triangle. I am a non-interventionist hawk. I think that also reflects where President Trump is, and I also think it was Reagan's peace through strength. I think those are all the same principle of be strong enough that you don't need to go to war. But it also means that the touchstone for all foreign policy should be the vital national security interest of the United States. So foreign aid plays a role if it's benefiting America. And I think if you look at USAID, it became a political piggyback bank for the radical left to advance their ideology, but was doing nothing to benefit America. When you're spending millions of dollars on sex change operations in Guatemala, you've plainly lost sight of what's supposed to be the objective. And so I think we ought to focus on real material benefits to America. Does it make it safer? Does it make us stronger? Does it make us more prosperous? And I think the process of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse is healthy to then focus the resources on areas where it really matters.
Maybe another question? Sorry, we'll wait for the mic.
From Israel's Institute for National Security Studies and the Washington Institute, could you focus on what's your main concerns of China in the Middle East and what are your main expectations from your allies in the Middle East?
Look, I think China in the Middle East is trying to do what it is trying to do in every other region of the world, which is exercise power and do so in a way that harms America and displaces American roles and makes countries dependent on it. China seeks, I believe, global domination. They are not seeking to be friends with countries. They are seeking to dominate countries. And so to allies and even to countries that are somewhere in between, I think China is a very bad friend to have, and America should be a very good friend to have. They actively they're doing everything they can to displace America and to ensure continued dominance. I don't think it's in Europe's interest for China to be dominant. You look at something like Huawei. Huawei, they come in and say, hey, we'll give you really cheap telecom equipment. Isn't that great? Just one little detail, we're going to spy like crazy on it. Huawei is not a telecom company. Huawei is a spy agency. We had the first Trump administration, the United Kingdom was contemplating using Huawei telecom equipment. The UK is part of the Five Eyes network where we share our most sensitive secrets. And something I said at the time, I was actually interviewing Nigel Farage on my podcast. I do a podcast called Verdict with Ted Cruz 3 days a week. And Nigel was on and we were talking about it. And what I said is, I said, you know what? 4 eyes are better than 6 eyes. I said, I love the Brits. In fact, I've joked that our home is a mixed marriage because Heidi's a Francophile and I'm an Anglophile. So it works. But I said, I love the Brits, but if the Brits are going to put in telecom equipment that lets China see everything we send them, we're not going to be able to send them things because I'm not interested in giving them to China. And it's interesting, actually, I think COVID changed the views in the UK on the dangers of giving Huawei that position. China is looking to exercise power, and I think it is to the detriment of everyone they get in bed with. So my advice to all our allies is don't get in bed with China. Instead, do business with us as a friend and ally. It works out much better. Or at least it should, and we should do everything we can to make sure that it does. All right, I think there is a vote on the Senate floor because my guys are getting highly agitated, so I have to go vote. But thank you. You guys are amazing. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. The name of this panel is China's Emerging AI and Tech Influence in the Middle East. My name is Ethan Gutman. I'm the president of a political risk advising firm, 770 Strategies. And I'd just like to quickly introduce our experts. So Jason Shu is a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, and he is a former member of the Taiwanese legislature. He is a tech entrepreneur by background and is an expert in all things in AI and semiconductor supply chains. Next, we have Michael Sobolik, who is also a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, specializing in US-China competition. He is the author of the book Countering China's Great Game, which I believe came out last year.
Yes, last year.
So still new, where he lays down a comprehensive strategy for great power competition with China. Next, we have Dan Blumenthal, who is a senior fellow and director of Asian Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. He is the author of a book called The China Nightmare and a leading voice on the US-China military rivalry. And lastly, we have Mike Watson, who is the associate director of the Hudson Institute's Center for the Future of Liberal Society. So I thought we might start off our conversation with what's in the news lately, which is Donald Trump's trip to the Middle East. There were certain aspects, or at least my take is that there were certain aspects of that trip that signaled a change from the Biden administration's policy to tech in the Middle East. Something that we all probably caught in the news was the dropping of export controls for certain advanced AI chips. But the Biden administration had taken the approach in the Middle East of, because of China's involvement in countries like the UAE, basically making it so that they were punished for coming too close to China. And the Trump administration is now taking the approach of competing with China in the Middle East by looking at the hedging that the Middle East is doing now and trying to compete with our technology rather than restricting ourselves. And I just, anyone can answer this, but is my kind of appraisal of the new strategic approach correct? And is it the right approach?
Go ahead. Yeah, I think there's a lot to what you're saying, right? The Biden's small yard, high fence model, I think was more or less predicated on the idea that if we made people choose between the U.S. and China on tech, at least, that they'll kind of go our way. I'm not confident that that was as successful as they thought it was going to be, particularly in this region. And the Trump team is, I think, still figuring out where exactly they want to go on export controls and whatnot. But they do seem to have more or less decided that you can catch more flies with honey than vinegar. So we'll see how that lands.
Yeah, I mean, I think primarily the trip was not about competition with China, but rather about what Senator Cruz said with respect to Persian Gulf and other goals. And UAE and Saudi Arabia wants to, have made no secret about the fact that they want to be big players in developing AI data centers and AI infrastructure. And so that was part of the deal, so to speak, that if the United States was going to come and play a different role in the Middle East, that we were going to, I guess, ditch our AI diffusion rules and some of the other guardrails that were placed on what it is that NVIDIA and other advanced chip companies could actually place in the UAE and the Saudis and Saudi Arabia. So, that's so I think it was primarily about relations with the Gulf and then kind of the tech industry and people who are pushing for U.S. diffusion of technology to allies and so forth, saying, okay, this is the approach that we're going to take, and we're going to loosen the rules and so forth. They did say that they put guardrails in place, with respect to the export of advanced AI chips. Let's just be clear. That the U.S. is going to be the provider. China can't yet provide those. It can't export the AI infrastructure that the U.S. can export, but China desperately wants to get its hands on NVIDIA and other advanced chips, and so it'll remain to be seen whether there are effective guardrails. I mean, I think one of the concerns is the re-export, or not the re-export, just the different ways and mechanisms that China is able to get its hands on advanced AI chips and AI infrastructure, and it is behind on that. So, the Trump administration would say, well, what we did was we said that if you are in fact engaged in this kind of trade with the United States, that our export control laws will apply to anything you import from China in terms of AI chips, so Huawei chips and so forth. And we'll see if that's a guardrail. I'm concerned, though. I am definitely concerned that the guardrails are not going to be sufficient. The amounts of money the Gulf is going to spend on AI companies and AI infrastructure, the fact that the Chinese have already penetrated the Gulf in terms of telecommunications, smart cities, TikTok, other areas of technology, and already have a foothold, is going to make it very, very difficult for the U.S. to make sure there isn't leakage of advanced AI cluster technology and infrastructure to China.
And zooming in on the UAE for a moment, because AI permeated much of the president's trip throughout the Middle East, but the UAE is really consequential not only for the chips deal, but if you go back to, when was it, like 2021 or 2022, the Wall Street Journal comes out with this bombshell piece that at one of the ports in the UAE, the Chinese military or some entity affiliated with the PLA was building a military facility on the port in the UAE, in the middle of the Gulf. And this was something the Biden administration uncovered, rushed to the UAE and talked them off of the ledge successfully, but it was a close call. Yeah. And if you put that in the context of other things that China has been doing, look at like the Solomon Islands and the Pacific Island region, you see Beijing leveraging these Belt and Road Initiative beachheads to then ultimately militarize these projects. So with the UAE, it's more than just this question of can we make sure, just writ large, that we can diffuse US technology while also having guardrails. Like there's a very even-handed, good faith debate right now in Washington about how to do that. But with the UAE, like this is the same thing with Huawei. It all comes down to trust and trusted partners. Because even if you can convince yourself, like the Brits did way back in 2019 or 2020, that we can mitigate threats from an actor like Huawei, because supposedly we have insight into the code in real time, which is insane, just like Project Texas with TikTok says the same thing, and it's unworkable. You need to trust these entities that you're dealing with. And the concern with the UAE in particular is their relationship with China brings up a lot of questions. Even if we have export controls that are strong in diffusing our technology appropriately and blocking, to your point, Dan, like Chinese technologies as well from entering those other markets, that's great. But pilfering and theft are the big concerns here with these AI data centers and the chips they're in. So an export control is one thing, but a PRC national going into these UAE facilities and gaining access and technology, that's the issue here. The diffusion rule, which the Biden administration rolled out, is at the very end of the administration. I think it was a good faith effort. Again, there are good faith people who also disagree with it. But the thought behind it was if we want US technology to win the market on AI, then we need to make sure that our partners who get these state-of-the-art semiconductors to power AI, we have to make sure that the people, the nationals, the individuals who have access on the ground to this technology are not going to then pilfer it and deliver it back to Beijing. That's the real problem here. And again, that's all about trust. So we're still going to see how all that shakes out.
Yeah, so you could see it as a direct rebuttal to Biden's high fence and small yard strategy. It's clear to the Trump administration that Middle East, towards the end of Biden administration, becomes the largest training ground for China's cutting-edge LLM models, and they also set up the largest facilities of AI data centers, and then transshipped chips, high-end chips, to be trained in Middle East. So it was clear to Trump administration that the fence is broken and has loopholes. And what I'm seeing the current administration is approaching is a moat strategy. Try to develop as large as a moat as possible, as deep as possible, and then working with allies to develop that moat so that China won't be able to circumvent. And also building on top of what Mike has said, what we're seeing also with Taiwan Semiconductor Corporation, TSMC, producing the most advanced chips, also caught in between, because there are high-end chips made by TSMC shipped out to a third-party entities and also transshipped to Beijing and used in Huawei's facilities, but also shipped to Middle East. So there are all these loopholes that export control 1.0 cannot address. So we're looking at this administration trying to patch those holes and also try to build compute with commercial incentives embedded into these deals so that Middle East and US have skins in the game with each other, and also try to distance Beijing from that. Whether this will be successful remains to be seen, because China has been in there for the last 3 to 5 years, and how quickly, how well this can be done, I think it's something that we must take note of. Also, we need to be very cognizant of the ambiguous state that NVIDIA is taking in these deals. You've seen Jensen, making a presence in Beijing, and immediately afterwards he was in Saudi Arabia, and immediately after that he was in Taipei. So it seems to me that it's unclear how US would restructure or reorganize this type of relationship, and also making sure that the critical technologies and the resources it's needed is secure and amongst the closest allies, and with a clear sense of where we are going, who's our competitors, and how do we win the race.
Yeah, just to pick up on the business aspect of this, 2 news items leading up to Trump's visit to the Middle East. One was Liberation Day, tariffs, and maybe part of the reason that this approach is being taken by the Trump administration is the loss of market access to other economies by large companies like NVIDIA, for example. And to make up for that lack of market access, the Middle East was an opening by dropping these export controls. And another thing was also China's DeepSeek moment. So I think this may have been an accelerating, a catalyst to accelerate the competition in the Middle East specifically. So I was just wondering, because there's a lot of talk about Trump being kind of like an economic thinker, as opposed to, for example, like a military thinker when it comes to the Middle East. So kind of, Michael, what you were talking about, where these military considerations are kind of taking a back seat to economic considerations in this administration so far. And I just wonder if you guys agree with my take there.
I think it's too early to say, because even though, like, certainly Donald Trump, I mean, we all know his background. Like, this guy thinks in terms of Manhattan real estate deals, like dollars and cents, driving a hard bargain. Like, this is how he approaches the world. It's how he approaches foreign policy making. And it's not that he doesn't, he absolutely cares about the military dimension. Like, just look at how closely he's guarded who has access to sensitive warplanes in the Pentagon. Like, he's stopped very sensitive briefings from happening. He's protected that stuff. And he's certainly, as the senator on the stage just said before our panel, he understands military might. He's judicious about its use. I think I think all these considerations, it has to do with the causal logic of how and who will win the AI race. Because you can either win this by controlling China's access to chips at the expense of US companies like NVIDIA, and then safely but strategically slowly diffuse US technology in a way that we feel we can control and mitigate threats. That was the diffusion rule under Biden. Or the other causal logic is we open up the markets everywhere, diffuse US technology quickly, and then simultaneously control through our export controls the diffusion of China's chips, principally Huawei chips. Those are two different tactics to go about this. There are pluses and minuses to both. I'm not convinced, at least for myself, that I know which one is better yet. And I think there are a lot of China hawks who think that we should make sure that China does not get the best American chips. And I absolutely do agree with that. And that's what makes the Trump administration's review of that rule so important. Because if we're walking away from the diffusion rule, that's not necessarily a bad thing at all. It comes down to what's going to replace it. The guardrails have to be there one way or another. So I think we're very much in the middle of this. But to me, that's the most important thing of all this. How are we going to make sure that we keep our competitive advantage with computing power with these chips and that China doesn't catch up?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of bad faith, actually. I mean, you know, the NVIDIA and the stories with Jensen Huang, I mean.
Well, that's
yeah, I mean,
terrible.
They want to sell chips to anyone, anywhere, including China. And, you know, the amount of money we're talking about that the Gulf was willing to throw at the acquisition of AI chips and AI infrastructure, I think, overtook what would normally be a deliberate policymaking process. So it very much concerns me, you know, the one, you know, that we jettison those rules in the face, you know, and the attempt to put, to really stop, you know, the other bad faith argument, of course, that is being made a lot is that because of DeepSeek, you know, somehow the October 7th, 2022 rules and then the AI diffusion rules created an incentive for China to move faster on DeepSeek, which is just a nonsensical argument. I mean, the Chinese were innovating before DeepSeek. They're innovating before October 7th. They've innovated, and you can go across the entire spectrum of technologies and industries where they've gotten ahead, despite the fact that there are no export controls. You know, it's not that we wake up one day, we put export controls on a technology, and then the Chinese decide to compete. I mean, that argument is just illogical, but that's the argument that people are using to say, let's get rid of to have gotten rid of the AI diffusion rule. So it very much concerns me from a military standpoint, from a standpoint of leakage of these chips and the AI infrastructure, which, again, I want to emphasize, U.S. is way ahead. China cannot offer the Gulf and other countries the same level of AI infrastructure that the United States. So China has every incentive to try to get their hands on AI chips, AI infrastructure, AI models, and so on. And without the guardrails in place, and let me just add one thing about guardrails. The U.S. is going around to other countries after Liberation Day and saying, on top of talking about what we're going to do to address trade deficits and so forth, I want you to sign up to this economic security framework agreement. They're doing it to Japan, they're doing it to European countries, they're doing it to South Korea. Very stringent, very difficult to comply with quickly. So, you know, outbound and all the framework that you would think we have, right? Investment reviews, outbound and inbound, export control harmonization, and so on. They didn't do that with the UAE, and they didn't do that with the Saudis. You know, there are some guardrails in place. I don't mean to say that there aren't, but they didn't have to sign any stringent economic security framework before getting these exports of our highest end chips and the other AI infrastructure.
Yeah, the unintended consequences of export control is obviously China doubling down on their indigenous technology, and we've seen some of this technology becoming sort of a black box or a blanket that covered that outside world has no way of understanding or at least reasoning. And what we're seeing as a sort of a sonic moment of the DeepSeek is, I'm not so much worried about its power, but I worry about its ability to optimize it. And this is what China is good at. You know, in early days when China's manufacturing started booming, they are good at this thing called sanzai, which is basically taking what US or Western world has built and then use cheap parts and make exact same technologies and not just work, but then sell it to a much cheaper price to the developing world or global south. And with respect to AI, every country now is talking about sovereign AI, building their own national AI strategy. It'll be very easy for China to offer a off-the-shelf solution to countries that are in need of building their own AI infrastructure, and through that, they control the infrastructure and as well as the data and back-end ecosystem around those national infrastructure projects. So that's something that we must take note of, especially when China offers DeepSeek solutions, especially white label DeepSeek solutions to countries that are in need of economic and also technology support. But I do want to note that although US's AI technology is still ahead of China, but one thing is worrisome to many of us here is the talent deficit. If you look at the amount of AI research paper and AI researchers working on cutting edge frontier models, China is way ahead of US. And also if you look at today's AI researchers based in the US developing AI algorithm, more than half of them are Chinese nationals. And if we don't figure out ways at least to keep the talents working in the US or working for the US technologies, I think we are now facing a very dire challenges. And I want to say one thing about DeepSeek. The way that DeepSeek has developed their technology is completely inbound and also domestically oriented. The founder of DeepSeek has ordered its engineers do not leave countries and also do not go to the United States. There's no need to interact with the Western researchers, and we will develop our own. So you are thinking about, they are developing the type of technology one day is unknown to the rest of the world, and then increasingly bifurcating the technology standards. And so I think Trump administration's approach is correct because to build up more and more allies and in developing these AI alliances, and that would basically crowding out China's capability to drive more its white label solutions to the countries that are in need of its economic influence.
Yeah, I think also there's a bit of a philosophical difference between the Trump and Biden administrations on how to think about the AI industry, right? So these are not exactly well-defined schools with like one guru who's leading them or anything. But generally speaking, on the Republican side, you've got more of the accelerationists, right? So Mark Andreessen very publicly said that he switched over his political leanings more or less over the question of AI regulation, right? And their view more or less is that you want to let things rip, basically, right? Generally speaking, we do better when we have less impediments to technology development, and if there are any problems that occur, we'll just solve them as they appear, right? So that's kind of the accelerationists. The effective altruists, who tend to be more Democratic affiliated, again, it's not exactly like there's two different groups that are Team Red and Team Blue on this, but the effective altruists tend to think that AI creates almost as much danger as China does, right? So you've got a few of the effective altruists who've talked about, we need to try to get about a 2-year lead ahead of China if we can, and then we need to just pause all development for a couple of years and hope that in those 2 years we'll figure out a very clever way of making AIs incapable of doing certain kinds of bad things, right? And you can see a little bit of this let her rip idea with this, basically saying we've got partners abroad who have capital and a lot of interest in developing this stuff. Let's just try and get our lead out as far as we possibly can and just keep going, right? Rather than thinking about, well, maybe we should try and pull back and try and address problems before they appear.
Yeah. And the way looking at it from the Middle East and the Gulf states, I mean, they look at the accelerationists in the United States, and then they see what China offers, which is smart cities, surveillance, and that sort of thing. How do leaders in the Middle East look at these two different countries and the kind of schools of thought coming from them and weigh them, where philosophically do they tend to want to incorporate these countries'
I
philosophy?
don't think it's philosophic. They want it all, and they're going to get it all. I mean, so they're getting smart cities and surveillance technology from Hike Vision, and AI hardware from China, and they're going to get AI infrastructure from the United States. So they're sitting pretty. They have a lot of money. They can spend it. And again, we'll see if the United States actually takes action to counter some of the things that at least Mike and I expressed concern about, which is leakage. And so that's leakage of NVIDIA chips getting to China from the Gulf. That's leakage of expertise, as Mike said. So the Chinese are also doing a lot of talent development, for their own, AI industry in the Gulf, and they're doing a lot of talent development for smart cities and other, let's call it lower end AI capabilities in the Gulf and throughout the Middle East. So there's just so much potential for leakage, even just people, as Michael said, not just access to the data centers, but actually getting trained to be AI researchers who will have affiliations, with the Chinese. And I would bet, from a Middle East security point of view, that many of those same researchers who are going to be trained in friendly Gulf countries, the leakage will find its way to Iran as well. I mean, so, if the diffusion of U.S. AI, advanced AI infrastructure into the Gulf, through people circulating throughout the Gulf and through people circulating from China back into the Gulf, is going to find its way into American and Israeli enemies in the Gulf as well. But the short answer to your question is there's no philosophical debate in the Middle East about AI safety and other things. I mean, this is, we have our vision and we have our programs, and let's get as much advanced semiconductor and compute power and AI infrastructure as we can.
And I think this presents an interesting challenge for us in Washington, because the biggest mistake, I think, of the Biden diffusion rule wasn't even necessarily the substance of it. It was the fact that it was released on January 13th, literally a week before the administration ended. And that resulted, not necessarily by the fault of the prior administration, but what resulted was this huge perception issue. Because the way the diffusion rule was structured, there's this 3-tiered system where if you're in tier 1, all the chips you want, unlimited. If you're in tier 3, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and others, no chips. But that middle tier was the rub of the diffusion rule, because it basically said, if you're in this middle tier, and you can even be a very close ally and partner of the United States and still end up in tier 2, because it's all about your ability to control and prevent unlawful may not be the right word, but astrategic or adversarial diffusion, right? If you can't control pilfering or smuggling of these chips, you're going to be in tier 2. So it's all about your ability to control and protect. And when that multi-tiered system came out, the perception among a lot of US allies and partners was, well, hey, what is this? We're friendly with the United States. We have a great relationship with you guys. We've done X, Y, and Z. We've done all these things. But you're telling us you're going to limit the amount of chips we can buy? Come on, what is this? So there was no time at all to workshop this properly, to roll it out properly, and to get ahead of that very understandable and logical perception issue. So when we talk about the Middle East moving forward, the ideal for us would be that we set up this attractive zero-sum choice that's so enticing, and that our export controls are powerful enough that we can actually crowd out China, not just with AI, but with all these other technologies and companies that Dan is mentioning. In the short run, there's no way we're going to be able to do that for all the reasons Dan said. So the biggest challenges ahead is going to be, whatever these safeguards are, we have got to make sure that the message is simple and clear. If you find yourself in some sort of tiered system that is second best or whatever, you don't have to stay there. Like the whole idea of the diffusion framework was to incentivize nations to increase their safeguards and improve them to then get up into a tier 1 situation where you have a shared AI future with the United States with US technology. That needs to be made crystal clear with whatever kind of safeguards do get developed. And ultimately, I think all those points that Dan said about all these companies, whether Hikvision or Dahua or whatever, Hytera, iFlyTech, like all these leading Chinese companies that are building out the digital Silk Road and making, like exporting this eye-in-the-sky censorship that we all know exists in China, and now they're arming other states with it too. That's why export controls are going to matter so much. And the CEO of NVIDIA is entitled to his own opinion, but the CEO of DeepSeek and a VP of Tencent in 2024 and 2025 have both said that their biggest challenge is getting around US export controls for chips. So we should take them at their word and make it even harder for them to get more in the future.
I think, but like Dan was saying, I think it's also, right now this is almost this is a great situation for these Gulf countries in the Middle East. I mean, you could go towards the United States and get the best deal from the United States, but then you would again be dependent on the United States and administration that might change in 4 years again. So I think China gives you that sort of stability, and then when you have an American administration that is favorable to you or rules that are favorable to you, you can kind of hedge again, and it's just. I wonder, Dan, you look.
Well, the one, and I'm sorry to just, the policy that I would have recommended is, you take the AI diffusion rules and you turn, for the tier 2 countries to get into the tier 1, you sign a number of economic security framework agreements that are, that you can't rescind, right, to your problem. So, you want to get into tier 1, there's a pathway to tier 1, a quick pathway to tier 1 for all the allies who are upset about being on tier 2, but it's a set of harmonization with U.S. economic security frameworks that we're trying to put in place here, and then you're also getting around the fact that next administration comes and they decide they don't like Saudi Arabia, and all of a sudden all these things go away.
Go ahead.
It's kind of dangerous for me to sit on this panel with the people who are to my right and try and talk about communism, because they all know more about it than I do. But it does seem like there's, when we talk about AI, right, we're actually talking about a bunch of different technologies. And it looks to me like, in some ways what we're seeing is there's a communist and a capitalist model of AI development, or direction maybe of AI development, that in some ways is similar to the industrial era, different pathways, right? So if you think about what do Chinese AI companies think about a lot, computer vision, right? So how can I put a camera somewhere and have a machine somewhere else quickly identify people by like how they're walking, et cetera, right? So it tends to be very oriented around basically things that you would want if you wanted to control your society. And on the American side, we're really bad at that, right? Or rather, we're in catch-up mode on that. The things that we tend to be really good at are things like information creation. I think that, was it yesterday, was it ChatGPT's big announcement was that they can put out videos that have sound now, right? So we're essentially trying to make a personal Hollywood for everybody, right? Which is going to do wonders for our shared culture in the future. But what we're doing is creating a lot of things that are essentially like consumer goods, in information. So I could see a scenario where if I'm leading a country that is not particularly interested, or I'm the leader of a country and I'm not interested in democracy, whatever my country's thinking about, if I can get a little bit of this, repression, I don't need to depend as much on my security forces because I've got a computer that will do it for me. And also I can give my people a slightly better standard of living than they'd have before, right? Little column A, little column B sounds pretty good. You're not necessarily going to be the best at anything, but, maybe you're okay with that.
Jason, please.
Yeah. The way I see China think about future is it has a very long-term view and almost like a grand strategy in everything its leadership approaches in policy, resources orientation, as well as implementation of its policy. And when it comes to AI, it's clear that U.S. is trying to slow down China, but then China is opening up other avenues. And so we need to understand on what aspect are we competing, and on what aspect, if other allies or so-called trusted partners are included in this equation, and how do we organize ourselves so that in the long run, U.S. doesn't fall behind, and also U.S. as allies doesn't become the victim of unintended consequences of any sort of a policy. So my take is that if China sees this as a 10, 15 years of trajectory, and U.S. every 4 years has an election, how do you set milestones with each other trusted partner, this including countries such as Taiwan, Japan, Korea that are in the mix of this AI ecosystem, and develop a coherent strategies? For example, 70% of all AI data centers and servers are made in Taiwan. And how do we make sure that there's no leakages, there's no loopholes, there's no backend leaks to China? And also, if China is capable of getting second and third rate chips, they are able to train them with double or quadruple amount of the chips, and to get to the level of the compute that US is training. So over time, you are seeing China slowly catching up, and there might be a bottleneck that the two countries will cross over. So I think the point is, it's permeating everywhere, including BYD car China is selling. It's literally a moving node of AI collecting data everywhere. So we need to think about it from an ecosystem and comprehensive approach, and really bring together the trusted partners, and then rein in US companies that are thinking about still double dipping, and then develop a coherent strategy off of it.
Maybe just for our next question, we could shift towards talking about the military and AI in the Middle East. So how AI helps Gulf states, for example, with their militaries that don't have an excellent track record of combat, for example, Saudi Arabia and Yemen, and how AI can kind of help, fix some of the problems they've been having militarily, if anybody has anything to say about that.
I'm not familiar with the Gulf militaries, but in terms of AI for military use, there's two places to look right now, and that's Ukraine and Israel, right? And so the drone AI, complex that has been formed to get around, in the Ukrainian case, Russian jamming and other countermeasures and so forth, is worth taking a look at. It's far beyond, I think, every day it evolves, or every few weeks it evolves faster than people can even track. But that's being used in a combat situation. It's being used in combination with other capabilities. I'm not sure. I know the Chinese are extremely interested in this, and are themselves learning every lesson they could possibly extract from the battlefields of Ukraine and Russia. But the only thing I would say is, countries with Ukraine did not have an AI ecosystem or an AI cluster, and they still managed to innovate very fast because of their other industry, and IT industry and aerospace industry. Countries that do have AI clusters, I look more at Taiwan and Japan to a certain extent, have a huge opportunity to actually build military advantages with respect to this kind of drone AI warfare that we're moving into. So I guess just fundamentally, instinctively, I'd say that if you are developing a very strong AI ecosystem, an AI cluster, and you have military aspirations, as the Gulf countries do, you're probably going to gain some advantages over time in the changing character of warfare that we're seeing unfold on the battlefields in Ukraine and in Israel. But that's without any knowledge of the actual Gulf militaries. It's just saying when you have an AI cluster, it gives you built-in advantages that I've seen in other places around the world.
There's a kind of stereotype that these militaries are kind of sclerotic and nepotistic in a way. And what I was getting towards is that maybe AI can help with drones and kind of autonomous systems, help these governments be more effective militarily in the Middle East. Mike, maybe you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think one of the, as Dan alluded to, or not alluded to, just said, is that what we're basically getting now is that a lot of kind of precision strike capabilities that before really only us and a handful of other countries had are much more widely and cheaply available right now. I don't think anyone else can really do what we can do with a B-2 bomber, right? There's no equivalent of that from like a cheap drone. But in terms of defense tech, right, if the Gulf countries decide to go a little bit more in that direction, I think what they can do is fix some of the problems that they have with their militaries now, which is, I think we saw it, particularly with the Saudi military in the Yemen campaign, that they were not always as good at hitting the targets they're aiming at as they hoped they would be. They had other problems that kind of popped up here and there as well that, they may be able to, either through just better information gathering and processing, or just through kind of picking up other advanced technologies, and even some ones that are, maybe not as cutting edge as what we've got, but are just out there. They could address a lot of their current deficiencies and, either be better at defending their own territory, or if they need to reach out to somewhere else in their neighborhood, get there.
Awesome. And just, we were talking backstage a bit about how this also helps the Gulf states politically in a way that, these are countries with extremely complicated politics, and their rulers have to worry about, different interest groups, and maybe how AI can help them from a governance standpoint, keep their legitimacy, hang on to power, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, in a lot of these places, there's all kinds of threats to sovereignty that they're kind of managing at any given time. Anyone who is a student of Shakespeare is aware that large royal families are not always the most stable political entity, right? You've got, interfamily dynamics. In some of these places, they just don't have enough people to perform all the tasks of a modern state. So they're, relying on relatively small numbers of foreigners who either, let's say, they used to be fighter pilots in another country, now they're training your entire Air Force or whatever. So you've got small numbers of potentially, or people who could become disaffected, who are important for making your state function. You've got other members of your family who may like to, hop ahead of you in line for succession. And then you've also got, in a lot of these places, most of the manual labor and construction and all that. We were talking about the gleaming cities in the Gulf. A lot of those are built by people who are not necessarily native to that particular place. And for all of these various kind of people groups that you're dealing with, if you're a monarch, you have to think a lot about how do you kind of stay on top, right? So one of the advantages of assuming that the Chinese can make this actually work, and in their own system, they're pretty good at it. I'm not sure exactly how exportable it is yet, but one of the things that they're really good at right now is more or less creating a data center that you don't need that many people in to keep an eye on what's going on in a particular area, so like a city or a province or whatnot. And if I was worried about threats to my rule, that would be very attractive.
Yeah, going back to the military AI aspect and how Taiwan is learning from the Ukraine example, and also how would that be applied to Middle East? I think one of the key lessons we learned is how do we keep the state functional or functioning and operational at a time of attack? In this case, in Taiwan, a most likely scenario would be a blockade in the Taiwan Strait, and then that would sort of cut off the energy tankers shipping our LNG gas from the South China Sea coming up to the Taiwan Strait. And then we only have like 13 days of energy reserve. And how do we ensure that the island still operational. I think it's the key. And what we have done is to use AI to develop a global threat detection system. And this look at crawling all the open source data on the web, and then develop a prediction system to look at if some events happen in a certain geographical area in the world, and how would that have a chain effect or trigger some sort of other events elsewhere. And then this gives the decision maker some sort of a framework to think, or at least to foresee a certain vulnerabilities that might happen to your infrastructure. And I also wanted to note that most people focus on developing the compute or the AI algorithm, but one key point is the facilities that AI chips are housed need to be hardened. I think that will become a point of attack during any sort of attrition or some sort of a crisis that would happen in the region. And certainly, I think that would be a case that Middle East must think about as it becomes a hotspot for AI data center, and as well as the coming closer with the US and building integration of the AI ecosystem.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Just one super quick addition. If we all think back to last year when Iran sent massive drone swarms into Israel, interestingly, that was linked in part of a broader campaign with like ballistic missile barrages as well, and other kind of missiles too. So like, when we think about drone warfare, it's not just the drones themselves, it's how they fit into other offensive capabilities. Then you layer AI on top of that. Like, look at what China is doing with drones. They are training drone swarms not only to operate in concert with each other, they are training and programming the AI that influences these operations so that even if the drones lose connection to the C2, they can still fulfill their mission in a coordinated way that is driven by AI. So they're trying to make these offensive capabilities that are asymmetric and pretty cheap resilient to attacks on C2 way behind the battle lines. So that's a potentially destabilizing capability. And this gets to some of the questions that Mike was bringing up earlier about the ethical sides of AI, and you combine that with warfare and it gets even more complicated. But China's developing that stuff right now, and I think we're gonna see a lot more of that certainly in the Middle East and elsewhere.
So maybe this is the Gulf's best opportunity at developing an effective offensive capability, is kind of the thesis. Interesting. Okay.
I would just have to point out that China is learning a lot from the Russians. The Iranians are supplying the Russians and learning from the Russians. The China-Iran relationship is much stronger than meets the eye in terms of the software of the relationship. We're always looking for the hardware, the actual passing on of arms and so forth, but the scientific exchanges, the talent exchanges and so forth. So I think that the potential leakage of Gulf AI infrastructure and know-how to China that then finds its way back to Iran in this kind of operational learning system that they've created among China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran is also something that we have to take very, very seriously when we think about diffusing our own AI infrastructure.
Interesting. Okay, well, thank you all very much for joining me, and this concludes our panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, please join your seats once again. We're starting the next panel, our US allies, shifting away strategic realignments and China's expanding reach in the Gulf and Africa.
Okay. Perfect. Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us. My name is Adwa Saleh, and I'm very pleased to be moderating what I think is a very critical and timely conversation today with a very distinguished panel of experts and Hudson's very own fellows. Today's discussion is going to focus on China's evolving dynamics in the Gulf and Africa, and how these dynamics are, quite frankly, challenging traditional and regional alliances as well as global power order. We have seen China being a strong strategic trade partner in the region. It is currently the top oil importer from Arab states. It is also one of the largest trading partners for GCC countries. However, in recent years, we have seen China's role evolve beyond economic partnership into diplomatic and security alliances. This is all happening during what we might call as a US retrenchment period in the region, which was caused by previous administrations. We have seen more recently Trump's high-profile Gulf tour starting in Riyadh, signaling a reassertion of US interest and influence in the region. However, is this enough? Should Washington do more? We're going to talk about more of all of that and more in this panel, but let me start quickly by introducing our panelists. I have with me on my left Dr. John Lee. He's a senior fellow at Hudson Institute and an adjunct professor at the University of Sydney. He previously served as a senior national security advisor to Australia's foreign minister, where he steered policy on Asia and the Indo-Pacific across strategic, economic, and diplomatic domains. We have Mr. Joshua Meservey. He's a senior fellow at Hudson Institute, where he focuses on great power competition in Africa, African geopolitics, and counterterrorism. He previously held positions at the Heritage Foundation, the Atlantic Council, and the U.S. Army Special Operations Command. We have Mr. Garrett Exner. He's a fellow at Hudson Institute and an executive director of the Public Interest Fellowship. He's a former U.S. Marine Corps Special Operations Officer. He also served in the U.S. Senate and Department of Defense with expertise in gray zone strategy and counterterrorism. We have Mr. Jonathan Hudson, is a senior fellow at Hudson Institute and editor-in-chief of TV7. He also is a seasoned journalist specializing in Middle East security and diplomacy. He also leads Mr. Jiva Ltd and Hudson Global Strategy. Thank you for joining us. Maybe to kick off our discussion and to help contextualize our conversation, let's try to unpack China's global strategy in terms of security and alliance. And let me start with you, Dr. John. Sure. You have published an excellent report titled Understanding and Countering China's Global Strategy in the Global South and Indo-Pacific. Can you speak a bit about the Chinese approach in these regions and whether you see similar patterns emerging in African and Gulf nations?
Sure, happy to. Look, everyone talks about China having a global strategy, and it does, but it's harder, though, to articulate very quickly what its global strategy is. So at the risk of simplifying very complex things, I think there are probably three elements to China's global strategy, which relates to what it's trying to achieve in Africa and the Middle East. So I think there's three things it wants to do. First, or the first thing to understand at least, is that it was and it remains deeply suspicious of the order that it emerged into from 1949, but even today, it sees it as a very much an American-led order. We view it as a very neutral order, but the Chinese certainly don't see it that way, and I'll just quickly talk a little bit about what that means shortly. The second thing is that if you ask me, how do I summarize what China has done in 25 words or less, or its strategy in 25 words or less, this is what I would say. Its strategy is to bind, to circumvent, to undermine, or to surpass American power and influence. It is focused on the United States because it can do mass, and it basically realizes that it's largely in a bipolar power structure, at least as the Chinese see it. So yes, Russia matters to them, Iran matters to them, Japan matters to the United States, Europe matters to the United States, but as far as China is concerned, these other countries are essentially secondary nations, or else they're pawns in a broader bipolar structure. So everything is about effectively taking on America in material and non-material terms. And the third thing I would say about China, which you often hear about from a lot of sinologists, but it's never kind of put in a geopolitical context. China doesn't just want material preeminence. It wants respect, it wants legitimacy, it also wants to be seen as a normative superpower. It wants to set values. And it has studied the basis for American power, and it realizes it's not just the fact that America has the largest economy and most powerful military. Those things are essential. It's because for several decades, at least after World War II, the United States pretty much set the normative standards and even the way of thinking about what you're meant to do or not meant to do in national politics. So look, I'll rush through the Chinese material interests, particularly in the Middle East, because I think they're obvious to all of you. Oil has been mentioned. It wants to access Middle East finance, particularly sovereign wealth funds. I think 4 of the 10 largest sovereign wealth funds are based Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds. Contrary to what a lot of people think, China actually needs external capital. It can't actually fund what it wants to achieve just by its own domestic capital or savings. It wants to use growing trade relations with the Middle East to try to reduce its reliance on a US dollar or US dollar transactions. So, no one really wants to hold Chinese currency as a long-term store of value, but what China tries to do is, with its major trading partner, and it's the largest trading partner of about more than 100 economies in the world, it wants to organize swap and other arrangements such that you don't have to use US dollar transactions to actually do trade. You can trade directly with RMB. So that's one of China's ways of avoiding what they see as the weaponization of the US dollar. The last session spoke a bit about technology, which I think is a really good segue, because technology, or in terms of what China trying to sell, or at least implement its technological ecosystem in the Middle East, it's not just about export dollars. Technology, as the last session mentioned, there is a value element to it. So, when you implement 5G networks, or when you implement other sorts of tech networks, there's obviously a contest about what you do about data. What do you do about personal data? Who owns the personal data? Who can use the personal data? And what China wants to do is it wants the Middle Eastern countries to adopt its standards of personal data, and other sorts of data, which effectively means the state has access to data and those sorts of standards which don't really align with Western or American standards. And the reason why this is a good segue into the Global South stuff is because that China realizes that the Middle Eastern economies are largely ruled by, mainly authoritarian style, at least, governments. And these sorts of governments are more likely to be attracted to Chinese standards of data, because regime security matters a lot more to authoritarian governments than it does in democratic societies. So this is one kind of segue into the values competition that China's engaging in. And this just leads me to China's interest in the Global South. Not so long ago, when I raised the Global South with a lot of American policymakers and people in the American administration, they'd look at me as if it's an interesting thing, but who cares about the Global South? Like, if you look at it from China's point of view, a lot of the advanced democratic countries in Europe, in Northeast Asia, United States, they have hardened their views towards China, but China's done really well with the developing economies in the world, and they're 2/3 of the nations and economies in the world. And the reason why China wants to weaponize the Global South, and I use that word advisedly because that's what it's doing, the Global South isn't actually an organizing concept for China. Or what it's trying to do is use its relationships with developing countries to make geopolitics and life far more difficult, particularly for the United States. So if you think about Chinese concepts such as Global Development Initiative, Global Civilizational Initiative, Global Security Initiative, they all sound a bit weird and a bit arcane, but essentially if you break them down, they're all about alternative concepts, processes, institutions, finance that avoids the American-led sort of Western institutions, standards, process, etc. So, so imagine how how powerful this can be for Beijing. If you can entrench and popularize your way of, say, doing business. You know, it's intransparent, it's not open to competitive tendering, it's very much government to government. There's a lot of political influence in terms of who gets contracts and so on. If you can actually popularize that around the world outside the Western democratic nations, it makes life very difficult for the United States. If you can socialize and entrench your standards for how you use technology and data and so on, you know, this is very good for you, and particularly bad for the United States. If you can focus or at least weaponize and harness notions of victimization in developing economies, and they are there, as we know, but if you can actually weaponize that against the United States, and this is one reason why it's been so effective in parts of Southeast Asia, with countries like Iran, you know, Central Asia, Africa, if you can effectively convince these countries that you are the first amongst equals in some kind of movement against American-led institutions, which, you know, they argue are oppressive and prevent you from rising up, then you're going to be in a much better position for it. And if you put yourself in the shoes of the government of developing nations, most of whom are authoritarian in some flavor, China's proposition is this: if you deal with the United States or the West, you might make some money out of it, but they're going to force you to change your political structures, your social structures, the way you do economics. Whereas you do business with us, you can be exactly the same as you are. You can be as repressive as you want. You can retain or monopolize power as much as you want, but do business with us, you'll get rich and you can stay in power. So if you imagine, if you're a authoritarian regime or even a incompetent or corrupt regime, that's which a lot of regimes around the world are in developing countries, that's a very attractive proposition. So obviously there's different applications to Africa, to the Middle East, with this kind of weaponization of the Global South, but China certainly sees Africa and the Middle East as members of the Global South, and it wants to weaponize these countries to the best way it can in both material and non-material ways. So hopefully this gives you a good sort of introduction, in my view anyway, of you know, how China views the larger picture beyond just the obvious sort of material interest that it has in the Middle East.
Thank you, John. I think this is a great overview of China's strategic global playbook, per se. And the tactics you outlined brings me to the African context, where Joshua, you've written a commentary about what China wants in Africa, outlining various motives from diplomacy to economic leverage to offering non-interference alternatives to the West. Can you speak about the nature of China's presence in Africa and whether you see similar patterns or interactions emerging in the Gulf as well?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And thank you to John for that really good framing, because there's a lot that I can build off of in my own remarks here. Yeah, so fundamentally what China wants in Africa is support for its projects to reorder the international system, which it believes is arrayed against China. It believes that system is underpinned by the United States, and it sees developing countries, and maybe even especially African countries, as a way to undermine that system. And there's to me, that's sort of the bottom line motivation for the PRC, but there are others as well. And maybe I'll home in first on something that John referenced, oil and gas, but especially oil over the years. So It wasn't so long ago, around 20 years ago, Africa provided about a third of China's oil imports. That has steadily declined over the years. Today it's around 10% maybe even a little bit less. And it's been largely replaced by Middle Eastern oil, especially from Saudi Arabia, but even increasingly Iran. Now, the focus for China's quest for natural resources in Africa has shifted from oil to minerals and metals, I would argue. I don't want to overstate the case because relatively speaking, China is still a fairly small player in the African mining space. It only accounts for maybe 8% by value of the metals and minerals trade in Africa. But it's highly concentrated. So we can think of DRC, for instance. DRC, depending how you count, has 17, 18, 19 cobalt mines. China controls 15 of those. It also controls all 4 of the commercially viable mines in Eritrea, for instance. It controls about a third of Guinea's concessions in Guinea. So again, and there's some other examples too. So relative to, let's say, the Australias or the Canadas of the world and their mining presence in Africa, small but highly targeted on those key minerals that China believes are critical to the current economic order, but also the future economic order. And I think we've seen a very conscious shift and focus from China to pursue those types of resources. So that's on the natural resources front. And then on the diplomatic front, I already referenced that China believes Africa is sort of central to its project for reordering the international system. And that manifests in a variety of ways. So first of all, African countries have a very high voting coincidence with China at international forums like the United Nations. Some of that is because of natural alignment. There is significant overlap in how a lot of African countries view the world and the current global order and how Beijing does. So some of that's natural, but it's also documented that China does focus on this and even whips votes at the UN, including among African states, and seeks diplomatic support at those forums. Within that is China seeking African support for Chinese nationals to lead specialized agencies at the United Nations. So very interesting to observe which specialized agencies China targets for leadership. So it's technical agencies, ICAO, ITU, FAO, et cetera. Now, they used to have they used to have 4 Chinese nationals leading, or Chinese nationals leading 4 of these types of agencies. Currently, it's 1, so there has been a decline, but it remains an obvious area of focus. Africa has 54 votes, and so it's a major voting bloc in these these races to lead the UN specialized agencies. African countries constitute between 40 and 50% of the signatories of these letters that get distributed at the United Nations, supporting China's policies in places like Xinjiang. And African countries frequently provide rhetorical support on the One China policy, on China's approach to the South China Sea dispute. When Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, a lot of African countries lined up to denounce that in concert with Beijing. And then African countries are enthusiastic participants in BRI. So that all matters to China. And I'll just quickly say why this matters to the United States. So I know particularly for those of us on the right, there's some skepticism about, okay, well, who cares what the United Nations thinks or what it does? And I actually have some sympathy with some of that perspective, but I talked about the technical agencies. These agencies, like the International Telecommunications Union, are responsible for setting the regulatory environment and norms around telecommunications, for instance. So China is very consciously moving to shape those norms and that regulatory environment in a way that privileges Chinese standards and Chinese companies, and away from what they would say is privileging Western companies. Then, as I mentioned, the Chinese strategy for engaging with Africa is premised on this idea that they can mobilize African states to help them reorder this international system. And they think that the UN is a key way to do that. So as one example, there was a September 2023 white paper called Reform and Development of Global Governance that came out of China. It references the UN positively 37 times. It's a key feature of its perspective on the reform and development of global governance. And then I'll give you just one more example at the Human Rights Council. There was a 2017 resolution called Contribution of Development to Enjoyment of All Human Rights. There's two interesting elements of this. It elevated development to the level of traditional human rights. So the right to food, for instance, the right to other types of advantages that we wouldn't normally associate with traditional human rights, like the right to assembly or the right to free speech. That was important for China because by doing that, you can dilute the power of the natural human rights that they do not protect for their own people. And they can also elevate other things that they do for their people. So they talk frequently about how they've lifted X number of Chinese out of poverty and granted them development. And so if you can elevate that to the level of traditional human rights, you've both diluted the traditional sort of critique of Chinese human rights and also burnished their own reputation in a way. And again, Africa is very supportive of these types of resolutions, votes for them at the United Nations. And then this 2017 resolution, it also embedded Xi Jinping thought into the UN apparatus. So the phrase, a community of shared future for human beings, is in that resolution. That is straight out of Xi Jinping thought. So again, African countries vote at a very high rate with China on these types of, well, on all types of resolutions, but including this type of resolution that Beijing sees as key to using the UN to reorder the international system. There are other reasons. So again, I talked about the natural resources and diplomatic support as being key motivators for Chinese engagement with Africa. There are other ones. I would say those are the two pillars. And just to give a very quick flavor of the type of resources and energy China pours into engagement with Africa, for more than 30 years, with only two exceptions. The Chinese foreign minister's first trip each year has been to Africa. I've researched this for a while, and I came up with the numbers here. So between 1963 and 2023, presidents, premiers, foreign ministers, and directors of the Office of the Central Foreign Affairs Commission, which is the CCP's office in charge of foreign affairs. So over those 60 years, those four offices have made over 300 visits to the continent, 332 to be precise. That includes 44 presidential visits. That is, I mean, American diplomacy isn't even in the same universe with that, with that level of engagement. Or sorry, it wasn't 44 visits, it was 44 countries visited. So the US just has nothing comparable, and it gives you a sense of the diplomatic force and investment that China is putting behind engaging with the continent. And there's many, many other types of engagement that go on, from loans and investments to trade and all sorts of other types of engagement. I'll leave it there. A lot more that we could discuss, but try to keep moving.
Thank you, Joshua. Maybe zooming into the Gulf, where China's economic partnership is strategic, maybe in contrast to its resource-driven approach in Africa. In the Gulf, China's partnership have evolved well beyond traditional energy ties, and we're seeing Chinese firms partnering with the Gulf states on 5G networks, AI, cloud infrastructures, and beyond. We also seen Saudi Arabia's and UAE's sovereign wealth funds partnering on innovation hubs, joint ventures. This is all integrated into a broader logistical infrastructure initiative, such as the Belt and Road Initiative. So over to you, Garrett. Can you tell us more about these economic partnerships and what they might reveal about Beijing's vision for the region?
Yeah, I think the CCP's vision for the Gulf right now is not where it wants to be. I think their overall strategy, we talked earlier about them being an export economy, and that's not what they have in the Gulf right now. They're importing tons of oil, and they're trying to get to a larger amount of exports to the Gulf, but the largest export they have to the Gulf right now is in broadcast equipment. Machinery is a fraction of that. I think they're looking at the Gulf as something they need in order to continue their kind of quest for global domination, and that it's the majority of their oil imports right now, and they're trying to protect their access to that. I think they are also hyper aware that the Gulf states don't need them as much as China needs the Gulf states, and it's a reason. The reason why the first two, or perhaps two of the largest investments that they've made in BRI or in the String of Pearls or whatever name you want to use for it, were in Djibouti and Karachi. They were bracketing the Middle East to say this is where we need to maintain access to, so that we can continue to get the oil imports, because there's no other place where we can get this amount from. In terms of investment and partnerships, it's very different than what was just described for Africa, because in Africa, many of these nations, they need Chinese money to flow into their countries, and they're willing to sign away their resources to get it. For Saudi Arabia, for Qatar, for the UAE, they don't need this. They don't need the money. So it's a different partnership. They're willing to work with China when it suits them. But overall, I mentioned that the largest thing they're importing is broadcast equipment. It is. It's technological equipment that they can bring in that's just cheaper to get from China than it is to get from us. But they know that the better equipment, the longer investment is with the United States. On an earlier panel, it was mentioned that the elites in many of the Gulf states, they are turned toward the West. They want to be more engaged with the West than they do with China. And it's why things come up like, I think it was UAE's basically divestment from an AI initiative with China just last year. They want to move towards the West if we would move, take a few steps towards them. And this shows in where they're sending their kids to college, to university. They're coming here to America predominantly, and then Britain, then France, then Germany. It's not very likely that they're sending their children, I'm talking about the elites of the Gulf states, over to China to get their education. Nor are they very interested in, if we look at Saudi Arabia in building out Jeddah or the line, they're not interested in Chinese tourism that much. So the idea that they're going to take in Chinese money, it's something that they can do and they might do for right now. But I think for the Gulf states, much of that is just to try to wave a flag to say, America, please take a step towards us, come closer, we want to be closer to you. They're more, KSA is more interested in Western tourists than they are Chinese tourists. I think some of this, in terms of the strategy for the CCP, is like a slap in the face to them. They want to be where America is. They want to be wanted by the Gulf states. And the fact that they're not has only driven their engagement more and more. I think this will eventually kind of come to a confrontation as America realizes that this is a strategic choke point for China, the Gulf states. And the more that we engage, the more that China kind of has to back out of that area and has to look elsewhere. Who knows where they could possibly get the energy that they need? 14 million barrels a day is a lot to try to import for China if they're not coming to the Middle East. So I think the overall strategy is to get America out of the way and to protect it, and that's why we've seen kind of the naval bases at DJ and Karachi. I don't know generally where that goes during a Trump administration, because Trump, just over the last 2 weeks, has really done a wonderful job going in there and making inroads with Middle Eastern leaders. They speak his language, he speaks their language, and they have a genuine friendship that I don't think Xi can kind of replicate in any way, shape, or form. particularly when the elites of the Gulf states are so focused on getting American investment and attention. I'm interested to see where this goes in a Trump administration. It will probably go negative if there's a different political field, just 3.5 years from now.
Thank you, Garrett. Just a quick reflection. I actually just came from the region, and I was visiting some touristic and historical sites, and there was a lot of instructions on those sites that are written in Chinese. So this just speaks about kind of this strengthening relationship and interest between China and the Gulf. And beyond these economic relationships, China has been expanding its role to be a stabilizing ally in the region. Its approach of non-interference, appreciation for sovereignty might be appealing for some of the Gulf states that are interested in diversifying their security and strategic alignments. So for this, we have seen China develop mediation efforts or position itself in that medium as well. We have seen the first Arab and China summit being hosted in Beijing. We have seen China playing an active role in mediating some of the regional conflicts. We have also seen the landmark historical deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia brokered by China. So on that front, Jonathan, let me turn to you. Can you speak a bit about this expansion of China's role into security and diplomatic alliances, and whether do you sense some enthusiasm among Gulf states for China's non-interference approach?
Absolutely. Let me start actually by congratulating Zineb and the Center for Peace and Security in the Middle East here at Hudson for doing a great job putting up this summit together. And with that, when we're talking about China, I think it's very important to highlight that from their prism, they're looking at everything from a strategic power competition perspective. From that specific meeting in Alaska on the 18th or 19th of March 2021, when Wang Yi sat in the room together with US Secretary of State at the time, Antony Blinken, and Jake Sullivan, looked them in the eye and basically said, we're peer nations. The strategic power competition from the Chinese perspective began in a very, very vigorous fashion that, from China's perspective, really dictated much of their activities, not only around the world, but also in the Middle East in particular, including in Israel, including in the Gulf states and other countries as well. We saw, of course, also the various activities in Iran and also in the Horn of Africa, which were quite apparent. When we're talking from a military standpoint, the Chinese don't really have a very robust industry within the context of the Middle East, in contrast to what they would have wanted. And I agree with my colleague that they're not where they wanted to be or where they expected to be by now. But their imprint began when the establishment of Task Force 151 in the Gulf of Aden, or specifically off the shores of Somalia, to confront piracy was established. There was a very concerted effort by the United States to make this a global initiative, and they went actually out of their way to also convince Russia and China to join this endeavor. This maritime endeavor ultimately led to the establishment of the port in Djibouti, which put the Chinese imprint in the Middle East for the first time in history. So that was something very dramatic that we could really see the encroachment of China turning from its economic precision and aspirations to also military dimensions, which were very concerning. Nevertheless, the partner of choice has and remains the United States of America. I think Dr. Hakel was very clear about the fact that the Saudis, the Emiratis, and others first approached the United States and asked for specific types of munitions, of systems, and when they don't get it, the Chinese get the scraps, so to speak. And it seems like this is a broad issue, not only in the Gulf, but also in broader regions where there is an issue also of interoperability, of the capacity to sell American munitions or weaponry into countries that operate Chinese or Russian weaponry. For the sake of argument, we can see that the Chinese have been very vigorous in trying to enter into different corners or countries that have been frustrated with the United States, and this has also brought about a certain uptick during the course of the Biden administration, which it was very apparent with the first joint aerial maneuver with the United Arab Emirates, for instance, in 2023, where we saw that the Chinese were really trying to be perceived as the alternative to the United States, which, as was mentioned, it continues to push this narrative where the United States is interventionist versus the Chinese that are non-interventionists and are unwilling and are willing to accept all those bad or malign activities by various totalitarian actors, even if it comes at the expense of atrocities or whatnot. And of course, we're not there yet, but nonetheless, that's the perception that the Chinese are trying to sell. From Israel's perspective, I think that the 7th of October was very significant when the Chinese froze relations with Israel altogether. There was nothing when we're talking about any type of diplomacy between China and the State of Israel during the course of an entire year. And it was only when President Trump was elected, accompanied with the military successes of the State of Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is regarded by China as well as by Israel and others in the Middle East as a client of China, that the Chinese reached out to Israel and asked for a phone call between the then Foreign Minister in Israel, Israel Katz, and the State Counselor of China, Wang Yi. And since then, they've been really trying to enter into the State of Israel in different aspects, but they do feel that their various activities, they have made many miscalculations over the years in the region, and we see that the Chinese are truly in decline, particularly over the course of the last 2 years, also when we're talking about military cooperation and other sales of munitions, since the United States has somehow been able to push back on those activities since the war basically erupted on October 7th again, was very clear from that perspective. Now, when we're talking about the State of Israel, Israel doesn't have any military relations with China, despite the fact that in '92, when the relations were established, the basis of the relation was supposed to be a military relationship at first. It happened also in correlation also with the establishment of relations with India at the time. Today, Israel is the 3rd largest exporter of munitions to India, while it doesn't have any type of relations on the Defense Department with the Chinese. But as was mentioned also by Thomas, I don't see him here, but during his panel, he highlighted the port of Haifa, where the Chinese, similar to other places in the Gulf and are very eager on vital infrastructure, they actually, in Israel, reached out to the United States, requested that the US comes and manages the port, and it was a tender for 25 years in a managerial capacity. And at the time, Ambassador Dan Shapiro said, we're not, we don't have any companies to offer you. So the request came out again of, okay, are we able then to go with the Chinese who have addressed us with regard to such a tender? And they said yes. Right now, it's not as if they sold the port to the Chinese. It's a 25-year tender where you have 8 Chinese individuals who are operating as the managers of the port, and all the employees, the counterintelligence units operating to enforce any types of attempts by the Chinese to establish espionage are also operational by Israeli firms and the security establishment. So you're seeing a lot of that effort. 2 years later, we saw that the Chinese were very eager on expansion, also into other sectors of critical infrastructure. And the response by the Trump administration was very vigorous. We saw US Secretary of State at the time, Mike Pompeo, coming to Israel, other members or senior officials from the Trump administration coming to Jerusalem to really put Israel on notice. And that was quite strongly pushed forward. And it was quite interesting to see how Israel also reacted, going from a point where in 2017, the foreign direct investment by China to Israel was at 12.5%. Today in 25, we're talking only about 0.5%, which just, collapsed entirely. So all those different activities that were advanced during the course of those several years, Israel really started to put all kind of barriers and committees and commissions that were requested by the United States to push back on Chinese encroachment. And today, in light of those activities, we see that China is really doing its best to somehow enter into the sphere of Israel without a lot of success. And therefore, I think that it's a good example of a vigorous American approach to pushing back on China and the successes that it can accumulate, such as in the state of Israel. But from a military perspective, we're seeing now countries such as Egypt still establishing joint maneuvers with the Chinese. We just saw that a couple of weeks ago, particularly about the efforts by China to have also a joint aerial maneuver, such as was at the United Arab Emirates in 23, and various activities that have been occurring within the sphere have really showed that the Chinese are really making an effort. But nonetheless, it really is apparent that China is not having much success in the security realm, particularly because also of the Abraham Accords, which opens the doors for more cooperation on the security level between the United States and also Gulf nations and the State of Israel, which is giving more encouragement to the United States. Also, it's a two-way relationship, of course, to engage with those countries. Dr. Doran spoke about the F-35 program that could have been part of the UAE, a very sophisticated aircraft, of course, that not many countries around the world would say no to. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is, again, it comes back to interoperability, infrastructure, and other aspects that have very been detrimental to those countries. So they also need to make that step in the right direction towards the United States to say, hey, look, we are interested in the United States from other aspects as well, and we're willing to forgo certain advantages from the Chinese part in order to bolster our capabilities on other advances that would be more attractive, particularly also from the security perspective. I would say that during the Biden administration in particular, but also prior to that, multiple administrations have been more engaged from a security perspective, a lot of DoD, but there wasn't really an all-of-government approach, and that is something that is still or has been lacking until just recently, when Trump, of course, came to the Gulf and showcased a change of tone. Let's see, it's still very fluid, it's still not entirely there, so we'll have to wait and see how this evolves.
Thank you, Jonathan. I was actually going to speak about this next, and I think it's important to understand to which extent the recent President Trump's tour in the Gulf, starting in Riyadh, signals an assertion of interest, and to which extent is this effort enough? We have talked about the expanding relationships of China and in Africa and the Gulf. It is undeniable, it is vast, and it's diverse. Is Washington doing enough? Let me conclude with a joint question for you all, bringing from your own expertise in different fields of studies. What do you think are the major implications for China's expanding influence in the region? Briefly, maybe in a minute or two. And what does this say about the regional alliances in the global world order? Starting with you, Dr. John.
After Trump came back from the Middle East, I spoke to some senior administration people in Southeast Asia, so various Southeast Asian politicians. And a comment they made was, why can't Trump treat us like that? And what he meant by that was, they're used to an America coming in, telling them how they should do things, what kind of reforms, institutional or economic they need. Whereas, as in what they were trying to say was, they actually like this so-called more transactional approach. Now, I'm not saying America should do this everywhere, because there's a huge element to American, values and political values and so on that play out quite well in certain parts of the world. But I do think the United States does need to be, it needs to have different approaches to different parts of the world. Look, I think as other members of this panel have said, China fills vacuums. But if there is no vacuum, if the United States is offering, whether it's economic security they need, whether it's military, partnership or security they need, if they don't get it, they'll go somewhere else. But the United States is actually, and I'm quite optimistic, if it wants to actually take the lead in particularly places like the Middle East, that value outcomes and power, the United States actually is in a better position than the Chinese. So I'm not advocating a transactional approach to everyone. There are parts of the world where it works better than others, and it would worry the Chinese right now.
Yeah, the discussion around the transactional approach is really interesting because it appears as though the U.S. is pivoting away from its traditional approach in Africa, which is largely premised on development assistance and the promotion of democracy and human rights, and potentially moving more towards this transactional approach. It's very nascent, so we will have to wait to see how it all shakes out. But I think in the African context, such an approach would also be welcomed. Africa, you frequently hear complaints that the United States hectors its African partners about things like democracy and human rights, and there's the inescapable fact that the donor relationship that the United States has with a lot of African countries does create a dynamic of a donor supplicant, right? So that's an inherently unequal partnership. So I think even as we've seen Africa get dramatically affected by the U.S. aid cuts and other types of cuts that the administration is doing, there's also some hope on the continent that it could be replaced by sort of commercial engagements or more transactional engagements. Now, this question of where does China fit into this? Yes, I think China does seek out voids, and that's been the case for decades in the African context, because the United States has been so focused on things like development assistance and these sort of principled, if you want to call it that, engagements, and China has stepped in on the more practical side of infrastructure development, for instance. So I'm a little bit torn about what the aid cuts mean in the African context, because it's not the type of thing China wants to do in Africa, and so I don't think it's going to wholesale replace these cuts. So I don't know in practical terms how much of an increase in Chinese engagement we'll see on the continent in the development assistance space. I suspect very little. Now you could argue there's a qualitative effect where African states are a little unsettled by certainly the abruptness of the cuts, let's say. But I suspect China's trying to figure it out themselves of how they can take advantage of the moment.
Yeah, I would just say that I think in terms of China's strategy, a peaceful and prosperous Middle East is probably the worst thing that could happen to China's kind of global plans. The Abraham Accords is a snapshot of this. If that were to be expanded and you had more Middle Eastern nations, more Arab nations normalizing with Israel, it's the worst thing for China. China wants more turmoil in the Middle East because it makes those states more reliant on sending their oil and getting money from China. And it's why Iran has been, as was said, as John said, their effective client state. If there was regime change in Iran, Iran was an actual democracy and was peaceful with its neighbors and was not fomenting war and terrorism across the region, and that entire region became more peaceful, how much more peaceful it would be if Iran was not the regime that it is? That's the actual moment where the United States gets to do what multiple administrations have talked about doing, which is primarily focusing on China and countering the growth of the CCP. The CCP knows that a peaceful and prosperous Middle East is the worst thing to happen for the movement of American military might out of that region and into the Pacific. So I think their overall goal is to keep this region slightly destabilized. It's why they're partners with Iran and no one else. It's why they are constantly interjecting themselves to mess up normalization with Israel. I think they see Israel as a kind of foothold of capitalism in the Middle East. And it's why they've opposed it on multiple occasions, most notably after October 7th, where they effectively broke off relations there. So I think that's the goal going forward, and President Trump looks like that's what he's driving towards, is to actually promote peace and stability in the region, to normalize relationships between Arab nations and Israel, and that would actually allow the United States to focus where it wants to, which is on countering CCP expansion and aggression. I'd love to see it all kind of work out that way. I think we've got about 3 years, maybe a little bit more to get it done. But I think that's where things are pointing towards.
I think China is all about perceptions and disinformation. It claims to be a champion of support for the Palestinians, saying that it's a leading figure in support of, humanitarian aid and such. But when you go and quantify the figures, there are only $17 million in aid, as opposed to the hundreds of millions of dollars of any pretty much other actor that has distributed aid and being so vulgar in expressing support. Next to that, you have, China, since October 7th, again, I'll go back to that, really utilizing the tools at its disposal to approach the war from a pro-America, anti-America perspective. So from its perspective, Hamas's anti-America part of the Iranian axis, and Israel is the embodiment of American values in the Middle East. And therefore, it utilized TikTok and advanced algorithms to really push forward anti-Israeli and anti-American messaging in Western countries, including in the United States, which you see, obviously, I can't quantify it, but I assume what we saw just last night is the result of that, including the various outbursts of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism on campuses and elsewhere. So when Israel approached it and said, can you please stop doing that? It said, well, we don't have control over TikTok, as if the Article 2 of its constitution doesn't exist. So those are aspects that it is pushing forward, and everybody in the Gulf, including Israel, see this. They see who the reliable partner is. And the claim of interventionism and non-interventionism, it's one big farce. Obviously, the Chinese are very much meddling in various countries via its clients, Islamic Republic of Iran, via its various tools at its disposal, and it ensures deniability to the fullest extent of the word. So again, looking at those aspects and the trajectory of China as a so-called partner of choice, it's not a partner of choice. Gulf nations, Israel, even other countries in the region look to Africa and they see a clear case study for what is the result of Chinese activities and relationships. So there's much of that. Naturally, we need to wait and see how the various trajectories evolve. With regard to the respective countries, the situation in the Middle East is still very much fluid. We need to wait and see the nuclear negotiations between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran via Omani mediation, how it's going to affect also Chinese involvement in the Middle East, since ultimately China is the protector of Iran in international fora alongside the Russians. And you cannot step in any hotel across the Middle East without bumping into Chinese businessmen who are still pushing forward the Chinese narrative. Every Chinese attaché is effectively an agent trying to recruit people on the ground, be it from the intelligence community or elsewhere. And it's very aggressive in this. And it's very open about the fact that it doesn't like America and that it's trying to draw its partners and allies to its own fold. So there are a lot of those type of aspects that need to be taken into account. And naturally, the United States is clear-eyed about this, but it needs to be more vigorous in its approach.
Thank you all for this, for these very practical takeaways. Maybe before we conclude, I wanted to see if the audience has any questions. Maybe a mic. If you can introduce yourself and direct the question to one of the panelists, please.
Well, I'd like to ask anyone who's interested, Jason Epstein, South 5 Strategies. I know this is a conversation about the United States and China, but could any of you explain perhaps what sort of competition post-Ukraine invasion might be going on between China and Russia in either the Middle East or Africa or both? Thank you.
Anyone wants to?
What what we saw in Syria is that Russia has lost a lot of its influence in the Middle East, and that it's because of what they're having to spend in Ukraine, but it's deepened ties with Iran, Russian and Iranian ties. So I would just say it's kind of fluid right now. I don't think China and Russia, although they are drawing closer, I don't think they have a unified strategy for what they want out of the Middle East. I think right now Russia just wants drone technology and they'd like to keep some access to ports. And China wants something totally different, which is a lot of oil. Russia's resource rich, so they're not looking at the same things. I think the more that the United States strategy can look to kind of exploit those fissures is the best way forward. And clearly, although I'm hesitant to see any kind of relaxation of sanctions on the regime in Syria, I think that's something that folks over at the EOB are thinking about. If we can move in and get closer to Syria, is there a way to exploit a fissure here between Russia and China, or at least push Russia further out of this region?
Thank you, Garrett. Any other questions?
If I may add on that, because particularly on Syria, the construction angle is very interesting. The Russians are still in Taltus and Latakia. In contrast to many of the reports, they're still very much there, and they're placed in Hamimim Air Base as well as the Taltus port, and their capacity to exert true influence into Syria is very limited. Nonetheless, there are obviously negotiations ongoing with Damascus on this, in also discussions with the Turks. The Chinese, however, are looking at this from a different perspective. They signed a very significant Belt and Road Initiative with the Assad regime, and they want to capitalize on that. And therefore, when they're looking at the current regime in Damascus, they're asking themselves, okay, what is there in there for us that we can exploit? And therefore, there was just a couple of days a conference in Syria, which included a lot of construction companies, and that was prior to President Trump's declaration of policy. But nonetheless, what was apparent was 173 Turkish companies, construction companies, all of them, of course, affiliated with the AKP, and 35 Chinese companies. That was it. Nobody else entered into that conference or discussed being a viable contender for the various tenders for construction. So the Chinese are eyeing the various intricacies in Syria, which is a very fluid situation. Again, as was mentioned earlier, they're very much looking to fill vacuum wherever it may emerge. With regard to other locations, I mean, with the Islamic Republic of Iran, Russia and Iran and China still have that contract that was signed for vital infrastructure for 25 years of up to $400 billion, which was signed at the height of the previous Trump administration's maximum pressure campaign. That is something that did not really evolve into tangible development in light of various sanctions that the Chinese were very wary of. But nonetheless, they're still looking at that, and they're very much interested to see sanctions lifted in order to accomplish the various exploitations that they managed to pull during the previous Trump administration vis-a-vis the Islamic Republic, while the Russians are, of course, also looking to deepen their own hold in Iran from different perspectives, particularly on nuclear, where the Russians are very much involved there. And we're seeing also the Chinese trying to grab on certain contracts of the Russians with regard to the nuclear development plans, something that may cause some friction between the two. But nonetheless, since 2021, it's quite apparent that Moscow is not necessarily a 100% client of Beijing, but it's not far from there.
Question over here.
Thank you very much. Luke Foster, I teach at Hillsdale College on the DC campus. Something that both Joshua and John mentioned was the role of Chinese propaganda in framing the issue in the global South, especially in Africa, in what I would say is effectively post-colonial terms, right? That the Chinese partnership offers a means of liberation from Western-centered structures, whether that's conceptual, financial, legal, but in some of these cases, I mean, the scenarios are dramatic, right? The French base in Chad is shut down 1 week, and the following week, literally, the Chinese delegation arrives to essentially set up a very similar kind of security relationship with Chad, but that is probably going to be a worse deal in the long run. So the question I would have is, how much of that do you think is really a product of successful propaganda versus meeting a real perception on the ground? And how much of this is really purely cynical on Beijing's part versus how much of this is perhaps picking up on a sincere Marxist or Maoist tradition of a critique of the West, which perhaps goes back to Soviet foreign policy?
Just a quick comment. First of all, particularly the guy in power in China at the moment, he's a true ideologue, right? I mean, there's no distinction between material power and ideology. I mean, as you know, a true Marxist-Leninist intimately understands the relationship between ideology and material power. But to answer your question, is it propaganda? Is it cynical? I mean, the way I would answer it is, if you ask me, well, who's the target, right? I mean, what China does largely is elite, it tries to do anyway, is elite capture, right? So it doesn't, so if an American or the World Bank or whoever else points out to some technocrat in that receiving country, oh, this is really bad for your country, depending on who that elite is in that country, they may not care. The number one priority for them is to get an outcome that helps them remain in power, entrench in power, and so on. So, and as we know, elites in many countries are cynical about their own roles and what they do for their countries. So merely sort of pointing out the inconsistency in what China offers and promises and delivers in real on the ground may not actually work if the elite of that country doesn't actually care. Now, this works less well, I think, in the Middle East, because the Middle East countries, a lot of them, I'm talking about Saudi Arabia, they're actually more realistic. They actually want an outcome. Not necessarily that's solely just best for their people, but they actually want a real on-the-ground material outcome. So pure sophistry works less well, I think, in these countries than it does in many parts of Africa, many parts of Southeast Asia and the Pacific.
Yeah, I would agree with all that. Certainly, propaganda has been a central part of China's outreach to Africa for decades, really since the time of Mao. They have a very clear strategy around it, and it actually can be mind-numbingly boring to listen to Chinese officials in Africa because they say the same thing over and over again. Like it's very obviously a centralized effort, and they're quite disciplined in enacting it. Now, they've also evolved over the years, so they have become more sophisticated, I would say, in some of their propaganda outreach. So they've have invested, for instance, in journalist training programs where they bring African journalists over to, or take African journalists over to China for training. And they also strike all these deals with African media houses. So these media houses get content from Xinhua and will run them. And I've encountered this just in my own work on Africa. It's a Xinhua article, but it's not identified as such. So it just looks like it's under, it's the Namibian Sun writing this article, but in fact it's a Xinhua article. So they have evolved. They have become quite sophisticated, I would say. Judging its impact is always really difficult because I agree it's absolutely largely focused on elites. They are clearly trying to reach the general population, but elites is really what they care about, just because that's their entire strategy is focused on elite capture, and then that will facilitate what they're trying to do at lower echelons. My sense is that Afghan governments buy it when it is in their interest to, and even slightly roll their eyes potentially where it does not align with what they already believe. I'm not sure Afghan governments are naive about this stuff. I think there is significant overlap in what China is trying to sell them, so they're willing to buy, so to speak, in those areas of overlap. And my sense is they don't particularly buy the rest of it.
Thank you, Joshua. Unfortunately, I think we're out of time, but I would like to thank you all for this very practical, insightful discussion that is very timely as well. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the Hudson Institute. One clear takeaway from today is that China's influence in the Gulf and in Africa is expanding. It is diverse, and it's real and substantive. And this carries major implications for the region, for the US, and for the global order. So for that, the US must respond proactively and strategically to this growing challenge. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, hello. I would like to ask you, please, to join your seats, and we would like to close with the panel, Israel's strategic role in U.S.-China rivalry with Mike Doran, Ilan Berman, and Aaron McLean.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I commend you on your stamina. For those who remain with us, or welcome to those who are just joining us. The good news is you can only get drinks at the reception if you attend this final panel. We're going to hand out tickets at the door. So you win. You didn't even know.
That's why I'm here.
That's why we're here on the stage. We all have an interest in it. Ilan Berman, Senior Vice President, the American Foreign Policy Council. Thank you for joining us. Mike, do I need to introduce you at this stage? You've already been up once.
Nobody said super genius when I was up before.
Mike is, it is true, you are one of the smartest people I know. And can we just leave it at that?
That's great. That's great. I'll take that. I think I deserve a little more, but I'll take
it. Also odd at times, a little odd, but brilliant. But we'll go with that. I want to, so our subject is Israel's strategic role in U.S.-China rivalry. I want to step back, both in time and just start very big picture. And Ilan, I'll ask you to start. Let's go back about, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years. What was Israel's view of China? What was sort of the conventional wisdom about how that relationship was going to evolve? Let's just start with that as the backdrop, and then we'll kind of work our way forward up to
okay. No, so I think it's good, and advisedly, right? I see lots of friends like Asaf Orion in the crowd, so he's going to hector me after, maybe not during, but after, about me getting things wrong. But so I think the historical part of this is really important to understand, because the way at least the way I think about it, Chinese engagement in the Middle East writ large, but with Israel in particular, is made up of 4 stages, right? So in the roughly 2 decades preceding the rise of Xi Jinping to power, China had a very limited footprint, right? All things considered, limited footprint in the Middle East, right? It was focused on more commercial attitudes. It was focused on arms sales. It was focused on energy. With the rise of Xi Jinping, with the birth of what we now know as the Belt and Road, you have a much more expansive foreign policy vision that has seen China erect what would uncharitably be called this empire of influence, right? Built through, and again, the Belt and Road is not one thing, it's many things, and it's also iterative because it's gone through various permutations and iterations, but at least at the outset, it was very clearly intended to insinuate Chinese, to raise China's role and raise China's salience through infrastructure building with smaller, weaker economies, and if China could get, capture a degree of their sovereignty in the process, then so much the better. Israel's not in that boat, right? Israel's a high-functioning economy. Israel is aspiring to first world standards. It's sort of dynamic by any stretch. It is very much the startup nation in the context of the way the Chinese think about Israel. And so Israel, during that process, during that period, became very naturally a very attractive prize. And so what you saw was this surge of Chinese investment, writ large, but focusing on the high-tech sector, which caused some turbulence here because a significant portion of Israel's high-tech sector is bound up with defense industrial relationships that rebound to the special relationship between Jerusalem and Washington. So what China was doing was not just of commercial interest, it was of national security concern for policymakers in Washington. And that trajectory has changed. And there's a couple things that caused it to change. When the Trump administration was in office the last time, the National Security Council, at that time, the team there, people like Victoria Coates and Rob Greenway, really made it an issue to talk to the Israeli government about the concerns, the sort of the second order and third order effects of Chinese investment. And whether or not the Israeli government agreed with them, this was a high water mark in the relationship between Jerusalem and Washington, so they were willing to play ball, at least rhetorically. So Israel set up a mechanism roughly analogous to the CFIUS mechanism that we have here in the United States to vet investment, how that's going, it's not up to me to decide. But nonetheless, there was at least this sort of tactical responsiveness. So that's the second stage. The third stage was after October 7th. And before October 7th, China had done a pretty good job of triangulating. It was talking to the Shiites, it was talking to Iran, it had that, the last panel talked about the 25-year, $400 billion framework agreement, right? It's mostly unrealized, and yet it is a product of very deep Chinese engagement with Iran. The Chinese had spent a lot of time curating Saudi interest, playing off of lingering Saudi doubts about the steadfastness of the US alliance, and sort of had made inroads there. And they were talking to the Jewish state. And after October 7th, they made their choice, right? It was very clear. My institution, we actually had a delegation in Beijing when the attacks of October 7th happened. And my colleagues watched in real time as the official Chinese narrative shifted from, oh, this is terrible, to, oh, well, Israel is a colonizing force and therefore, you know, it deserves what it gets. That week, within like 2 days.
Wow.
And so it was very clear that this was a party decision. This was a sort of a state decision that came down. And that's been the frame that's really chilled relations over the last 18 months, 19 months. And what you have now, and I mean, like right now, this month, has been this at least early sign that the Chinese are trying to mend fences, they're trying to change. The Chinese ambassador to Israel gave his first public interview since October 7th, I think it was May 10th. And it was all very scripted, it was all very formulaic, but he unequivocally denounced Hamas as a terrorist group. I mean, it took him 580 some odd days to do it, but nonetheless, you know, significant. And also talked about the need for China and Israel to upgrade the relationship. So there's clearly a desire on the Chinese side to sort of to reset the clock a little bit. So that's sort of been the arc of the relationship so far. Whether or not Israel is prepared to let bygones be bygones, is prepared to really understand, forgive the Chinese choosing of sides after October 7th, I think that remains to be seen.
Mike, I'll ask you to respond to that and either emphasize things you want to emphasize or disagree if you want to disagree. But can I ask you to sort of swivel the map a bit? What has China understood its interest in Israel to be throughout this period? How does China look at Israel rather than the other way around? And why what is in the Chinese interest, this swift pivot against Israel following 10/7? Because it is a bit mysterious if you don't have any context. It seems odd.
So I thought what Elon said was just brilliant and perfect. I guess a starting point for understanding well, maybe the starting point. Let's go back a little bit and talk about our assumptions up until Xi Jinping came on the scene, because our policy was governed very much. Really, until even after Xi Jinping came on the scene, it took us a while to wake up, by all of the assumptions that went into the end of history assumptions following the fall of the Berlin Wall. A great document to look at if you haven't is Bill Clinton's letter to Congress, explaining why, in 2000, explaining why China should have accession to the WTO, because it contains all of the end of history assumptions, which we have not completely left behind yet in our debate. Basically, the assumptions being that the greater economic integration and cooperation between the United States and China is going to make the Chinese regime, the regime in Beijing, more responsive to the Chinese middle class. It's going to build up economic interest of the middle class, and it's going to become less a dictator, a communist dictator, and more a manager of the Chinese economy, much like the Israelis thought about what they were going to do to Hamas, turn it into a manager of the Gazan economy. And then it was going to create mutual, we were going to become prisoners of our shared dependency, and we were going to become partners, Beijing and Washington, in managing the global economy. So we were going to get a kinder, gentler China, and a China that recognized the shared interest with the United States more. And together we were going to go into the future of peace and prosperity. And that has never died. It's still alive in Wall Street. Fareed Zakaria occasionally talks this way. Last time I checked, I haven't listened to him in a long time, but he was explaining that, yes, there's been a lot of friction with Xi Jinping, but think how bad it would have been if we didn't have all this shared interest and so on. And so the Israelis got whipsawed by us because one day we woke up and we said, this isn't going to work. And then we started getting annoyed with all of our allies who had gone along with those same assumptions and so on. But I think if you were China and you're looking at Israel, Xi Jinping's China starts looking at it from the China 2025 vision. They looked and they listed all of the areas in which tech development is going to drive economies in the 21st century and military competition. And they wanted to be a leader in all of those areas, and they began looking at it. And if you look at the world through a China 2025, so they brought that out, and then they realized the minute they brought out that report that they had shown their hand, and they quickly deep sixed it. It doesn't exist anymore, but it still exists on the internet, and it's a good, I think, captures their worldview. If you look at the world through a China 2025 lens, and you look at Israel. Israel is a tech, it's a cyber superpower. It has a four-star intelligence, services. It has a high-tech and very experienced military, especially an Air Force. And it has a defense industrial complex that is really deeply bound up with the American complex. So if you can take that entity and move it closer to you, that's a huge asset on your side of the ledger. I think what happened to them is that, as Elon said, we started to wag our finger at the Israelis and said, we might be cooperating closely with the Chinese in 17, but you cannot. And so the Israelis immediately got the message, and they started scaling back. And then along comes October 7th, and the Chinese are also they're less sanguine about pulling Israel away. They still want to have relations with it for any number of different reasons, but they're less sanguine about actually pulling it over to their side in any way because of the competition. And they're more focused on this dynamic in the Gulf, where they're building or they're helping to keep Iran strong enough to scare the Saudis and the Emiratis and the Qataris and others, and then set themselves up as the mediator in the Gulf on both sides of the Gulf divide. Along comes October 7th, and they realize that there's money to be made from their point of view, I mean, figuratively speaking, on appealing to the global South by hammering away on Israel as America's genocidal proxy. And it's also a good way of driving a wedge between America and its Gulf allies. Because I think that's the heart of the game for the Chinese today, is to pull Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and the Qataris closer to them.
I'm curious to know if you think at the moment that was a wise strategic decision for the Chinese from their perspective. Because you think it's October 2023. You don't know that Trump is going to win re-election. You could have President Harris right now, in which case you would have an American-Israel, there'd be a lot of distance and coldness growing in that relationship. Why, if you're China, do you cease triangulating and sort of walk away from this opportunity to deal with the Israelis?
I mean, who after October 7th made the worst bet in the Middle East? And you'd have to say, I think, Ali Khamenei. He misread the map. The Russians misread the map as well. The Russians the Russians and the Iranians have been knocked out of Syria. They never saw that coming. So China made the same miscalculation. And who are they talking to most about the Middle East? They're talking to Beijing and Moscow. I mean, Tehran and Moscow.
See, I don't think they made a miscalculation, actually. I think what you said was exactly right, which is that ultimately, right, there's lots of things that go into it, but ultimately it's market share. And here, right, the Israeli market, no matter how dynamic the Israeli economy is, no matter how vibrant the high-tech sector is, the Gulf is more vibranter, right? So, but it's not just that. It's not just the close-in neighborhood about economics. As the war has progressed, what you see is, and you know, there's a whole informational component to all this, which the Chinese have been very active in feeding. But as you see global public opinion in the developing world, in the global south, turn against Israel, it's something that actually benefits China, because China can actually say, hey, listen, we're with you. We don't stand with them. America stands with them. You should trade with us. Don't trade with the United States. And so that's the first part. The second part is that we are now witnessing in real time the evolution of something resembling a coherent strategy for middle powers to navigate China. How do you figure out China? This is pretty new. But countries like Morocco, countries like the Czech Republic and others, right, they're all well-functioning, right, comparatively, certainly in their regions, and they're figuring out ways to try to balance between the United States and China. But this is only the product of the last couple of years. Before then, it was very clear that America, having made that turn, you know, and no longer thinking that it was possible to make China a responsible stakeholder, there was a lot of pressure on these guys to choose sides. And because of the size of their economy, because of where they are situated geopolitically, they can't choose sides. So they've been trying to sort of to navigate it. So I think from the Chinese perspective, the near term is that bigger market in the developing world. The medium term is the Israelis are going to try to balance. We can bring them back. We don't lose anything.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and on the information front, I mean, the way in which TikTok embraced the Palestinian cause, the anti-Israel cause, was so striking. And I remember at the peak of that debate, when the legislation was moving through Congress, there was data to the effect that, like, yeah, it's lopsided on Instagram, it's lopsided on all these platforms. There's more pro-Palestine stuff than pro-Israel stuff, kind of wherever you look. But the numbers were just unambiguous, that when it was sort of like this on Instagram, like this on Google, and then like this on TikTok. And it was clearly human intervention that was creating that disjunct, which came at a cost to TikTok. And I mean, I think it was a non-insignificant factor in the passage of the legislation, which is currently not being enforced.
I was going to say, until it wasn't. Right,
until it wasn't, yeah. So, you know, if they're embracing polarization and they're embracing sort of increased hostility with the United States, so be it, from their point of view. Ilana, I'll ask, this is really for both of you, but Ilana, let me start with you. Okay, so maybe there's going to be some wooing and some warming to get past this for the Israelis and the Chinese. You know, we see playing out elsewhere the tariff question. It's creating big opportunities, I think. I'm curious what you think. Creating big opportunities for the Chinese in Europe. Where are we with Israel tariffs? It will be 17%, right? If we don't get a deal of some sort. Is this a factor? You know, how does that intersect with
so I think, again, I'm not an economist, but I think from my sense, it's only on the margins. I was there a week and a half ago, and Israel's a pretty spendy place, just generally speaking, right? Costs are pretty high, restaurants are pretty high, the nightlife is vibrant, and the sort of the price for drinks reflects that. And I see there is a little bit of upward pressure, right, on prices. I found prices higher. I found the exchange rate with the dollar less favorable than in the past, but not that much change, right? Much more continuity than change. And the ubiquity of Chinese products, at least for now, it's not there, right? You're not seeing streets saturated with cheap Chinese cars. You may in the future, in a year or two, right? But right now, I don't think there's quite as significant a shift as you're beginning to see elsewhere.
Mike? Can I say a word about the TikTok thing?
Absolutely.
This is just totally a speculation on my part, but I wondered if, in that you mentioned the graph of all the other platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and so on, and then TikTok on Gaza. I wondered if it wasn't a dry run for Taiwan, because it's a kind of cost-free test case to see can we actually manipulate, change the American public perception on an issue for the time when it really matters to us the most. Maybe that's too clever by half on my part to think that there's this kind of forethought about it, but it has to occur to them. It has once they realize that they have this lever to pull, they have to think about, well, we can use this when it really matters, and it did have, I believe, an effect on the opinion of 20-something Americans.
I can't summon the statistic, but it is some astonishing percentage of people under the age of 25 or whatever get their news such that they get news from TikTok. Astonishing number.
Yeah, it is. It is something that we should be worried about.
And there's another dimension to it as well. Not that this is the hate on TikTok panel, but every panel I'm on is the hate on TikTok panel. But there's the question of direct propaganda. Like, can we change opinions about this issue? And then there's indirect information techniques that you can use in a crisis. The one thing that I remember coming up during the congressional debate on the TikTok bill was, should there be a crisis in the Taiwan Strait, teen suicides in the Washington, D.C. area will skyrocket. That they can push levers like that. They can flood, content to vulnerable young people who are looking at that stuff. They can turn the dials to sort of introduce various means of social destabilization. So it may not be just, I'm just responding to your point, it may not be only as direct as, let's move your view on issue X. There may be other destabilizing things they can use the platform to do.
It's remarkable.
Well, my question to Ilham was about tariffs, but let me step back and make it more about President Trump. What is the role that Trump and Trump 2, let's say, plays in this question of Israel balancing between the U.S. and China? Do you detect a difference in tenor in the U.S.-Israel relationship between Trump 1 and Trump 2?
I do. I do. So I think the key question is the triangle. Do you have a triangle between or among? I think it's supposed to be among, isn't it? But never sounds right, does it? I always, whenever I say it's between and then I say three items, I remember my high school English teacher saying among. So anyway, the Gulf, Israel, and Iran. So the great irony from the American point of view is that because Israel, the Gulf cannot protect itself. This is the great discovery of the Emiratis when the Houthis hit the UAE with a combined drone, ballistic missile, and cruise missile attack, which could have collapsed Burj Khalifa. And the U.S., this is the Biden administration, defined it as a terrorist as a terrorist attack, and it got read in America as a drone attack. It's the only thing that registered. Our air defenses, or the UAE and American air defenses combined, took out all of the missiles, but there was one drone that got through to the airport or near the airport, and so it got read as a terrorist attack. And the Emiratis say, and I have no reason to disbelieve them, that they didn't hear anything from any Americans after that. They were just left twisting, out there in exposed on the battlefield. And at that point, they basically they were already hedging toward Beijing, but they hedged even further because they were no longer convinced that the United States was going to be there to defend themselves. And so they were not going to go out on the battlefield against Iran, whether either figuratively or literally on the battlefield. They were going to try to make amends with Iran, and they also went to Beijing. And that's the key dynamic, I think, if you're sitting in Beijing and you see that. The American failure to really defend against Iran offers an enormous opportunity to Beijing. Reinforced by the Biden administration policy, you'll remember once the Houthis started hitting international shipping, And the Egyptians were complaining to the Americans, help us, the Suez Canal has been shut down effectively, and the other partners are complaining. Jake Sullivan, what did he do? He called up the Chinese and said, will you help us get the Houthis to stop, or get Iran to get the Houthis to stop?
It's the same logic as the Clinton letter when it goes back to it.
No, but it's amazing. It's amazing because there's no way to read that. If you're a Middle East ally, if you're Israel or the UAE or Saudi Arabia, there's no way to read that other than that the Americans don't understand regional dynamics. And there's also no way to read it except to say, if you're the Emiratis or the Saudis, why am I turning to Washington? Why not cut out the middleman and just go direct to Beijing? If the service that the United States is going to offer me is to make a call to Beijing, why don't I make the call to Beijing? And then I don't have all the the baggage of being an American client when I do that. So the Saudis and Emiratis can't protect themselves against the Iranians. They need someone to do that. They need the Americans to do that. Ironically, the Israelis came in and did it. I mean, if anyone has chastened the Iranians in the last 10 years, it's the Israelis. And it's created an opportunity for Trump to launch a diplomatic initiative. I expected Donald Trump to understand this dynamic better since he had the whole history of Qasem Soleimani and so forth. Because I think that the cutting the separate deal with the Houthis, not going to Israel, negotiating with Iran on the nuclear program over the heads of the Israelis. You don't get the sense that this is really the U.S. and the Israelis have a combined position. No one knows what Witkoff is saying in the room with Arakchi. The Americans negotiating with Hamas over the heads of the Israelis, and the U.S. making a major decision about Syria without consulting the Israelis. Israel is kind of the Israelis today, like the last couple of weeks, are sort of in shock over all of this. I think I think they jumped. Those who are near panic or depressed and so on, I think that they're letting the news of 1 week, it was a hell of a week, but I think they're letting it upset them too much because Trump had a frame for this trip. He wanted certain deliverables from the Gulf, and he didn't want to have Gaza overshadowing that or the Houthis overshadowing that or anything else. It doesn't mean that he's abandoned Israel and is now working with Saudi Arabia to settle the region. But having said all that, there's a failure on the part of the Trump administration at this stage to, I think, integrate the security dimension of their policy and the economic dimension of their policy in a way that is self-reinforcing. When they're trying to negotiate a nuclear deal with the Iranians and think that the Iranians are weak, and they cut a separate deal with the Houthis, who are an Iranian client, they undermine their negotiating position on with the Iranians. And when they want to send a message to the Saudis and Emiratis that the future is all American and not Chinese, and they cut a separate deal with the Houthis and seem to be doing outreach to the Iranians and so forth, they undermine themselves. Now, unfortunately, the message they're getting from the Saudis and the Qataris, not so much the Emiratis, but the Saudis and the Qataris, is not helping, because the Saudis and Qataris are saying, just settle the Gaza thing, settle the Iran thing, go negotiate, because those guys have been whipsawed by American policy so much, they're not going to take an anti-Iranian position, because they know that they may take an anti-Iranian position today, and then tomorrow, who knows where the United States will be, and they'll be again left out on the battlefield alone. Am I making sense? I made a very complex picture here, but my basic,
Are you following along?
Yeah, not really, but
my basic point is, if there's no distance between the United States and Israel, it strengthens the U.S. position everywhere, with the Emiratis and the Saudis, with the Iranians, with the Houthis. Unfortunately, the Trump administration isn't doing that.
Yeah, please.
Did I not make sense?
You did make sense. I don't know that I agree. So look, so
Well, then you're wrong.
No, so I was there a week and a half ago, and again, right, I try to talk to a broad spectrum of people to try to sort of put a finger on the pulse. And what struck me was the degree to which Israeli opinion is souring in real time on the Trump administration. Right. That, by the way, that is not to say that they don't think that America, on balance, is an ally and whatever it is, but the catalog of things where the Israelis have been surprised unpleasantly is steadily growing. I was there during the week where the week started. Their week starts on Sunday. The week started with a Houthi missile attack on Ben Gurion Airport, and 2 days later, as the Israelis were bombing the Yemeni port, Trump announced, without any forward knowledge by the Israelis, that they had struck a separate deal. And the Israeli reaction was, let's say, unpublishable, right, among the people that I talked to, right? They sort of said, you know what, we're on our own. And another thing that I heard from them also has to do with the potential bifurcation of the Iran negotiations, which is sort of interesting. I know that sort of we talked about it earlier in the day, but I was really struck by the fact that a lot of the interlocutors, folks in Israel who work senior positions working the Iran file in the government, various stages of the last 25 years, all said roughly the same thing, which is what we're really concerned about is we're really concerned about the Iranians, who are expert professional negotiators. The Iranian team now is the same team that negotiated the JCPOA a decade ago. That's not the case on our side. And we're worried about them hammering out some sort of framework that Trump can sell to Congress, but still leaves us exposed, right? So an example that's sort of really evocative here is, what if Iran, right, just imagine, what if Iran puts a cap on its ballistic missile ranges, right? Or it puts its space program, which is effectively the same thing, under international oversight, right? That way, Trump would be able to turn around and say to Congress, hey, look, I've eliminated the Iranian ICBM threat to the US homeland. And yet, it does nothing to eliminate the Iranian threat to Israel itself. So it's these sort of little pivot points that they're really concerned about. And Iran is one factor. There's also the question of Syria, right? I had already left by the time Trump did his Gulf trip and unilaterally lifted sanctions on Syria, but I know precisely what the reaction is going to be, which is, it's fine if you lift sanctions, but you may want to get something in return. And so it's that change of tenor between Trump 45 and Trump 47 that the Israelis are having a little trouble calibrating.
And the point of disagreement here is
no,
that...
So the point of disagreement is I think...
Because that all sounded pretty consistent.
No, it's consistent, but I think the Israelis also have a job here, right? The Israelis, I don't think yet have appreciated the fact that we are now this old paradigm of U.S.-Israeli partnership, right? Values-based, sort of, long-term sort of Reagan-era partnership at least has receded temporarily. And so my counsel to all the Israelis I talked to was, look, this is a mercantile Middle East policy. You should figure out things that you guys do well that you can sell to the Trump administration, right? One example is, President Trump gave a speech yesterday on the Golden Dome on missile defense, issued an executive order 3.5 weeks ago on the Golden Dome. Directed energy defense, laser defenses are a big part of that. The Israelis are pioneering laser defenses. Where is that conversation? And why are they not publicizing that conversation, right? There are things that they can do to improve their competitiveness in the eyes of the Trump administration. Because the thing that I'm worried about at watching the Trump administration, the president himself, but also the Secretary of Defense and sort of other principals sort of obviate visiting Israel is that familiarity breeds contempt, right? They think that they have the Israelis in their pocket, and so they don't have to try. And this is what I'm concerned about, right? It creates daylight. It creates daylight in the relationship, but it also creates daylights in regional perceptions of the relationship.
The Israelis also, particularly the supporters of the government, I was there just after Trump's election, and you would have thought the Messiah was coming. They assumed that the best days of Trump 1 were going to be the baseline for relations moving in. And they didn't realize that there were going to be differences between Trump 1 and Trump 2. So there was part of their depression this week is a reflection of exaggerated expectations, I think.
Yeah. All right. We'll only go for a few more minutes, and then I'm going to open it up to the room for questions. So please be thinking about your questions. Maybe let's stick with Iran and potential futures on Iran and how that's going to affect U.S. Israel, but also China Israel. I mean, if I'm looking for this, the last several minutes have been spent on friction and a bit of gloom. One could maybe naively, I don't know, but nevertheless say that a bright point sitting here at this moment, it could all change, an hour from now or tomorrow, is that there does seem to be some consensus on the American side that the only acceptable deal is a deal with zero enrichment. Because, Alon, I agree. A month or two ago, I was like, well, if the Iranians just wise up and offer some major concessions that make it objectively better than the JCPOA, could President Trump ram that down a GOP Senate's throat? Maybe, is the answer, maybe. Well, zero enrichment is going to be a hard sell for the Iranians, which one very possible scenario going forward is there is no deal. And if there is no deal, it's going to be hard to, seems to me, restrain the Israelis in that situation, if Trump even wants to.
Right.
So question one, if that's the scenario that in fact plays out, how does that affect the Israel, US, China triangle? Like how does that play out? But also feel free to reject the premise, like if you think there's another scenario that's more likely.
No. I think that's generally right, and I'm also enormously heartened by the fact, by the sort of the stiffening of the American negotiating line on Iran, but listen, all politics is local. So ultimately, when Steve Witkoff came back and had gotten his bell rung by the Iranian negotiators and started articulating a domestic uranium enrichment capability that was the same as is codified and enshrined in the 2015 JCPOA, that started ringing alarm bells here on Capitol Hill and in the administration, because the only thing worse than the president not getting a deal on Iran, right, from their view, is if the president could be painted as, oh, this is just JCPOA 2.0, right? That's unacceptable. And so I sort of see that internal dynamic as being the thing that has stiffened the administration's spine. All to the good, I think. And there's also sort of another frame that I think we have to think about it. When President Trump withdrew from the JCPOA in May of 2018, he basically said that he was withdrawing because of three things, right? The deal was too short. There were sunsets. It was time limited. The last provision that attaches expires mid-October of this year. So there's a conversation coming about snapback and all that. It was too generous. It gave too much money in near and medium-term sanctions relief to the Iranian regime. And it was too limited. It didn't cover things like ballistic missiles. It didn't cover things like proxies. Those things still apply. But there's also a fourth component now. There's the domestic enrichment question, which we didn't really pay that much attention to at the time when the JCPOA was getting baked. But it's of supreme importance now because we have shifted the goalpost on nuclear nonproliferation globally. And there are countries like Saudi Arabia that are coming up behind Iran. What is the Saudi impetus to take a deal that's less beneficial than what the Iranians have, which includes domestic enrichment? I see that realization as being the thing that's, at least in part, stiffening the administration's spine. And by the way, you're absolutely correct. That actually brings the two sides closer together. The Chinese are trying to sort of navigate this in a really interesting way. So that speech by the Chinese ambassador to Israel that I mentioned, he actually, as one of his talking points, right, printed on the sheet in front of him, right, you can watch the video, it was apparently that China also opposes a nuclear-armed Iran, right? Which is new-ish, right? And it also is a little bit of a nod to a recognition that the Iran file is spinning in a way that the Chinese can't really control. And so if the Israelis move against Iran, which they're more and more likely to do, at least in my estimation, that won't be the thing that ruptures the relationship with Beijing. And I think that's an important signal.
Mike?
A couple things. The Iranians have two immediate goals in the negotiations with three, actually. It's like the Spanish Inquisition. The three goals are, number one, to buy time so they can rebuild their defenses. The second is to destroy snapback. And apparently, they've they've destroyed snapback if these negotiations go on for another month and a half. Although snapback doesn't disappear until October, for a variety of reasons, they need to start activating it by the end of June, or some give or take. So let's say let's be generous and say we need 2 months. 2 months of negotiations, regardless of whether they end in an agreement or not, and snapback is gone. And then the third thing that they want to do is prevent an Israeli attack. And as long as the negotiations are going on, there's no Israeli attack. So it almost doesn't matter what the terms. They can gain advantage regardless of what the terms are if they just keep the negotiations going on. Now, the second thing is no one knows what the terms of the negotiations are, as far as I can tell. I have not, and I've squeezed everyone that I know who I think might have some information, and I've gotten nothing. The Witkoff team leaks less than the Biden team, and briefs less than the Biden team. And the Israelis either don't know, it's probably unlikely, but they're not talking for whatever reason. The early messaging coming out of the Witkoff team was not at all heartening about the 3.67%. And they had to walk it back, and Rubio went out and said, no, we're not really talking about them enriching to 3.67%. We're talking about enrichment being done elsewhere, and then but they clearly walked it back. And then since then, the messaging has been fantastic. But the fact that the negotiations are still going on, Khamenei himself said last week, that Trump is lying. So either the negotiation is not going on the terms that we are publicly stating, or they have bracketed this question and are negotiating about a lot of other things around, or either we're lying, the Iranians are lying, or the whole thing has been bracketed. But something doesn't add up somewhere. And I don't see the Iranians are not going to negotiate away their nuclear program. They only have the Houthis and the nuclear program left as sort of elements of their of their defense of their national security strategy prior to this. They're not going to give up on the nuclear program unless they're attacked. That's the only way we're going to get an agreement with them. So what's going on there? I don't know, and I'm also concerned that there'll be some kind of clever manipulation, right, or clever thing. One possibility scenario that we haven't discussed is an interim deal, right? That allows Trump to say, this isn't JCPOA. Remember there was the JPOA and then the JCPOA. We're going to have another JPOA. And that'll get rid of the snapback. And Trump will say, I've staved off war. This isn't what I want. The negotiations are going to go on. But this is what I have for the moment. Of course, we all know that in the Middle East, there's nothing more permanent than the temporary. So the JPOA will be the new agreement, but it will allow Trump to say that he hasn't reneged on any of his promises. The other thing is that there'll be a lot of the little clever things that the Iranians do, and we'll go along with it. Like they will unplug all their advanced centrifuges. They won't dismantle them. They'll just unplug them, and they'll let inspectors come in and look at the completely assembled, ready to go advanced centrifuges. But they'll let them come in, and look at them extensively, and so we can claim more extensive, less enrichment capability, more extensive inspections, and so on. The Iranians are masters at coming up with all these little things that actually allow their program to advance very significantly, but can be depicted to an unsuspecting Tucker Carlson or a malignant Tucker Carlson as a real win for diplomacy.
Yeah. All right. On that unsettling note, let's open it up to the room, please. We'll start right here. There's a mic coming. Please say your name and your affiliation and form you put your impassioned screed in the form of a question.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Anna. I am a Georgetown student of conflict resolution and peace building. Last month, the Rand Corporation launched a report on a durable peace, Israeli-Palestinian peace, and it proposed that China can fund the infrastructure, the rebuilding of Gaza for the day after. So I am wondering, what is your opinion on that? I thought that was very innovative. I hadn't heard or thought about that before, so I wanted to know your opinion on that.
Okay. Look, in principle, it's not a terrible idea in the sense that there is a requirement for, and again, I hate the idea, the phrase day after, because that's a purely American construct, right? Because we Americans are very impatient. What we're really talking about is a generation after, right? And a generation after, any durable state in, or construct in, or sort of Palestinian pre-state would include three things, right? It would include security, right? Because it's very clear that Israel's October 6th paradigm for security was insufficient, so they need something else, right? And the Israelis, in terms of military manpower, are simply, and also in terms of sort of political desire, have no interest in long-term military occupation, right? But there has to be some sort of security arrangement that preserves Israeli security better. So that's the first. The second is economic reconstruction, right? Because, look, when I think about Gaza a generation from now, the way I like to think about it is someplace like Tangier, right? Container port, deep water port, container traffic, foreign direct investment, all that stuff. That requires, by the way, that requires infrastructure. That requires sufficiently attractive infrastructure to attract tourism, because tourists bring money. And it also requires the third component, which is de-radicalization, right? Because it's going to be a service economy, and you can't have your waitstaff trying to kill your guests. So those three things, I mean, to me, those are the legs of the stool. Can China help? I think absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a lot of strings attached. What I would like to see, the dog that isn't barking for me, is what does the region think? Within this construct, how is the region, how are the partners of Israel in the Abraham Accords, how are they willing to step up and participate in reconstruction and sort of setting the table long term? That's the dog that isn't barking. And the longer it's not barking, the more of an opening there is for countries like China to step in. I would prefer that the framework that the Trump administration midwifed and that the Israelis helped create, the Abraham Accords, to me seems like a more durable, stable arrangement for those three things.
All right. There were other hands. I saw that. There we go, sir.
In 08, the JPOA was a political deal, which was not based on the knowledge that the IAEA required to really scrutinize the Iranians based on what they had. The JCPOA had its various flaws, obviously the sunset, and you spoke about all of that. Now, Mike, you spoke about an interim deal. In the event that that's not viable, is there also an interim solution to a reality without a deal that does not include a kinetic strike?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do we have also an interim, so to speak, process before there is a kinetic strike, or is it immediately, if the deal collapses or diplomacy collapses, the next tool is war? Or do we have another process of blockades, ABCD, with regard to a more stringent maximalist pressure campaign that would frustrate the Iranians even further?
Right, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I would imagine, if you asked me, I think it's unlikely that the Israelis are going to go and attack without an okay from Washington. I think that's just highly unlikely. So what would likely happen is there would be movement toward an attack, and then the Iranians will start negotiating again. That's probably what we can likely expect. But we're in somewhat uncharted territory because they've never been what makes this not simply a repeat of JPOA, JCPOA, and all that is the Iranians are objectively weak and vulnerable, and the Israelis actually might. I don't think it's likely, but I think they might go it alone. So that adds another incentive for the Iranians to be super creative in coming up with solutions that allow them to hold on to their program while pretending they're not.
Over here on the right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Aaron. John Sitilides with the Foreign Policy Research Institute. Thank you. You gentlemen have spoken about President Trump, obviously, and Steve Witkoff, but I haven't heard you talk at all about Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I know that the State Department staffing is still quite unformed, but do you see a role for Rubio, given his past positions on the Middle East and where he can play a critical role here in formulating a policy that begins to become more coherent?
I totally do, and I think we're seeing that. We're seeing that happen. He's playing a fascinating role between traditional foreign policy establishment and Witkoff, and you saw it in that dynamic where Witkoff came out with the 3.67%, and then Rubio walked it back. You see it with him becoming National Security Advisor and Secretary of State at the same time. And I put out some of the more troubling scenarios here, but I'm so glad you asked your question, because the fact that the Trump administration has hardened its position publicly on this issue of no enrichment and dismantlement, that is very heartening to me. I think I heard from someone else. Well, it doesn't matter. I think I better not say what I heard from somebody else. But you can read the picture, glass half full, glass half empty, and there's definitely a glass half full scenario here. And I can imagine Donald Trump in his zigzag policy coming back and saying, hey, I told these guys what I needed. I tried to do it. They won't listen to me, and we have to take action.
I think we have time for one more. Sir, you get the final question. There's a mic coming right here. Give us just 1 second.
Thank you. I think I have an easy question for you. About a month and a half ago, there was a meeting between Prime Minister Netanyahu in the Oval Office. And the only report was that there was an agreement or a commitment of the United States, of the president, to resolve this issue in 2 months. So I think we're coming close to 2 months, and you say that the Israelis need approval from the White House to take action on their own. But isn't that what President Trump agreed to with the Prime Minister a month and a half ago?
So, yes, but the but becomes important because, right? What is it? Man plans, God laughs, right? So you have strange things that sort of fall into the mix, and I think the Iranians are banking on precisely that. They're banking on the idea that they can drag out the timeline further. By the way, right, so to the point that Mike was making earlier about sort of what the Iranians are trying to do, it does strike me that the Trump, again, right, I don't like the daylight between Washington and Jerusalem. I don't like the sort of the idea that we could potentially end up in a place where we start giving up things that we otherwise would feel vital in terms of Iranian concessions. But from the Trump administration's perspective, if you take sort of just look sort of in a binary way, the Trump administration is playing a winning hand, right? First of all, because the Iranian regime is very weak, right? And it's completely ideologically defunct, right? 80% of the Iranian people, according to a recent poll, want something other than the Islamic Republic. They have, their massive currency devaluation, their economies sort of in shambles. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why the Iranians would make a deal. And by the way, for the Trump administration, there's no losing, because if they do make a deal that's good, that doesn't enshrine enrichment, that he can actually sell to Congress, he wins. If the Iranians drag things out and the Israelis get impatient, he wins. And if the Iranians walk away, he wins, right? Assuming that Israel moves unilaterally against Iran. So that becomes the real question, right? The $60,000 question to me is, will it move? And again, right, I'm not Israeli, so I can only impute sort of what I heard. I think in Israel, the idea of where you are politically tends to rebound into whether you think Netanyahu is going to move. Because I had literally the same amount of conversations in which people who were not fans of Netanyahu said, oh, no, he's indecisive, he won't do it. And the same amount of conversations that said exactly the opposite, which is this is the hill he's going to die on. I don't know sort of who's going to be right, but I do know that the one thing that every single person I talked to about Iran said, we don't need a green light from the United States. We don't need a green light from the United States. We just can have a red light. And as long as the negotiations go on, we have a red light.
I don't completely agree with that because the statement that we don't need a green light, because if there's no way that a major Israeli attack against Iran doesn't draw the United States in. There's no way, because Iran is going to respond with a massive ballistic missile barrage against Israel. Defense of that requires the United States. And Iran might threaten to widen the front. They have threatened Saudi Arabia directly in the past and the Emiratis precisely on this scenario. That requires the Americans, and it's a major political issue for the president. So it's really hard for Prime Minister Netanyahu to say, even if he really is inclined to go do it, to just say, I don't care what Trump thinks, we're going to go do it. It's not the same as killing Nasrallah, which took a lot of guts, and that's an example of him actually taking decisive action and telling his whole security establishment, we're not talking to the Americans, we're just going to do this. But this is bigger than that. There's still it's a percentage game. There's still some 20% chance he might do it or whatever. I just think the percentages are likely that he won't. Let me just end on one other thing that we don't know in terms of all the scenarios. He spent 2 hours one-on-one with Trump in that first meeting. Nobody knows. I don't know, maybe he told Ron Dermer, maybe he told his wife, I don't know. But maybe Donald Trump told somebody what happened there. But I haven't talked to a single person that has the slightest idea of what they decided among themselves. And I cannot but believe that he said to Trump, we have a window of opportunity. We have to take action now because this is an historic opportunity. This is an existential threat to the state of Israel. I'm going to have to do this. And then Donald Trump said, I understand you, but I'd like to try to negotiation first. And then there was some either explicit or vague understanding of the conditions under which Israel can go take action. I think in order to predict what is going to happen, it'd be really good to know what happened in that discussion. I don't know anyone who's talking about it.
It took us an hour, but I found something that Mike and I disagree on, because I actually think that Netanyahu is much more likely than not to act from a very simple calculus, right? He has been, with the exception of, 18, 20 months, he has been, for a generation, he has been the leader of Israel, right? He is getting older. He may yet win another election. We don't know, right? But it's clear that we are at the tail end of his career rather than at the front. As an Israeli journalist that I was listening to a podcast this morning said, what does he want his Wikipedia page to read like? Does he want it to read like he was the Israeli leader who presided over the period in which Jews suffered the greatest single attack since the Holocaust? Or does he want to go down in history as the leader that eliminated the greatest threat to the Jewish people since the Third Reich? I can't get in his head, I don't know, but it does seem to me like not such a hard choice.
If his Wikipedia page is anything like mine, then it will be taken over by the Armenian lobby. Sorry, one last thing, because
he did.
Zeneb is going to bring out the hook in just a second. I can see it. Please, please.
Don't want to anger Zeneb. That's a big mistake. But you kind of convinced me actually, because all those are all.
If we can do this, there can be peace in the world.
Absolutely. Those are all really good. They're really good arguments. And the fact of the matter is, from an Israeli point of view, the Iranian nuclear program is truly an existential threat. It's there will be there's the threat of the attack from Iran with a nuclear weapon. There's the umbrella that it puts over all of their proxies, and there's the threat of proliferation around the region and other issues as well. It's truly existential. So he may throw the dice of war and do it. I don't know how to calculate those odds, but they're good arguments.
We need to welcome our next special guest, Ilan Berman, Mike Doran. As I could have predicted, this was a fascinating conversation. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Hello once again. I would like first of all to thank you for staying with us since 9 a.m. I would like to thank you for taking the time. And we have a very special guest with us, Representative Kevin Horn, the chairman of the House Republican Committee, the formal policy forum for House Republicans. He represents Oklahoma's 1st Congressional District and serves on the influential House Committee on Ways and Means. In the 180th Congress, Republican Hearn also chaired the Republican Study Committee, the largest conservative caucus in the U.S. House of Representatives. During his tenure, he led efforts to advance bold, conservative solutions to major national challenges, most notably superseding the Countering Communist China Act, the RSC's flagship legislative package to combat the growing threat of the Chinese Communist Party by strengthening sanctions on export controls and blocking U.S. investment in China's military-industrial base. Born on an Air Force base, Representative Hearn developed an early appreciation for the sacrifices made by military families. He earned an architectural drafting certificate in high school and used it to work and fund it for his engineering degree. After graduating, he worked as an aerospace engineer for Rockwell International until the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster disrupted the industry. He pivoted to entrepreneurship, launching several small businesses, including software programming, real estate, and hog farming, as he saved to pursue his dream of becoming a McDonald's franchisee. Needless to say that Chairman Hearn has always been committed to U.S. interests, to U.S. local businesses, and we're honored to have him today join us to speak on the threat that China poses, not just in the Pacific, but also in the Middle East. Please join me in welcoming Chairman Hearn.
Well, it's good to see everyone. It sounds like I'm between you and a party, so it's always it's late in the afternoon. So I'll do what every good person on Capitol Hill should do, and that's be seen, be brief, and be seated. But I do want, as we start through this process, as I'm sure you've heard throughout the day, I was looking at your agenda for the day. It's a very complicated process. Obviously, China has a lot of tentacles in the world. So borrowing a narrative from President Trump, as he said to us, and I've heard him say this many times, it's going to seem like I'm rambling. I'm not rambling. I'm weaving around to different topics, but I will come back. I'm not rambling. Rambling is when you never come back. That's Joe Biden. That's what he would say. Anyway, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to weave a little bit. So, as we get going here, last year I was here to talk about the RSC Comprehensive Countering Communist China Act, which was a 360-page sort of summary of all of the things that we've been working on in Congress. And one of the issues we have is we talk a lot about combating a complicated adversary, but we don't really do a whole lot about it, certainly that at least anybody sees. And that has been that way for many years. In fact, one of the things the Biden administration said when they came into office that they really appreciated what President Trump had done and taking the lid off of what China had been doing aggressively around the world. In fact, so much so that they even increased the tariffs on China. And so I'm grateful what President Trump has already done in exposing this. And it's probably, if not, I'm certain it is, it's the most bipartisan thing in Congress today. And just to give you a little history of this, the former Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, tried to get, when he was the minority leader, to get Speaker Pelosi to put together this committee, this China Select Committee back in early 2019, and it didn't take place. And we lost a couple of years in being able to get the whole Congress together, the House and the Senate and the White House together. We could have gotten a more aggressive start on this, because quite honestly, no other time in American history since our founding have we had an opponent, and I look at this as a business person, competition, I think just as the president does, President Trump. We've never had a competitor that's as close to us as China is. And if you think about just from a GDP, which is sort of the way everything is measured in the world, because it's what allows you to have economic influence and military influence around the world and political influence. And if you look at that, their GDP essentially is the same as ours. And to put this in perspective, the third and fourth place are Japan and Germany, and they're around $4.5 trillion in GDP. So a big chasm between the two. And that's really going to set the tone for what I'm going to talk about today, is this notion about two big economic superpowers. And for some of us in this room, that we grew up under the idea that superpower meant who had the biggest nuclear weapon stockpile. But today, it's about who has the biggest economic stockpile and who can do the most with it. So, when you look at the CCP, there's no doubt about what they want to accomplish. It's been well stated. They're willing to wait us out. It's one of the, if there are any weaknesses to a democracy or representative republic like we have, is that we're limited to how long our leaders can stay in place. And elsewhere around the world, when you have three great superpowers, in Russia and China and the United States, two of those can just wait out ours. And so it really becomes a competition about alignment and realignment and adjustments and realignment, and it is a continued state of flux on how that occurs. So everything that happens right now, we're trying to manipulate, orchestrate, and align interests around the world so that people that want to support us, and we need them to support us, aren't going to someplace like China looking, quote, for a better deal. It's, I know there's a lot of focus right now in the Middle East. Last year, General Jack King came, and he said to the 150 or so that were in attendance, probably there's no one that's smarter than he around the world on military conflict and just looking at the political conflicts around the world. He said, for anybody in the room that doesn't think that Iran is not in the center of everything evil, was his words, evil in the Middle East and throughout the world right now, you're a fool. And only Jack King could get away with that, but he said that to members of Congress. And he said, and furthermore, this evil hub, if you will, is supported robustly by China and Russia. And so while Iran has proxies with the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, Russia and China are using Iran as a proxy to control and dominate and create conflict, and to be able to leverage that opportunity to create ports and air bases throughout strategic locations throughout the Middle East and the rest of the world. So as we go through this and we're looking at the what China is trying to do, one of the things that's really important in this job is to get out of the bubble of Washington, D.C., and I would argue even the bubble of the United States of America, and see how the rest of the world views the United States of America. We get told we're the greatest and we're awesome and all that kind of stuff, and we get to believing our own, we drink our own juice. In about August of 23, I had the opportunity to go to Sigonella, the 6th Fleet, the head of EUROCOM and AFRICOM, and get a briefing on what was going on in that part of the world and what China was doing at the Horn of Africa. And, you know, and the example they gave, you know, we say we'll protect you. Russia says we want to conquer you. And China says, oh no, we want to be your friend. We want to build you a nice shiny port, and we want to be able to use it, and we'll bring our people in, and we'll finance it for you. And oh, by the way, when you default, we'll take it over, and we'll create, you know, a domain in your country. Many countries are starting to wise up to that, but it's a little, you know, it's the old saying, it's a, you know, day late and a dollar short on many of those cases. But what was interesting about this particular location in Africa, it was the closest point to South America. Last year, I was in Lima. I went to Panama, Lima, and to Colombia. And I just came back a few weeks ago from Panama, Brazil, Costa Rica, and El Salvador. And here's the thing everybody needs to know if you don't already know it. Beyond Mexico, China is the favored trading partner, economic partner of every country south of Mexico, every single one. Now, they welcome us in. We have our, you know, our diplomatic presence there, but it's very problematic. And in Lima, Peru, and Chancay, they built a deepwater port, which happens to be the closest port to Asia, to China, mainland China. So they have South America locked in. And the reason all this is important is because it's sort of what, you know, President Trump gets accused of a lot. You know, something's happened over here, you create a squirrel moment over here, so they go chase this while he's doing something over here. And China's doing a great job of that all over the world. While the Middle East is blowing up and burning and a lot of bad things are happening, meanwhile, China's doing direct investments in other countries around the world to quietly overcome these two big moats we have called the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. And now, you know, when President Trump talks about Greenland, he talks about Canada, he talks about the Arctic waterways, he talks about Panama and their strategic canal. All of these things are about this closing that you're feeling. It's almost like being in a balloon and the outside pressure is China coming down, and we're sitting here, you know, fighting with ourselves as opposed to looking outward. This China Select Committee is given the opportunity for every member of Congress to understand, and let's just call it what it is, a little bit of fear about how aggressive China has gotten. And I think what's really important, we've been a nation for 250 years. China's been allowed to do this in 25 years. And you think about how aggressive they've been to get their GDP where it is today. If you go back and look at the GDP of China in 2001, where they entered into the WTO, it was $1 trillion, and we were about 10. And today, for all intents and purposes, they're the same as us, but their purchasing power parity is greater than ours, about 3 times greater than ours, just because of the size of their population. So a lot of opportunity here for us to open our eyes, come together as a Congress, as a government, as a people, to understand and get our minds around about what's going on. And so we sent our greatest ambassador, or he sent himself. And all that was focused on was not so much the deals that he got, it was the criticism of the deal he's got. If you think about the $142 billion military sell to Saudi Arabia, the largest ever put forth, we want those type countries to be aligned with us because they have the money to be aligned with anyone. And they're not going to align themselves with Iran, they're going to align themselves with China because they want to be associated. And their negotiation is here we are, we have the money, who do we want to align with? Do we want MiGs or do we want, you know, F-18s, F-22s, F-35s, and so forth and so on? So I've often said since I've been in Congress, you know, I'm certainly no world historian, but what I know as a business person, you try to see who you can overcome and take over and who you can control. And I've said time and time again, and I think it's even been proven most recently, that China wants to overcome us economically and control us militarily. You think about all of the modernization they're doing today. The interesting thing when we were in Sigonella, almost 2 years ago now, that the generals were saying, is the only thing that keeps China from being as dominant as us in the military is the fact that their submarine fleet is so bad. Russia's submarine fleet is outstanding. It's equal to ours. In fact, as a sidebar, we saw China's premier submarine sink before it ever left the port about 6 months ago. Maybe there was some help, I don't know. But the reality is creating this little bit of consternation between Putin and Xi Jinping is important to keep them from being aligned. And I'll talk more about that in just a second. In fact, I'll talk about it now. So last August, I went to Ireland to listen to the Aspen Institute. And the reason I went is because there were 10 scholars and 9 of them were Democrats. And I thought this will be the best place ever to get a perspective from the other side about where Russia and China sit in the world order. I'm so glad I went. There were 20 Democrats that went, 8 Republicans that went. By the way, most Republicans that ever attended an event, 5-day event on this. And we talked, and it was very well done, very well thought out. And these were folks like Mike Froman and others, folks from Stanford and Harvard and Columbia and Yale, and people who had spent their lives talking about this. And here's what the summary was. The summary is that Putin knew and knows he cannot take over the world. It's a different era. But he wants to be at the table. The Ukrainian engagement keeps him at the table. We see this in President Trump getting what seems to be close to a deal, and just as I read a minute ago, Putin doesn't want a deal because it keeps him at the table. If there's peace, there's no Putin. Otherwise, Xi Jinping, he not only wants to take over the world, but he has the ability to do it. He has the GDP, he has the military, he has the footprint around the world, the population is in his favor, and not only does he want to be at the table, he wants the table to be in Beijing, he wants the menus to be written in Mandarin Chinese, and he's going to work every day to figure out how he can take over the world. And as these scholars said, and some were former military strategists, it's our job every single day as the United States government for Xi Jinping to wake up, pull back the curtain, look outside, and say, today is not the day. Every single day, that's what we have to do. And so it's important that we remember this. The economic wars that we're going to fight going forward are going to be played out all over the world. And I think sometimes we get very myopic when we look at these and we think this is all about Israel, or this is all about Iran or Iraq or Syria in the case of this week. It's not about that. It's really about a great power competition of the United States and China, and where is Russia going to fit in. And Putin knows that he can tip the scales either way all the time, and so he's going to play it. And as we talked about in our time in Ireland, every time that Xi Jinping thinks he's got Putin in the bag, Putin will go, as he did, to Syria, or he'll go to Iran and do an end run on China. Because China now is buying pretty much all the oil out of Iran to fund the Iranian regime so that they can make advanced weaponry for Russia to blow up Ukraine. And so when you look at all this, it all fits together. It's a higher world order. It's not a conspiracy. It's just playing at a different level. And if you're President Trump, you're sitting here as a business guy, as he's done many times, and he's looking at the post office. And he's saying, somebody is going to put a hotel in that. Is it going to be me or my competitor? I mean, I think it's that simple of a conversation in his head as a business person for all of these years. There's a tall building in New York. Am I going to own this, or is somebody else going to own that? Because there won't be 2 owners, and there won't be 2 buildings. Just as there won't be 2 Syrias, there'll be 1. And who's going to control those naval bases that Russia's in? Who's going to control those airfields? Who's going to control the new person coming in as Assad went out? Who's going to control them? And how do we keep a short leash so if that person goes rogue, and al-Shahar removing the $10 million bounty that we can put back on very quickly, And we can cut Saudi off from putting money into Syria because they want to have influence there as well. How do we do that? And all of these chess pieces are going to go on. The one issue that's going to make everybody crazy is he's going to have to do it very quickly because he doesn't have 8 years. Right now he has about 18 months because if we don't win back the House, and the politics will be much more in full force here than anywhere else in the world, that if we don't win back the House, then all he will be dealing with the last 2 years of his presidency will be an impeachment. Every single chance. Knowing that most likely, high probability, the Senate will be Republican and will never have any chance of ever being adjudicated on that side, it still will stop the flow of his ability to go around the world and make these deals happen. And so as we go forward and we're looking at things that are very important, I think, to codifying some of these relationships, we need to make sure that we're doing what this big, beautiful bill did that we passed, and I think I slept an hour and 2 days now, is that we have strengthened our military in a time when we thought that was behind us. Some of us in this room, our hair is gray, and some of it's turning loose. And we thought that the days of big Russia and those kind of battles were put to bed. After 20 years of fighting terrorism in the deserts, now we're back into the great power competition that we thought didn't exist anymore. But the rise of China has done so, and it's going to be very costly. It's going to be costly in space. It's already costly in modernizing our nuclear arsenal. These things are all important to protecting the future and the sovereignty of this great nation. And quite frankly, every component of this isn't going to be the pictures that some of us saw, like you get under your desk because that's somehow going to save you from a nuclear bomb. These are things, it's death by a million slices. It's fentanyl coming across the southern border and killing 100,000 Americans per year. And that was what was including the Combating Communist China bill, is how do you stop and push back on all of these things? How do you get China out of Greenland from mining rare earths on the east side of Greenland that we didn't know about? How do you keep China from owning ports on both ends of the Panama Canal and selectively keeping our ships from crossing? All of these things matter to the sovereignty of our great nation. And so I can tell you this. I don't agree with everything President Trump does, and I'm sure everybody in this room doesn't either. But you have to know this is a big, big game going on right now, and you can count 100% of the time that President Trump wants this nation to be successful. He wants to make sure it's secure and that the sovereignty is protected every single day. We all might disagree on how he's going to do it, but this isn't something that somebody's just going, the day of somebody in Central America saying, what's the United States and it's Japan, is over. I was just there, just to give you an example. We left the foreign minister's house and we were driving across town. It seemed like every 2 or 3 miles there was a BYD EV brand new showroom on the corner in San Salvador, El Salvador. And in talking to the person that was from the foreign minister's office, we said, we drove by this beautiful soccer stadium. Beautiful, probably costs, I don't know, it's like the Audi Stadium. We said, that is very cool. I mean, how long has that been around? They said, it's been here 2 years. China gave us that to kick Taiwan out. Think about this. This is going on all over South America. China now owns all of the grid, the electric grid of Lima, Peru, all of it. They spent $3.5 billion building this deep water port I told you about. And the response by Peru to us about, why did you do that? And they said, hey, it's no problem. We've got a place 50 miles south of Lima, you can do the same thing. It's a different world, a different world. And sometimes we get so focused on our internal conflicts that we think that none of this stuff is happening to us around the world. Remember this, Great Britain was just like us until they weren't. Let's be smart, let's be focused, let's appreciate somebody who has the intestinal fortitude to go out and stop things like the Iranians enriching nuclear materials. Very problematic. Let's appreciate a president who doesn't want any wars started around the world. It's very difficult in his mind, it really bothers him a lot. There's not a lot bothers him. It bothers him a lot to see 5,000 people a week dying in Ukraine and Russia. He wants that to stop. These things are all detrimental to us because they're chaos and conflict, and you have the other two great superpowers involved in it every single day. So I just want to say, hope I didn't ramble, but more of a weave and bringing it all back together. And I'll leave with this. President Trump says, China bad. But the important thing that is something interesting about China that's no different than the United States. Well, our governments are completely different. When I was in Taiwan 2 years ago, over the 4th of July, I was talking with then President Tsai, and she was talking about the greatest threat to Xi Jinping, because at this time, about that time was when Wagner went in to threaten Putin. Bad things happened after that. Airplane mysteriously blew up. But she said, here's the deal. People that think they understand China do not understand China. Xi Jinping's greatest fear is what the possibilities are of his people rising up and killing him. He doesn't fear the United States. He doesn't fear Russia. He fears his own people for either not doing enough or doing too much. Right after that, literally within 2 weeks, so when he fired the ambassador in the United States, and he's got two right-hand people, he did, he still does, but one of them's not there anymore. One ran his military, his foot soldiers, and the other ran his nuclear arsenal. He fired the leader of the nuclear arsenal, the general. He's always concerned about who's closest to him. We have to continue to have that kind of disruption, just like they do with us. And their group, and it's even more than just, propaganda espionage, but what you're seeing with the so-called Confucius Institutes, and you start following that up, it's about educating and making sure that everybody thinks about China is the cool place to be. And listen, I'm as guilty as anybody else. I thought I was a very well-educated business guy, and my wife and I were just talking about it this week. In 2003 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, all the schools were talking about all this great relationship, how every school was fighting to get Chinese into their schools, and these Confucius Institutes, as it turns out to be, in our schools. So much so that I told both of my two boys that I didn't want you to learn how to speak Spanish, I want you to learn how to speak Mandarin Chinese, and they both did. My older son clept out at the Naval Academy out of Chinese. But I can tell you, it was done so subliminally that you didn't even think it was going on. And we've sort of gotten wise to all this. And I'm not saying that we should be concerned in a sense that we just should be aware. And I think what we're seeing right now is the Congress is getting everybody aware. And there might be a little bit of fear in there. And that's okay if we can change our demeanor and understand that this Cold War is for real. It's not about bombs. It's not about weapons and the way we think about weapons. It's about economic influence and controlling us militarily. Thank you all so much. You've been great. Appreciate it. Thanks for all you guys do.
Wow, what an amazing, amazing speech and a great way to really end this. And of course, I would like to thank you and really thank our distinguished speakers. Thanks to Senator Ted Cruz, who was with us this lunch, and special thanks to you, Chairman Herron. It's a great pleasure to hear from you and to really hear what is going on in a policy world. And there's no other place to discuss that than the Hudson Institute. Of course, I would like to also personally thank you for coming here today and taking the time for a very important discussion, really beyond what is happening in the Middle East, but also about U.S. posture, about what the United States strategy should be, where are we going? I think these are very important questions. I think that what is happening in the Middle East is really affecting the United States in several ways. And I hope the discussion continues. I think this is just the start. And I hope that you enjoyed throughout the day, discussing with each other, exchanging with each other, because I think that this is really what it's about. Thank you all, and I hope you enjoy a very nice reception.